Volume 4, Chapter 153, Secret Area, The Forgotten Relics of the Gods, Part 1. Taesan checked the reward he received after conquering the battlefield of the gods. What he received was a small gem, a gem immersed in pitch-black light, a gem that has swallowed a dark light. Nobody knows what's inside it. A material item, it was an unexpected reward. Considering that it was related to most of the gods in the labyrinth, he expected a high-grade skill or equipment, but it turned out to be a material. Taesan looked at the gem with curiosity. Inside the gem, something black was undulating. Do you know what this is? Aside from being high-grade, nothing. I'm an adventurer, not an appraiser, but it seems pretty good, doesn't it? Taesan felt it too. Despite being trapped in the gem, a subtle power was emanating from it. This came at the right time. It was a material received as a reward for a special quest. It would be valuable enough as a material for the dragon's claw. Taesan pocketed the gem and left the room. Then Vargan greeted him with a beaming smile. You're here. Were you waiting? Waiting, of course. Haha, my eyes were right. He grasped Taesan's shoulders with glittering eyes. Indeed, you had enough strength. I'm so grateful, very grateful. Ouch, Taesan grimaced and shook him off. Vargan awkwardly raised his hands. Ah, sorry, I was too happy and got carried away. Joy was the only thing evident on Vargan's beaming face. Taesan's conquest of the battlefield must have been very pleasing to him. You deserve this reward, take this. He handed Taesan a pair of platinum earrings. They had a similar pattern to the ring he received before but were more luxurious. Platinum earrings, health plus 300, mana plus 70, strength plus 40, agility plus 40, intelligence plus 40, attack power plus 40, defense plus 40, platinum earrings. Their value is indescribable. Oh ho, Taesan smiled. Vargan watched him with satisfaction. It looks like you're satisfied. Definitely, such stats on a single pair of earrings. As the ghost had said about the ring, it wasn't equipment one could normally obtain at this level. I'm glad you're satisfied, then I must go back down. Vargan groaned as he gathered his equipment. As he was leaving, he said to Taesan, then I hope we meet again when the opportunity arises, young adventurer. With that, Vargan left. Taesan wasn't sure when they would meet again, but he felt it wouldn't be too long. Taesan also started to move. Before going down to the 34th floor, he needed to visit the blacksmith. He planned to show him the obtained item and request the crafting of equipment. Are you here? The beardless dwarf greeted him as usual. What brings you this time? I've obtained a material. I was wondering if it could be used to refine a dragon's claw. Taesan handed over the gem he received as a reward. Hafren's face, which initially showed no expectation, contorted upon receiving the gem. What is this? He looked at the gem. What about it? After staring intently at it, he turned his gaze back to Taesan. His face was filled with surprise. Where did you get this from? Quest clear reward. You received this as a reward. It's something even gods would struggle to obtain. It's not worthless then. If the battlefield's clear reward had been insignificant, Taesan would have been displeased. Hafren stuttered unusually. This is, how did you get something like this? What kind of material is it? Hafren closed his mouth. Looking at the gem with a complex expression, he said, the Origin's light is deep within the gem. The Origin, it's a light known to have existed since the creation of the world. It's a substance that races to the end of the world, surpassing time and reaches the end of everything first. Its value, I don't know, is there anyone who can appraise it? Hafren touched the gem with a dreamy look. It's a fantastical substance that's faster than time and impossible to catch. Even gods, can they control such a thing? That's it. Taesan smiled. Judging by Hafren's reaction, the reward seemed to have been sufficient. Taesan got to the point. Can this be used to refine the dragon's claw? Hafren closed his mouth. It was uncharacteristic of him, who always responded calmly. I don't know. Eventually, Hafren gave an ambiguous answer. It's the first time I'm handling this material. The dragon's claw and all the materials you've given, and this one too, are not of low grade, integrating all of them. I can't guarantee it. Then is there anyone else here who can do it? There isn't, Hafren answered firmly. There's no blacksmith here better than me, I can assure you that. His gaze remained fixed on the gem as he said this. Taesan nodded. Then you do it. Upon hearing Taesan's response, Hafren's eyes flickered. Really? Are you sure this is not ordinary? Personally, the blacksmith wanted to handle that gem. Hafren longed to work with the Origin's light, control the power of the Spirit King, and refine the dragon's claw into something so perfect that no one would dare to comment. It was both his dwarven instinct and his deepest wish. But he was also afraid. He feared turning these precious materials into worthless trash under his own hands. Taesan spoke calmly. I have no use for it anyway. He was like a ghost. An adventurer tackling the labyrinth, not a blacksmith. So go ahead, I won't mind whatever the outcome. Besides, don't you really want to do it? Hafren's gaze and gestures towards the gem. All of it showed how much he wanted to work with it. Really? Of course. But if it turns out useless, you'll have to work for free to the extent of its value. I better put in the effort then. Otherwise, I might end up working for free for a lifetime. Hafren chuckled. Taesan didn't know, but he was the first to let Hafren do as he wished. I must not disappoint. Hafren gripped the gem. First, I must tell you. There are two options. A light was in Hafren's eyes as he spoke. So far, he had seemed powerless and indifferent to everything. Although he appeared to have a goal, he behaved as if he had essentially given up. But now it was different. His voice was filled with energy and his actions were full of certainty. The first is to use the materials you gave separately. They are exceptional, so they'll make useful equipment. And the downside, they'll be useful for a while. You won't find better equipment than that, but as you reach the deeper levels, you'll need to replace them. Is the deep level that different? That place is literally of a different league. No matter how precious something is here compared to the deep level, it's just trinkets. A hollow laugh escaped, but it made sense. Those who reached the deep level were all capable of easily defeating dragons. Comparing the golden dragon of Vekveta and the spirit king, the latter was superior. Also, crafting equipment doesn't work with just one material. At least 4 or 5 materials are needed. In the case of a material too high grade like the Origin's Light, other materials can even hinder the process. If they don't meet a minimum standard, the value of the equipment greatly diminishes. After some thought, Taesan asked, "What if we use all these materials for a single piece of equipment? Then there would be no need to replace that equipment." With a confident face, as if it couldn't be denied, Hafren said, "If it's successful. Even upon reaching the deep level, it would be difficult to find superior equipment. Then let's go with that. Choosing equipment that could be used till the end rather than something that would need to be replaced eventually was obviously beneficial." Hafren seemed to have anticipated this, his expression calm. "But there's one problem. A problem, the material's characteristics are too strong." He touched the gem with an uncertain face. "The dragon's claw, the ember of the spirit king. The light of the origin, each of these materials is unique. The combination of materials is important in crafting equipment. Of course, they would still be excellent, but compared to their value, it might not be satisfying." Hafren stroked his chin, deep in thought. It wasn't until the forge's flames weakened that he spoke. "There is one way, but I'm not sure how it will turn out. Tell me about it." Taesan had no intention of creating something mediocre. Hafren began to explain. "There is a hidden relic I know of." "A relic?" Taesan's eyes sparkled. "I don't know whose relic it is. I happen to obtain the key to its passage." Hafren produced a key. Its color was distorted and emitted a dark light indicating its age. "This leads to that place." Taesan stared intently at the key. The key emanated a subtle aura as if saying this was what he had been searching for. The blessing of a god. The lost goddess's blessing of regeneration. When he obtained it, it was explained to him that he would be able to find the goddess's location in the future. "I don't know exactly what's there, but if it's a divine artifact, it should be sufficient to combine all the materials." "That's right, it's risky, but there's a possibility." "What's the difficulty level?" "From what I've detected from the outside, it's quite challenging. You need to reach at least the late 40th floors to get through." For Taesan now, it was just barely possible. Taesan nodded. "All right." Sub-quest started. Blacksmith Hafren wants you to gather materials for the creation of a perfect piece of equipment. Reward: 1 perfect piece of equipment. If it's too dangerous, you can come back. This place, being a secret area, is not affected by the floor reward system. You can try again after getting stronger. Taesan nodded and took the key. The key disappeared into Taesan's body as if it had been waiting for him. Simultaneously, Taesan learned how to open the secret passage. Taesan pulled at the space with his hand. The space opened, revealing the area beyond. Hafren looked surprised. "When I had it, it didn't have that effect. There's a connection on the other side." Taesan immediately stepped into the space. Hafren saw him off. "Take care." Taesan stepped into the space. The first thing he saw was a world turned entirely ashen. It was similar to the labyrinth, but everything was faded. When Taesan touched the wall, its surface dried and crumbled away. "The walls of the labyrinth have weathered over time." "How old is this place?" "The goddess forgotten even in the labyrinth must have been here from before." The genesis of the labyrinth, truly ancient. Taesan examined the structure in detail. The passage and structure were the same as the labyrinth. The width was also similar. There was enough space to move around, but it wasn't very spacious. Taesan moved forward. Hafren had mentioned that this place required a late 40th floor level capability to pass through. Given that, the likelihood of something being hidden here was high, and it didn't take long for Taesan to be greeted. Swoosh. An arrow flew towards him. Taesan immediately activated mental acceleration. "It's slower than I thought." The speed was such that he could catch it if he decided to. Just as Taesan, thinking the entrance wasn't very difficult, reached out to catch the arrow, its speed changed. It became several times faster than before, aiming straight for Taesan's chest. Taesan swiftly turned his body. Swoosh! The arrow grazed past Taesan's arm by a hair's breadth. The arrow that had grazed past Taesan turned in midair and flew back towards him. Taesan concentrated his mind and read its trajectory. He followed the zigzagging arrow with his eyes and moved his body. Taesan's sword cut the arrow in half. It wasn't an ordinary trap. A considerable shock was transmitted to the sword that cut the arrow, something a typical 30th floor adventurer couldn't have blocked. Even after so much time, the trap is still intact. It doesn't seem to welcome me. Despite having received the goddess's quest, the relic seemed unwilling to let an intruder pass easily. Chapter 154. Secret Area: The Forgotten Relics of the Gods. Part 2. Taesan picked up the broken arrow, self-aware arrow. An arrow that moves on its own to protect its owner, currently broken and unusable. Taesan stared at the arrow intently. The ghost, noticing his gaze, sensed something. What are you thinking about? Doesn't it seem manageable? Maybe it's possible, but it seems risky. It looks worth trying. Taesan lifted his head. You have activated reconnaissance, a skill that provides information within the user's sight. Reconnaissance. However, nothing appeared. Considering the secret passage of the Forgotten Goddess didn't trigger reconnaissance, it seemed related items were immune to it. You have activated Trap Disarm. He activated Trap Disarm, but no window popped up. It was one of two possibilities. Either there were no traps, or they were of such a high level that they didn't trigger Taesan's skill. Taesan was sure it was the latter. He took a step forward. Simultaneously, an arrow sprung from the wall. Swoosh, the arrow moving on its own and causing confusion in its path. Taesan focused his mind. You have activated mental acceleration. Reading the trajectory of the self-moving arrow was pointless. What mattered was the vision and reaction. Dodging arrows, aiming for his limbs with barely any space to avoid, Taesan used his high agility to narrowly evade them all. Then the movement of the arrows changed. They started flying towards Taesan's blind spots, but Taesan was ready for that. His skill, synchronization of the eye, allowed him to see even beyond his field of vision. With the help of his enhanced sensory skills, he could block attacks from behind as if he could see them. An arrow flew towards Taesan's shoulder blade. He waited until the last moment and then swiftly turned. The arrow tried to change its course at the last moment, but Taesan's delay prevented it. He caught the arrow in his hand. Then the arrow started thrashing wildly. It struggled fiercely to escape Taesan's grip. As the arrow slowly slipped away, Taesan said, "Come." Chalak whips coiled around his arm rose and engulfed the arrow. The arrow was fixed in Taesan's hand. He exerted force and slammed it to the ground. Kwang, the small passage vibrated. The ghost asked in a worried tone, "Isn't the arrow going to be shattered?" "It won't shatter." The arrow wasn't so fragile as to break from just that much force. Taesan exerted more force on the hand that had slammed the arrow to the ground. After struggling a few more times, the arrow calmed down. You have obtained a self-aware arrow. Taesan loosened his grip. As he opened his hand, the arrow lay quietly in his palm. The ghost was amazed. You actually caught it. Even to the ghost, the arrow's movements were quick and unpredictable. Its speed was comparable to Taesan's, and the wrong timing could mean not catching it until one's stamina ran out. But Taesan managed to catch it in less than 20 minutes. Taesan smiled. See, it worked. When he first discovered the secret room in solo mode, he encountered arrow traps. There, Taesan caught the flying arrows and used them effectively to catch a giant rat. The traps of the labyrinth became the property of the adventurer who captured them. Recalling this, Taesan had taken a gamble and it paid off. Taesan examined the arrow. Self-aware arrow. Self-aware arrow. Current owner Kang Taesan. User's level is insufficient. Attack power 1. Taesan threw the arrow. It hovered in the air on its own and began to circle around him. Taesan's smile deepened. Not bad, right? An arrow that attacked autonomously without requiring his attention. Fast and powerful enough for Taesan to struggle to suppress. Although its attack power was very low, it was sufficient as a support. Even a slight annoyance to the opponent during combat could change the outcome. I should collect more. Taesan took another step forward. This time 2 arrows appeared. As the arrows aimed at Taesan, the one under his control also moved, countering one of them. Thanks to this, Taesan could focus on the remaining arrow. He quickly shattered one and grabbed the other, slamming it into the ground. He exerted force on the struggling arrow. After a few attempts, it finally stopped moving. You have obtained a self-aware arrow. Good, that made 2. Taesan smiled satisfactorily, but the fun wasn't over yet. The passage still had much more to offer. As Taesan proceeded, more arrows appeared. 2 and 3 were the basics, and at the end, 4 arrows flew at him simultaneously. Ultimately, Taesan managed to capture a total of 4 arrows. Still not enough. Taesan looked at the arrows circling him with a nonchalant expression. Compared to the number of arrows that appeared, he hadn't caught many. The more arrows there were, the more chaotic the combat, leaving little room to grab and pin them down. You should be satisfied with this. Look at your greed. The ghost chuckled at Taesan's demeanor. Self-aware arrows. They were akin to ego arrows. Self-aware tools or equipment were valuable in themselves. Taesan was currently wielding a whip-like wrist guard, which the store owner selling it had mentioned was equipment not usually found in these lower levels. The fact that he had managed to obtain 4 of them and still complained of it being insufficient was something the ghost couldn't fathom. It seems like we've finished with the arrow traps. It appears so. Were. In front of Taesan, large disc-shaped blades were moving in a semicircular pattern. Quite orthodox. Following the arrow traps, there were blade traps moving on fixed axes. They were the typical traps that anyone would think of. About 10 blades were moving at fixed intervals. Upon closer inspection, they were all moving slowly, and the gaps were wide enough that it seemed manageable to pass through them one by one. That can't be right. The arrows were sentient arrows. It was unlikely that the blades would be ordinary. Taesan decided to experiment first. He threw himself into the path of the blades. As he did, the speed of the blades suddenly changed. Anticipating this, Taesan calmly raised his sword. Clang, a heavy sensation was transmitted through the sword. He stepped back, but it wasn't an unstoppable force. Crack, the circular blades began to rotate wildly. Sparks flew off the sword blade as it was pushed back. It couldn't be blocked. Taesan quickly let the force on his sword flow away and leaped backward. Then the axis of the blade moved bizarrely, altering its trajectory. Taesan quickly blocked again but couldn't withstand the rotation and allowed a hit to his chest. Your first attack immunity has been activated. Having escaped the trap, Taesan calmly organized the information. I can't block it. He could block the blade's force, but the subsequent rotation was the problem. The additional rotation was too quick to respond to, so he had to avoid it completely. But with both the speed and trajectory changing unpredictably, evasion was not easy. Watching Taesan ponder, the ghost spoke. Is it a bit risky to rely on attack nullification and charge in? There are too many variables. It's unpredictable how the blades will move, and the value of nullification is reduced in such mechanisms. The biggest advantage of attack nullification was not that the opponent returned to its pre-attack state, but that it could be used to cause confusion. During that confusion, Taesan's main strategy was to deal significant damage. However, mechanisms didn't have emotions. If they returned to a pre-attack state, they would simply operate again and attack. And it's unpredictable anyway. Taesan still hadn't figured out the pattern of the blade's movements. Relying on attack nullification and charging in could lead to being trapped among the blades without proper information, especially if all nullifications were used up. I have a mark so I can escape using blink, but since attack nullification is limited in number, there's no reason to use it now. The ghost agreed and remained silent. After pondering a bit more, Taesan decided to try one more experiment. He thrust his sword towards the incoming blades. You have activated flow. Just as the sword was about to touch the blades, they twisted. The trajectory shifted in the twist, forcing Taesan to retreat, but he obtained the information he wanted. The blades were susceptible to the ability sword. The judgment is looser than I thought. Sometimes, skills didn't activate on traps and mechanisms, so he checked, and the result was satisfactory. With this, the solution became clear. Taesan caught his breath. He changed his selfish choice from power to strength and stamped his foot. He had realized it when he used flow just now. The rotation of the blade was triggered when it touched the sword, so if he completely deflected the blade, it would be resolved. You have activated strong blow. He swung his arm roughly towards the incoming blade. Clang. Unlike before where he merely blocked, the blade was knocked away. As expected, with strong blow activated, he could push it to a manageable level. Taesan charged forward. The blades moved chaotically, targeting him, but he avoided what he could and deflected the rest with his sword. What he couldn't avoid, he ignored with attack nullification. Thud. Taesan reached the end of the trap without allowing even a slight damage. It was a satisfying strategy. Taesan had a pleased expression. It's been a while since I've done something like this. There were traps in the secret rooms on each floor, but with his current stats they were meaningless. He could easily break the traps themselves. It had been a long time since he had to properly strategize through a trap. Taesan enjoyed such challenges. How far will they go? Taesan moved forward with anticipation. More traps continued to appear after that. Pressure plates that exploded upon touch, walls that crushed anything in their path, etc. Taesan perfectly overcame all of them using skills and items. The next trap was a net that would rise and drag whoever triggered it into the labyrinth. Taesan first used an arrow to check the trap. Since being caught wasn't an attack nullification didn't activate. There was no chance that a skill to disable immobility would work on such a net. Checking if it could be cut seemed too risky, so Taesan started his strategy slowly. After checking various things, Taesan gathered multiple pieces of information. The ceiling opened and the net fell to the ground. The fallen net pressed down hard. After a certain time, the ground would open, disappearing into the labyrinth. The trigger for the trap was impact. Even the slightest impact transmitted to the corridor would cause the net to engulf the entire passage. Then the solution was simple: just avoid causing any impact. You have activated the deer walking on the wind path. He wrapped his body tightly with wind to prevent any impact from reaching the corridor. After increasing his agility with a skill, he stamped the ground, but the corridor was far. A single leap wouldn't be enough to reach it. You have activated mid-air leap, so one more time. He kicked through the air and flew, but even then the corridor wasn't over. Almost half of it was still remaining. As soon as Taesan's feet touched the ground, the ceiling opened and the net fell. Taesan quickly stamped the ground. He stuck as close to the falling ceiling net as possible. You have activated Mark. And the moment the net engulfed Taesan and touched the ground, he activated magic again. You have activated Random Blink. The mark fixed the position of Random Blink. Thanks to the mark on the ceiling, Taesan's body under the net moved above the net. Since the net was on the ground, stepping on it didn't cause the net to fall again. He stamped the ground and used mid-air leap again to reach the end of the corridor. However, Taesan did not pass through the corridor. He continuously triggered the corridor to call forth the net. After experimenting with various things, he found that Mephisto's black lightning slightly singed the net. Does it get damaged by dark magic? After calling the net again, Taesan used all his magic to send another bolt of black lightning. As a result, he was able to obtain about 1 meter of the net. The ghost, seeing Taesan's satisfied expression, exclaimed in admiration, "Isn't this guy crazy?" Chapter 155, Secret Area, The Forgotten Relics of the Gods, Part 3, The Types of Traps and Their Patterns. Methods to solve and strategize according to the pattern and type. Understanding all of them, he proceeded without a single mistake and broke through. His movements were like those of a skilled thief. Moreover, the relic of the forgotten god did not allow for the usage of reconnaissance. Everything was understood through his own experience and analysis. It was easier than I thought. Taesan himself was surprised. He had never broken through traps this quickly before. There were errors, it took more time, and sometimes he made mistakes. But this time it was a perfect strategy. Is it thanks to this skill, the skill to feel the will of everything? It was hard to express in words, but he could sense something from the traps. Thanks to that, it's likely he intuitively figured out the strategy. Not bad. He felt good about this unexpected help, as it had taken quite a long time to see any real effect. Taesan checked the trap he had collected while breaking through. Blessed Net of God. A net once used by a god himself, now a relic of a forgotten god, its value has significantly decreased. This will be useful. A net that was barely cut in half using Mephisto's magic. It seemed like it could be useful in various situations. Taesan moved on. No more traps were in sight. At the end of the endless corridor, he found a small door. Upon opening the door, there was a statue of a goddess faded with time and an ashen night. You have encountered the apostle of the forgotten goddess. Apostle, Taesan frowned. As if confirming what he saw was real, a system window appeared. The opponent is a difficult enemy to defeat. Desire for battle has been activated. A fair duel has been activated. Proof of limit has been activated. Disdain for the strong has been activated. Half-god theory has been activated. Giant killer has been activated. Strength filled his body. All speeds increased and both attack and defense power rose. Why do apostles appear so frequently? Taesan muttered as he drew 2 swords. You have activated reconnaissance. As with most things related to the forgotten goddess so far, no information was forthcoming. So much time had passed that the apostle of the forgotten goddess was rotting and crumbling away. The knight, who looked like he would crumble with a touch, lifted his sword. Clink. The sword, like the knight, was completely corroded. Taesan narrowed his eyes, observing this sequence of events. Does it lack intelligence? Only the will to protect the goddess was evident from the silently sword-wielding knight. Boom, the knight stamped his foot. With a sword that seemed like it would crumble at a touch, he struck down at Taesan. Clang, Taesan's knees buckled, feeling an intense pressure on his arm. Powerful. Even with a significant stat increase due to the challenging opponent's skill, there was a clear difference. He possessed a class and strength incomparable to Cain. He probably conquered even the deep layers in his lifetime. There was no time or leisure to delay. Taesan immediately activated Apostle Transformation. After returning from the god's battlefield and resting, the day's cooldown had passed. You have activated Apostle Transformation Lakaratas. Divine power filled his body. A flood of various information entered Taesan's mind, enhancing his entire body. Clang, Taesan pushed the sword away. The corroded knight took a step back. Taesan slightly frowned. Nothing, even in the overwhelming tide of information, there was nothing about the forgotten goddess. But there was no time to ponder. Taesan lifted his sword. You have activated Apostle Slayer. He activated a skill to degrade the status of the apostle. The aura surrounding the corroded knight weakened slightly. Crack, but it didn't falter. The knight, calmly and without a hint of disorder in his stance, pressured Taesan. Even using Apostle Transformation and Apostle Slayer to lower its status, Taesan was being pushed back. He clicked his tongue. This is a true apostle. It's quite weakened though. A proper apostle would have killed you without resistance. Fortunately, as the ghost said, Taesan was managing to hold on and even counterattack occasionally. The apostle's power seemed to have greatly weakened over time as its goddess was forgotten. This is manageable. F-whip, 4 arrows sprung from Taesan's body. They moved in all directions, targeting the knight. The knight did not respond. He just lifted his sword and struck down. Boom, a massive shockwave swept the room. The flying arrows staggered and were repelled. The corroded knight dealt with the arrows without lifting a hand, but that was also within Taesan's expectation. The arrows held by Taesan would not be effective against the higher-class knight. He aimed for a very small gap. Taesan dove under the knight. You have activated Leap. Clang, thanks to learning ability sword, the effect of Leap also changed. When activating Leap and jumping above the opponent, it could now cause additional significant shock and damage. The corroded knight's feet slightly lifted off the ground. Taesan moved his sword directly. With the sword in his left hand, he aimed to stab the shoulder, and with the right, he aimed to slash the thigh. The knight, suspended in midair, struck down with his sword. It was an attack with the intent of crushing with sheer weight. Taesan, who was about to ignore it and attack, felt a bad premonition and hastily retreated. The apostle of the forgotten goddess has activated the weight of will. Clang, the sword struck the labyrinth's floor, creating a small crack. Taesan let out a hollow laugh, causing cracks in the labyrinth. Boom, the knight immediately rose and charged at Taesan. Taesan clicked his tongue at the bulldozer-like momentum. You have activated random blink. Taesan's body moved behind the charging knight. This was possible because he had implanted a mark during the attack. He directly thrust his sword into the nape of the knight's neck. The armor scraped, sending ash-gray dust flying. You have activated random blink. Even though the knight twisted his body at the last moment to reduce the damage, and even with multiply activated, the damage was only this much. It meant the knight's defense was extremely high. He was a challenging enemy like Kane, but a completely different opponent. Taesan calmly organized his thoughts, knowing that the gap in the same judgment could vary greatly. The battle was likely to be a long one. Taesan steadied his breath and activated his skills. You have activated Breathless Attack. You have activated the deer walking on the wind path. You have activated Small Ember. He charged at the corroded knight. First, he focused on attack nullification. Taesan stamped the ground, activating acceleration to charge at high speed. You have activated the Blade of Fighting Spirit. You have activated Multiply. You have activated Strong Blow. The knight did not avoid the reckless charge. He held his sword with both hands and charged head-on. Their swords pierced each other's chests. The apostle of the forgotten goddess has taken 4130 damage. The Blade of Fighting Spirit tripled the damage. Add Multiply's doubling effect to that, and then the additional attack power of Strong Blow. All combined, it resulted in a staggering amount of damage. Your first attack nullification has been activated. The knight's body returned to its pre-attack state. Despite the high damage and sudden change, the knight seemed unfazed and swung his sword again. Taesan did not dodge but attacked. Although the Blade of Fighting Spirit was unavailable due to cooldown, a considerable amount of damage was dealt before the knight's counterattack triggered the attack nullification. After repeating this once more, Taesan created some distance. The attack nullification was activated thrice, but the knight showed no hesitation in his movements. It was now clear. The corroded knight had no emotions. He would move without being perturbed by any event. Tricky, Taesan clicked his tongue and activated a spell. You have activated Thunderbolt. Lightning pierced the knight's body, but the damage inflicted was only 10. It was almost a waste of mana. Boom, the knight charged. Taesan waved his hand. A small ember ignited. The ember, interacting with the wind, grew in size. Soon, a massive storm of flames began to engulf the room. The knight charged through the storm and struck down with his sword. Boom, the storm exploded and disappeared. Piercing through the swirling flames, the knight attacked Taesan. Crack, blocking the attack, Taesan coolly thought. Spirit's magic. Neither works, powerful skills indeed, but insufficient against the apostle. How about this then? His mana had slightly recovered while moving. You have activated Mephisto's Black Lightning. Black Lightning pierced the knight. The knight's movement momentarily faltered. It was a very small opening, but Taesan clearly saw it. The damage was not insignificant at 200. Black magic was effective against the apostle of the forgotten goddess. Having confirmed this, Taesan charged. You have activated acceleration. The speed of the sword instantly increased. Slicing past the swinging attack, Taesan cut the knight's arm. The knight ignored the attack and thrust his sword. You have activated Flow. The moment Taesan's and the knight's swords were about to collide, the knight's sword missed. The knight, undeterred, continued to swing his sword, and all those attacks were diverted. Taesan had timed his own sword movements to match, and when the knight's vulnerability was most exposed, Taesan dove into the knight's chest. Crunch, Taesan's sword pierced the knight once again. The knight struck Taesan's chest with his knee. You have taken 743 damage. Even though Taesan activated sturdiness to halve the damage, it was still considerable. However, it wasn't an unbearable level. He could handle this much damage. You have activated strong blow. Clang, the swords collided, pushing the knight's body back slightly. Taesan continued to match his timing and attack. The process of deflecting the opponent's sword and landing an attack was repeated. As Taesan dove at the knight, he activated Black Lightning. The knight's body flinched briefly, and Taesan pierced the knight's thigh at that moment. The Apostle of the Forgotten Goddess has taken 564 damage. He then lowered his stance and leaped up. You have activated Leap. Clang, the knight's body was lifted. The knight as before raised his sword, but this time before the knight could activate a skill, Taesan rushed in. You have activated Continuous Attack. A fierce impact struck the knight's sword. The hand holding the sword loosened, revealing an opening. Crunch. Taesan's sword pierced the knight again. He poured everything into the fight. Taesan allowed a few attacks, but by avoiding direct hits, the damage was bearable. As the battle progressed, Taesan's attacks became faster and sharper. It was thanks to the frenzy of struggle bestowed by Lakarada's. Crunch. Taesan forcefully pushed the knight back. The knight staggered and knelt. Is this the end? It seems so. It hadn't been too difficult. The loss of intelligence and the remaining instinct made it easier to predict for Taesan. Notably, the knight had never managed to grasp Taesan's swordplay. If it had been a normal opponent, they might have recognized a specific pattern in Taesan's actions and exploited it, but lacking intelligence, the knight showed no such signs. However, the outcome had been perilously close. Apostle transformation had ended a while ago. The battle had taken a long time due to the Apostle's incredibly high health despite Taesan's relentless attacks. The battle would have been forfeited for another opportunity if it weren't for the slight damage inflicted by Apostle Slayer. It was at that moment that Taesan was assured of his victory. Clink. The knight's armor crumbled. The sword corroded into dust. The helmet broke, revealing the knight's form. Taesan hesitated. Inside the armor was only an ashen aura. The ashen aura burst out from the crumbling armor, gathering and forming a massive shape. The Apostle of the Forgotten Goddess has activated Soul Descent. Chapter 156, Secret Area, The Forgotten Relics of the Gods, Part 4, Woohoo! The ashen monster howled. Just that alone made the room shake uneasily. Taesan quickly ducked down. You have activated Hardness. The howl struck Taesan. His body shook violently. You received 45 damage. Just its howl caused physical damage. Taesan clicked his tongue and raised his head. The monster that filled the room had no proper form. It was just ashen energy swirling and flickering. This is crazy. The ghost was astonished, and at the same time a spear that signified the enemy appeared. The fallen apostle has appeared. Woohoo! The monster continued to howl. It seemed to have no intention of attacking for now, so Taesan quickly drank a healing potion. What is that thing? Woohoo! A terrible power emanated from the howling monster. However, despite the overwhelming force that dominated the space, no specific rank was felt. Apostle, only those of a higher rank could do this. But it was called Soul Descent, right? It caused a descent in the soul's rank. Just hearing the name, it didn't sound like a normal skill. The ghost swallowed and said, I told you, an apostle offers their soul to God and ascends to a higher realm. You've met them, so you should know. I'm well aware. Attacks from those not at the rank of an apostle barely affected them. A realm slightly beyond the wall of mortals, that was an apostle. That one has forcibly brought down its own rank. It dragged a soul that had ascended to a great position down to the rank of mortals, and then converted that dragged down rank into force. Oh, the monster incessantly howled. But is it dying? It's worse than that. The soul itself is breaking. As long as the soul is intact, one can remain as a spiritual being like me or resurrect like Maelstrom, borrowing a body by Pavsha's will. But that one. It's just the end. Such a thing was being used to kill Taesan. The opponent is an unbeatable enemy. A new judgment appeared. The current fallen state was stronger than when it had an intact apostle rank. Taesan scoffed. They really do all sorts of things. Oh, the howling started to subside. The monster made of an ashen color flicked its hand. The only passage out was crushed and blocked. There was no escape. Taesan gripped his sword tighter. How long does it last? I don't know either. I've never seen it before. Since it's a collapsing process, it probably won't last long. The situation was the worst. Taesan couldn't activate his apostle transformation due to cooldown. He had recovered his health and mana with potions, but his magical energy was completely exhausted. The shield was the same. Facing an unbeatable enemy in such a state was no different from suicide, but Taesan laughed. It had been a very long time since he was pushed to the edge like this. His agitation rose. Taesan kicked off the ground and rushed toward the apostle. He didn't plan to wait quietly until the enemy attacked. Taesan charged at the monster. The monster moved its head slightly and swung its gigantic claw. Taesan extended his sword. You have activated Flow. Flow was a skill that redirected everything he touched with his sword. The moment his sword touched the claw, the trajectory of the claw twisted. Woohoo, the monster howled. The trajectory which was about to twist was forcibly corrected by an overwhelming force. Taesan quickly twisted his arm, Kyung. The claw struck the wall. Taesan, who narrowly escaped, shook his arm. You received 1,130 damage. It wasn't a direct hit, just a graze, and yet such damage. Even distract is trampled by force. It wasn't impossible. Flow was a skill that twisted trajectories. In other words, if you could correct a twisted trajectory with force, it meant that an attack was possible. But until now, there was no one with overwhelming stats enough to do that. Woohoo! The monster howled and swung its claws. Taesan moved. You have activated mental acceleration. The claw barely missed Taesan's body. But he hadn't successfully evaded it. You received 123 damage. Even the aftermath of the attack was causing damage. This won't do. He couldn't wait for the collapse that might happen at any moment. There was a high chance that Taesan would die before that. Taesan decided he would try to attack. Taesan dashed. You have activated acceleration. The monster met Taesan with its claw. The claw, filling the entire room, rushed at Taesan with a rough sound. Quagic. Taesan stamped on the ground. He leaped into the air, evading the claw. Woohoo! The monster pulled back its arm. A claw flew from behind Taesan. Taesan stamped in the air again. You have activated mid-air leap. His body in the air dodged the claw. The monster raised its head. The ashen energy became a blade and rushed at Taesan. You have activated landing. Taesan's body forcibly landed on the ground. The ashen blade hits the wall, but there was still a considerable distance to the monster. Is this as far as I can go? Eventually, Taesan retreated. Woohoo! The monster swung its claws again. Just as the claws were about to reach, Taesan activated a skill. You have activated random blink. Taesan's body moved back to the position before he retreated. After getting as close as possible, he marked the spot. Then he distanced himself, waited for the monster's attack, and activated blink. The plan was successful. Taesan thrust his sword into the opened body of the monster. 102 damage to the fallen apostle. Taesan's eyes clouded. Even though his apostle transformation had ended, the monster too had lost its apostle rank due to soul descent. It could no longer block Taesan's damage. But even after using skills like Aura, Multiply, Acceleration, and Strong Blow, the damage was still only this level. It meant the monster's defense was unbelievably high. Woohoo! The monster moved violently. Just that was a disaster for Taesan, who was close. He swung his sword wildly to distance himself, but he couldn't completely avoid the swung claws. Kung, Kyuk, Taesan, struck by the claw, hit the wall of the labyrinth. You received 30-12 damage. What is this? The ghost was astonished. Taesan gritted his teeth, regained his posture, and dodged the following attack. The monster was attacking relentlessly, leaving no room for using potions. Taesan focused his mind. He avoided attacks as much as possible and looked for an opportunity to counter. But the situation was desperate. Even avoiding attacks, the aftermath still accumulated damage, and even if he managed to attack, he couldn't inflict significant damage on the monster. The ghost watched anxiously. No matter how much he thought of a way, there was no clear solution. The monster was slowly collapsing, but compared to Taesan's rate of exhaustion, it was painfully slow. The ghost started looking for a way to at least save Taesan's soul, but Taesan had not given up. He had faced desperate situations dozens of times before. Even before clearing the labyrinth, he had faced a grade B alone. Even in situations where everyone said victory was impossible, he won. Even when facing 2 S grades at the end, it was a situation that seemed impossible for him to win, but he did not give up and won once again. He had overcome all kinds of despair and irrationality to get here. If he were to give up in such a situation, he would never have made it this far. I need to be calm, especially now. From his experience, Taesan knew. Panicking in such a situation meant the end. Taesan calmed his heart. He settled his wavering mind and focused on one thing at a time. He began to focus. First, he gathered information about the opponent. Swordsmanship doesn't work. He was facing an opponent who crushed even flow with force. Counterattacks or consecutive attacks were obviously ineffective. There's no attack nullification, but there was endurance. He could withstand a single attack. The damage is modest but not bad. It was a good sign. If the damage struck, it meant he could kill it, just as he did in his past life against an S grade. He organized his thoughts one by one, creating a path to victory. So first, what should he do first? He didn't ponder for long. Taesan twisted his body to dodge the swung claw. Kuung. You received 105 damage. Even though he dodged perfectly, he still received damage from the aftermath. Perfect evasion. He didn't know how much health the apostle had, but it wasn't an enemy he could defeat quickly. To win a long battle, he first had to avoid taking damage. Woohoo! The monster's arm lifted. Taesan focused his mind. He observed the trajectory of the claw. He read the direction in which it was swung and understood the range of the aftermath it would cause. Taesan stamped his foot. Kwang the claw pressed down to the ground. The aftermath reached Taesan. You received 88 damage. The damage was slightly reduced. Taesan was not satisfied. To win, he needed to achieve perfect evasion. Woohoo! He focused even more, observing the monster's movements and the direction of its power. Seeing the arm swung as if to sweep the ground, he stamped his foot. You have activated mid-air leap. He soared to the ceiling. And immediately activated landing to land on the ground. Kuong, the claw struck the ceiling. Brick dust fell down. You received 54 damage. Proficiency has increased by 1%. The ghost realized it. The damage being inflicted was gradually decreasing. While the ghost was realizing this, Taesan was still fully concentrating. He observed the fluctuating movements of power. He figured out the trajectory of the swung claw. And read the range of the bursting aftermath. Kwang, you received 28 damage. Proficiency has increased by 1%. Information like increased proficiency or reduced damage wasn't entering Taesan's mind at the moment. He just concentrated on dodging the attacks. Kuong, you received 9 damage. Proficiency has increased by 1%. The damage had been reduced to single digits. The ghost couldn't hold back and exclaimed. Good, although it was a loud voice, Taesan didn't hear it. He was concentrating so much that he didn't even notice the increase in proficiency, but he instinctively realized it. He could see the monster's movements more clearly. No, more precisely, he was feeling something before the movement. He could sense the monster's intention. Woohoo! The monster howled. Before the monster's arm could properly move, Taesan had already stamped his foot. Kuong. The arm slashed in a completely different direction from Taesan. This time he perfectly dodged even the aftermath, receiving no damage. Good, Taesan smiled slightly. The first condition was cleared. Now it was time to meet the next condition. Taesan gradually shortened the interval of his evasions. Finally, after adjusting his movements, he perfectly dodged even the aftermath by a hair's breadth. After dodging the attack, Taesan thrust his sword into the monster's arm. 86 damage to the fallen apostle. Woohoo! The monster swung its arm. Taesan, who had already foreseen the attack, was out of its range. Kuong. Taesan continued to repeat evasion and attack. A tightrope fight where a single misstep, a slight error in judgment could cost his life. Taesan was familiar with it. His fights had always been like this, so he moved with concentration as always. Woohoo! Whether due to the accumulated damage or the passage of time, contrary to the ghost's expectation, the monster's collapse accelerated before Taesan fell. And Taesan saw it. The flickering pitch-black energy in the monster's head. And he felt it. This energy was suppressing the monster's collapse. He found the answer to win, but there was a problem: how to approach the monster. Sensing the crisis, the monster swung its body more violently and powerfully. It seemed impossible to approach, let alone dodge its attacks and get close. Taesan caught his breath. Gathering the remaining strength in his body, he made a decision. You have activated acceleration. Woohoo! The monster swung its arm violently. The speed was twice as fast as before. It whipped through the room like a lash, and Taesan dodged it all. He twisted his arm, ducked his body, and stamped on the ground. Woohoo! The monster brought both claws together and stabbed. The speed was unavoidable, and there was no need to avoid it. He had left a mark on the spot where he attacked the monster earlier. You have activated random blink. Taesan's body moved right in front of the monster's nose. Taesan raised his sword, and the monster didn't just watch. Woohoo! Hundreds of ashen blades sprung from the monster's body, all aiming at Taesan, and Taesan dodged them all. He didn't allow even a scratch, as if he had foreseen the future. The ghost swallowed hard, and Taesan thrust his sword into the monster's core. Ooh! The monster's entire body shook. For a moment, its body contorted, and the ashen energy began to disperse uneasily. But the monster didn't disappear easily. It stabbed Taesan with both of its claws. Taesan didn't dodge. You received 89.75 damage. Your endurance has activated. A fatal attack has been nullified. For 1 second, all damage is reduced to 0. Taesan exerted strength in his legs. The monster's core engulfed Taesan's sword. The monster hesitated. Eventually, the ashen energy exploded, scattering in all directions. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have won against an unbeatable enemy. Your health permanently increases by 1,000, mana by 300, strength by 120, agility by 100, and intelligence by 90. Your soul ascension has activated. Your health permanently increases by 1,200, mana by 200, strength by 140, agility by 130, and intelligence by 74. Your soul ascension has activated. Proficiency has increased by 6%. Sacred power proficiency has increased by 5%. The rank of apostle transformation Lakaratas increases by 1 level. Your soul ascension has activated. You have acquired the special activation skill Soul Descent. The special activation skill Soul Descent transforms due to soul ascension. You have learned the special activation skill Soul Conversion. You have obtained the source of apostle. Chapter 157. 34th level, Part 1. What the ghost who had been quiet suddenly made a fuss. You won, you actually won. Taesan sat down on the ground. He had no strength left in his entire body. It was even hard to move a finger. Although his physical condition returned to optimal with the level increase, his mental fatigue remained. How did you? The ghost was a mix of amazement and confusion due to Taesan's performance in the battle. Taesan raised his hand. Let's talk about it later, he needed to rest. Realizing this, the ghost belatedly closed its mouth. Taesan leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Sleep came instantly. When Taesan opened his eyes again, he asked, "What time is it?" About 12 hours have passed. That's a long time. It was the first time he had slept this long. Taesan first checked his physical condition. He was in perfect shape. After all, the body is restored to its best state when the level goes up. There couldn't be any problem. Wow, you actually defeated it. Honestly, I thought you'd fail. What would you have done if I had? Well, I guess I would have been thrown back for failing the quest. I wasn't too worried about you. Many gods showed interest in Taesan. If Taesan died, they would try to capture his soul to make a contract with him and make him their apostle. Besides, Taesan had a skill obtained by clearing a trial given by the god of proof, Pavsha. Special constant activation skill, the proven one's soul. You have won against another version of yourself. When you are on the brink of death, your soul will undergo Pavsha's trial. This skill was obtained when clearing Pavsha's trial of proof. However, he didn't know the exact effect of the skill. The trial could be almost impossible to clear, and he might not be resurrected in the worst case. Finishing the fight without using the skill was the best option. Anyway, he had won. Taesan looked down at his clenched fist. A stronger power was now residing in his body. A smile appeared on his lips. "Can I ask now?" Unable to contain its curiosity, the ghost spoke. "How did you dodge it?" "You were moving even before the monster attacked." The ghost had predicted Taesan would die before the monster's collapse ended because it seemed impossible to perfectly avoid its attacks. The aftermath alone was inflicting non-negligible damage, slowly wearing him down. The ghost thought Taesan would fall before the monster collapsed due to the slower depletion of his health. However, Taesan gradually reduced the damage and eventually even perfectly dodged the aftermath. Above all, the ashen blades created by the monster at the end. Taesan dodged all dozens of blades thrust at him simultaneously. Future prediction, or did you attain a higher rank? It's not that. Taesan shook his head. It was fundamentally different. Just, I saw it. What did you see? The monster's intention. He could sense the intention behind each attack and its location. The ghost fell silent. Is it that skill? Probably. Taesan opened the skill window. Concept skill, proficiency 36%. The power of will descends with, synchronized to see and feel the will of all things. Is obtained. The proficiency had increased tremendously. Moreover, seeing and feeling the will of all things was added to the description. This experience and the change in the skill description confirmed it. The skill enabled him to sense the will of all things. I never thought this skill would be so useful. He could sense the will before, but it was almost negligible. The difference between recognizing the will and the speed of action made using it impractical. Even though it had helped a bit in avoiding traps before, it was more of an intuition than a direct perception. But this time was different. He could perfectly dodge the attacks from the middle of the battle by reading the apostle's will before it even moved. The ghost, pondering with a hand on its chin, said, "It could be because it was a fallen apostle." "What do you mean?" "The apostle of the forgotten goddess you fought transformed its rank into power through soul descent. Its strength became incredibly powerful." Indeed, that was the case. Even though Taesan took a hit on purpose at the end, the damage was close to 9,000. Even in his best condition, it was nearly a fatal blow. Left with only strength and instinct, devoid of intelligence, its will intensified, plus your proficiency increased as you focused more during the fight. So it was a combination of various factors. Seems like it. Such specific conditions had to be met to read it. That's really hard to use. If the ghost was correct, it was a skill with demanding conditions and limited applicable targets. Still, thanks to it, he won against an enemy he would never have beaten otherwise. That alone proved the skill's worth. Taesan opened his status window. Kang Taesan. Level 80, Shield. 1029/1029. Health 12,220/12,220. Mana 1915/1915. Magic 186/186. Strength 3433. Intelligence 2973. Agility 3298. Attack power plus 482. Defense power plus 343. The target is in the best condition. Taesan smiled. The labyrinth provided rewards proportional to the difficulty. The status window before his eyes was proof of that. His health, which had never surpassed 10,000, had now easily exceeded it due to levels, skill rewards, and victory over formidable enemies. His strength and agility also surpassed the figure of 3,000. The ghost couldn't help but marvel. How can the stats of someone who hasn't even descended to the 50th floor be like this? Even the ghost found the stats unprecedented. Let's go back for now. That sounds good, it's scary what might come out next. The ghost agreed. Before leaving the enemy's territory, Taesan approached the statue of the goddess for the last time. Despite the monsters rampaging, the statue remained undamaged. It was unclear if the monsters instinctively protected the statue even in their mindless state. Taesan prayed to the statue of the goddess. The statue crumbled into dust and disappeared. You have prayed to a forgotten goddess. You have received the divine blessing of the soul of the nameless goddess. With this, everything was over. Taesan got up. Let's return. As they passed through the passage and returned to the labyrinth, Hafren was waiting with an anxious face. Oh, you're back. Seeing Taesan, he was delighted. I was worried when you didn't come back for a while. With your skills, there shouldn't have been a problem. I almost died. Almost died, Hafren's pupils shook. The strength you're feeling from outside, you should have been able to win easily, right? That was the case until halfway. Neither he nor the ghost had known that the apostle possessed the ability of soul strike drop. Anyway, I found what I was looking for. Taesan took out a materialized ashen aura from his inventory. Apostle's origin, the core containing the origin of a god's apostle, materialized by the eternal soul. Oh, Hafren couldn't hide his admiration. He took the apostle's origin with trembling hands. This is beyond my imagination. With this, it's definitely possible. His eyes shone. Hafren opened a space and put in the apostle's origin, then asked Taesan with flickering eyes. So what kind of equipment do you want? Taesan began to think. Normally, one would think of a weapon. It directly affects the damage output. However, Taesan, who possessed the Arak weapon technique, was a bit different. The attack power of all parts was integrated, and damage was dealt with regardless of which part was used to attack. For him, the value of a weapon was lower than for others. Of course, even so, a weapon was one of the priority choices since it was the equipment with the highest attack power. The ghost spoke to the pondering Taesan. Instead of a weapon, I recommend another part. There's something you can obtain from below. If no one has intercepted it, you'll be able to get the weapon I used to use. Influenced by the ghost's words, Taesan made his decision. Make it an accessory, specifically a ring. It was a safe choice since he could wear it immediately without any loss. What effect do you want for the ring? Obviously, attack power, make that the top priority. The Arak martial technique, it's a fascinating skill, got it. With these materials, I might be able to make a pair. Hafren seemed genuinely excited. How long will it take? At the very least, it'll take a month. Given the quality of the materials, it wasn't equipment that could be completed quickly. Taesan nodded, understanding that it was actually a short time thanks to Hafren's skill. I'll come back later then. I'll be looking forward to it. Hafren picked up his hammer with a face full of enthusiasm. Leaving the sound of the hammer ringing behind, Taesan left the forge. The quest was completely finished. Now it was time to check what he had gained. Divine blessing, blessing of the soul of the nameless goddess. A blessing of the goddess. Your soul has ascended to a higher status with the goddess's blessing. It's still in a very weak state to be called a divine blessing. Another blessing of a goddess obtained by praying to the statue of the goddess. This time, it was a blessing for the soul. Does an ascension in status mean I can damage apostles even without apostle transformation? It's possible. After all, apostles are entities elevated by gods. If so, it was a very useful skill. The duration of apostle transformation was extremely short, imposing a constraint to defeat the opponent within a limited time. This was alleviated by the goddess's blessing. It would be useful as he faced more high-level enemies in the future. And the proficiency of several skills had improved, changing their content. It was hard to find skills that changed content as their proficiency increased, but several skills changed after one battle. Firstly, the proficiency of the Arak martial technique finally increased. Top-tier skill, Arak martial technique. Proficiency 20%, a skill in handling weapons and the body. You have become skilled enough to transfer power without loss. It seems like the restriction on damage is gone. It seems so. This is insane. It meant that whether he used his feet or fists, 100% of the damage would be dealt. Taesan curled the corners of his mouth upwards. The change was significant, with just 20% proficiency, making him excited about the potential changes with higher proficiency. Proficiency became harder to increase as it got higher. Taesan set a goal to reach 40% proficiency before reaching the deeper layers. The sensory enhancement skill also changed. Special continuous activation skill. Sensory enhancement. Proficiency 80%. Senses are enhanced, allowing one to feel even invisible things better. You perceive everything within a certain range centered on yourself. True to the updated description, Taesan could feel everything happening within 2 meters of himself as if he were touching them. It rose faster than I thought. It hadn't been long since sensory enhancement reached 60%, but it had already reached 80%. It seemed that most of his recent battles relied on sensory enhancement, which was why it increased rapidly. And the proficiency of ability sword also increased. Advanced swordsmanship ability sword, proficiency 22%, a unique swordsmanship created by a maze explorer. Based on the maze system, it was created from the swordsmanship used by the prince of a world that has perished. It can be used by seamlessly combining several skills with swordsmanship. The content was the same as before. However, Taesan could notice the changes. So far, the skills that met the conditions of ability sword were acceleration, intensity, leap, dodge, counterattack, and continuous attacks. In fact, these skills had the condition ability sword in their descriptions. Now there were even more skills with conditions attached to them. He would have to check the detailed effects himself, but judging by the skills he had used so far, they should be quite valuable. And one more skill, I don't know about this one. The monster had triggered a soul descent. Taesan obtained soul descent by killing the monster, and that skill had transformed into an entirely different skill due to soul ascension. Chapter 158, 34th level, Part 2, Special Trigger Skill Soul Conversion, Proficiency 1%, converts the soul's energy into physical strength. The user loses their life after a certain period following its use. What? The ghost exclaimed in surprise upon reading the description. Lose life, not the soul, Taesan stroked his chin. The effect seemed similar to what the apostle of the goddess used. It was about converting the soul's energy into pure strength. However, the cost was slightly different from what the ghost described. Instead of soul damage, it was simply the loss of life. Is it because of soul ascension? Can it transform like this too? The ghost continued to mutter in confusion. From his perspective, it was an illogical story. Soul descent damaged one's soul but granted immense power. Taesan, who had easily defeated an active apostle, was nearly killed when facing an apostle who activated soul descent. The fall of the soul was a fair price for such power. And now it had changed to a cost of life. Still, it's a hefty price to pay. Whether it was life or soul, losing either meant death. Either way, further exploration of the labyrinth would be impossible. No, Taesan narrowed his eyes. Could it be possible? He recalled a skill he possessed, a skill given to him by Pavsha after clearing his trial. Special continuous trigger skill, the proven soul. You have triumphed over another version of yourself. When you face death, your soul will undergo Pavsha's trial. There was nothing certain. This skill might differ from his expectations, but it could be enough as his hidden card. Let's think about it later. It was a question with no answer for now. With life at stake, he couldn't test it casually. The first use had to be in a real battle. Yeah, let's do that, the ghost reluctantly agreed. Taesan continued his verification. There was a system window indicating that apostle transformation was also upgraded by soul ascension. Special trigger skill, apostle transformation Labyrinth. The power bestowed for the first time by the god of struggle and death after their own birth. For 20 minutes, gain a portion of the power possessed by Labyrinth's apostles. This skill cannot be used again for a day after activation. The duration had doubled from 10 to 20 minutes. Apostle transformation, a useful skill that boosts both the soul's energy and stats, was a welcome change. Apostle transformation, even that's transformed, the ghost moaned. Apostle transformation was a power directly given by a god. Specifically, a skill bestowed by Labyrinth, who governs 2 realms. Soul ascension was even interfering with such a skill. Is this even higher in level than I thought? As the ghost organized his thoughts, Taesan had also finished his analysis. Okay, Taesan clenched his fist. The apostle was a formidable opponent even for Taesan, requiring him to risk his life, but the reward was worth it. Having finished all his checks, Taesan proceeded through the labyrinth. 34th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 34th floor and pass through. Reward Hachaliah's ring. Secret reward. The monster on the 34th floor was a knight clad in black armor. A death knight? There's no aura of death. Just a lookalike, I guess. Clang, the black knight charged at him. Its longsword aimed for Taesan's neck, slicing through the air. Taesan lightly swung his sword. His blade clashed with the knight's. Crash. The knight was sent flying far away. Taesan walked calmly forward. The knight, staggering to regain its stance, charged again. Clank. This time the knight didn't get pushed back. It began a power struggle with Taesan. Planting his feet on the ground, he channeled strength throughout his body into the sword. The knight's sword held a power that a normal adventurer on the 34th floor couldn't easily shake off, but Taesan felt no pressure at all. Let's see how it has changed. The reason he didn't immediately defeat the knight was one. To check the effects of his transformed ability sword, Taesan exerted power into his sword. Under the applied force, the knight's knees bent and Taesan's sword rose above. You have activated landing. the power to suppress the knight momentarily amplified. The knight's knees hit the ground. Despite resisting, its body crouched and the sword slowly bent. Looking down at the knight, Taesan exerted more strength in his hand. Unable to withstand the force, the knight dropped its sword and split in half. So this is the feeling. The proficiency of the ability sword increased, transforming several skills. One of them was landing, special trigger skill landing, mana consumption 2, proficiency 5%, grounds the body from midair. Requirement advanced sword technique ability sword. When your sword is higher than the opponent's weapon, strike them down powerfully. He realized its meaning through direct use. Similar yet different from leap. Leap was a skill that allowed a powerful upward strike when below the opponent. The difference lay in whether one was below or above, though the descriptions were similar. Taesan moved to the next room to experiment with another knight. This time he leaped over the knight's head and activated landing. Boom! Even in a situation where proper force couldn't be applied, the skill was activated without a problem. The knight's body was crushed under the weight of the striking sword. Observing the entire process, Taesan's eyes shone. Unlike leap or strong blow, the skill was activated without Taesan exerting any force. He could deliver a proper attack even in situations without a footing. The condition that the sword must be positioned higher than the opponent's weapon existed, but given the nature of the skill, it was a condition that naturally had to be overcome. There was no major issue. Having completed his checks, Taesan moved on to find another enemy. The change wasn't just in the landing skill. In the next room, a knight charged at him. You have activated mitigation. Crack. Taesan's sword collided with the knight's. He frowned. He exerted force in his sword, repelling the knight and checking the mitigation skill. Special trigger skill mitigation. Mana consumption 30, proficiency. 1% reduces the ratio of damage taken. The reduction is still quite minimal. Requirement advanced sword technique ability sword. If the swords collide, it slightly reduces the strain on your sword. Is this really working? Can you even notice such a difference at this level? The ghost spoke as if it were obvious. The changed mitigation skill reduced the strain on his sword. It was a skill that prevented being easily overpowered even when facing a stronger enemy. However, the difference in strength between him and the knight was overwhelmingly in his favor. He couldn't ascertain the skill's effect against such a weak opponent. What a waste! Taesan sliced through the charging knight in one strike. Looks like I won't be able to check the other changes either. There were more changed skills. But at this level, it was difficult to verify their proper effects. Should I check them next time? That seems like a good idea. Taesan nodded and moved forward. Taesan had become stronger. He had gained numerous powers by passing through the battleground of the gods and defeating the apostle of the forgotten goddess. Already strong, he had become even more formidable. Now the monsters on the 34th floor were no match for him. Even normal attacks couldn't be blocked, and a mere swing put them in a near-death state. In fact, there was no need to even use his sword. How trivial and unexpected side effect. The current labyrinth no longer offered him any thrill. Taesan effortlessly cleared the floor and contacted other players for the first time in a while. Lee Taeyeon solo. We are currently working on the 12th floor. Kang Taesan solo. Oh, that's faster than I thought. The last time they talked, they were raiding the 10th floor, so he thought they would be on the 11th floor by now, but they were already on the 12th. Much faster than expected, Lee Taeyeon clarified the answer to his question. Lee Taeyeon solo, it's all thanks to you, Taesan. Kang Taesan solo, my doing. Lee Taeyeon solo, the blessing of struggle and death. It really made us stronger. Kang Taesan solo, that. Lee Taeyeon solo, yes, it's been incredibly helpful. Lakaratas gave them the blessing when Taesan defeated a grade B monster, the talent of struggle and death. The talent for death was mentioned, but its meaning was hard to understand. The important aspect was the talent for struggle. The process of battle had definitely changed. Taesan, now more skilled and faster, realized that the change must be even more significant for others. Reminded of this, he also contacted Kim Yoongjun, who echoed similar sentiments. Thanks to the talent of struggle and death, they could break through much faster than before. Yoongjun hard, Hyung, do you know about it? Kang Taesan solo, know about what? Yoongjun hard, about the people in other modes. Kang Taesan solo, I don't know, I'm not really interested. At that moment, Taesan was conversing with Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, and Kim Yoongjun, not using the community, so he wasn't aware of the situation there. Yoongjun hard, you don't know, huh? Kang Taesan solo, don't know what, explain. Yoongjun hard, well, how should I put this? Simply put, people are worshipping you. Taesan paused. Kang Taesan solo. What did you say? Lee Taeyeon solo, huh? You haven't checked yet. Kang Taesan solo, why would I watch what they're blabbering about? He had not paid any attention to the community as it held no value for him. Lee Taeyeon solo, then check it out when you have time. It might not be a problem, but ignorance could lead to issues. Kang Taesan solo, alright, oh right. Lee Taeyeon solo, anything else? Kang Taesan solo. You passed the 10th floor, right? Lee Tion solo, yes, then it was about time for her to meet the Guides of Sin. Kang Taesan solo, if someone claiming to be the Guides of Sin appears, it's better to do as I say. It wasn't the best method, but it was a way to solve the problem for now. Hearing Taesan's explanation, they groaned. Lee Taehyun solo, do we have to do that? Kang Junhyun solo, I don't like it, but Kang Taesan solo, even if you don't like it, there's no other way. You can't do what I do, so it can't be helped. They reluctantly agreed, though somewhat begrudgingly. After finishing the explanation, Taesan closed the window and opened the community. He fell silent. Han Nara easy. Where might Kang Taesan have reached now? Kim Sane normal. Maybe he's past the 50th floor. He must have at least reached that far. Han Nara easy. We just have to wait. He will save us. After briefly scanning the community, Taesan turned it off. Looking any further seemed like it would muddle his mind. What's going on? What's the matter? Nothing much, Taesan explained to the ghost. After listening quietly, the ghost spoke. It doesn't seem like anything unusual. Really. As you said, if every human obtained the talent of struggle and death, that's a great feat. People naturally worship those who accomplish such feats, especially if it benefits them. Is that so? This life was certainly different from the previous one. Back then, he was the only strong one, but now he had helped all humans become stronger. It should be fine. It was just worship, nothing direct. Taesan cleared his mind and continued to conquer the labyrinth. Even moving slowly, he soon arrived at the boss room. Just as he was about to enter, swoosh, space split open. Black energy swirled out, forming a shape. Taesan stopped and watched the formation. Hello, my child, it's been a while. The demon god revealed herself. Chapter 159, 35th level, Guides of Sin. Part 1, I enjoyed watching your battles. The woman sitting in the chair showed a smile. It was a smile like one who is happy to see the growth of their own child. Although I was slightly disappointed that there was nothing related to me in those battlefields, I was still quite satisfied. That's good to hear. He had borne the nuisance and even went into their territory to fight. The demon god, smiling, looked at Taesan and tilted her head. You've changed. What do you mean? She leaned forward, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Taesan. What's this? Where did you get such a strange thing? She spoke in a puzzled tone. There's a power directly intervening with your soul. It's dangerous but powerful, strange. Such a thing isn't easily obtained. Don't you know, demon god, I am certainly a great god, I know a lot and can do much, but I am not omnipotent, even a god can't know everything. The demon god grumbled. Taesan realized something from her words, the realm of the forgotten goddess. Even gods could not notice what happened there. But it's not bad, dangerous, but with that power you can become stronger. And then my power will also grow. What does my getting stronger have to do with you becoming stronger? Taesan was not an apostle of the demon god, he was not one of her devout followers. Despite no apparent connection, the demon god spoke as if she and Taesan were related. Instead of answering, the devil subtly changed the topic. I'll explain why I came here. Before that, about what you just said. The reason I came here is simple. The demon god cut off Taesan's words. Seeing she had no intention of explaining, Taesan also remained silent. She then, with a playful expression, began to speak. You've become strong, her black pupils shone, too strong, faster and stronger than I expected. She said this with an ambiguous expression. It's good, but too fast. I thought you would gain this much power only after more time had passed. Even Taesan himself thought his growth was faster than expected. The biggest factor was his victory over the apostle of the forgotten goddess. He gained 4 levels in one battle and obtained rewards through soul ascension as well as the rewards for defeating such a strong opponent. So it seemed unfair and I advanced it a bit. What do you mean? When you enter the 35th floor, there will be beings called the 4th Order Guides waiting for you. Taesan realized why she had descended. It was a kind of balance patch. If Taesan continued to grow stronger and reach the 40th floor, he could deal with the 4th Order Guides without any problem. So before that, she wanted him to fight the guides at a stage where the fight could still be challenging. That was the demon god's judgment. Taesan nodded his head. Understood. It wasn't bad news for Taesan. The sooner he faced them, the more he could gain. Satisfied with Taesan's decisive answer, she chuckled. Yes, become that strong. And someday I hope you come to my side. There's someone waiting for you. With a laugh, the presence of the demon god faded away. Then farewell, I hope to see you deeper next time. Until we meet again, Taesan spoke his farewell. The ghost, quietly observing, murmured, it's the first time she has shown such emotion to a human. Probably so. When she first met him, the demon god had said that she was not interested in what was not hers. She didn't place value on humans. Thinking about it, that was quite a change. Once the god's presence completely vanished, Taesan moved. He first found a secret room, bypassed the traps, and gathered rewards. Ancient King's Robe, Defense plus 40. A robe worn by a great king from an era now only in records. Magical treatments to protect the king are left only as remnants. It was a fairly useful robe. Taesan then headed to the boss. He swung his sword at the charging knight of pitch black. Crunch. The knight blocked Taesan's sword, but due to the overwhelming difference in strength was slammed to the ground. Taesan raised his sword again. The knight hurried to resist, but it was already too late. Crunch, Taesan's sword swung several times. You have defeated the boss of the 34th floor. Basic reward Ring of Hathuria obtained. You have discovered the hidden element of the 34th floor. Reward obtained. It was a floor clearance reward he hadn't seen in a while. Taesan checked the ring. Ring of Hathuria, health plus 100, mana plus 10, attack plus 15, defense plus 15, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, intelligence plus 10. A ring worn by Hathuria in their mortal days, now a vanished god. The resonance of someone who ascended to greatness remains. A decent ring that increased all abilities. Taesan replaced a dull-colored ring that added 20 to health. I'm finally taking off this ring. It was a ring given by Anjar when they first met. Since rings took a long time to change one by one due to the many slots, he has been using them until now. He felt removing a gift might upset Anjar, but he would understand. Used, Belt of the Hidden Snake in the Dwelling obtained. Belt of the Hidden Snake in the Dwelling, defense plus 40, agility plus 30, made from the skin of a snake that was beaten to death while hiding in deep places. The snake will remember its own death. The description makes one feel uneasy, Taesan murmured as he put on the belt. Though not exceptionally powerful, belts were hard to come by, making it a decent piece of equipment. All right, Taesan relaxed his shoulders and headed towards the 35th floor. 35th floor quest started. Defeat the boss of the 35th floor and pass through. Reward helmet filled with madness. Secret reward. As he descended the stairs, the shopkeeper spoke to him. There are some pests waiting outside. I'll deal with them soon. Good, get rid of them quickly, they're annoying. Taesan passed by the shop. After drawing his sword, he opened the door. Over 10 people were waiting for him. The first thing he felt was pressure. Their gazes and aura bore down on Taesan. Not bad. At this level, adventurers from the 30th floor wouldn't even be able to resist and would kneel. But to Taesan they posed no threat. As Taesan looked at them expressionlessly, the man at the front groaned. Is the story true? Hello, you have activated reconnaissance. Kaziat, level 84. Health. 6213. Equipped weapon, sword, magic. His level was 4 higher than Taesan's, however his health was only about half of Taesan's. Move aside. A man with a wolf-like demeanor stepped forward from behind them. I'll go first. Arbin, he's strong, I understand your feelings, but we must proceed as planned. Shut up. The man called Arbin growled like a beast. We reached the 40th floor. And now we have to join forces against an adventurer who has just arrived on the 35th floor. Don't make me laugh, he roared, his rough voice echoing in the room. I won't accept this. Arbin activated the red mane wolf. Arbin immediately charged at Taesan. Like a beast, he leaped forward on all fours, baring his teeth. Quite fast, Taesan moved his hand and grasped Arbin's head. He did this incredibly calmly, as if he was merely drinking water. They all thought for a moment that they had seen wrong. Wah, what? Arbin, regaining his senses, roared and swung his claws. The air split with his fierce attack. But Taesan, without changing his expression, blocked all the attacks. Are you done? Taesan swung his sword. Arbin's chest was sliced. Arbin took 1,060 damage. What? The onlookers were astonished. The damage exceeded their expectations. Taesan didn't stop. Seeing a good opportunity, he quickly broke Arbin's arm and slammed him to the ground. Ka! Arbin activated the beast's howl. An emotional roar engulfed Taesan. Indifferently shaking it off, Taesan thrust his sword into Arbin's chest. This can't be. Arbin died like that. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. Just one down, Taesan murmured as he got up. Kaziat was staring at Taesan, his eyes wide open. Arbin died this easily. Arbin was strong. Before entering the labyrinth, he boasted of being the most talented among the powerful Red Wolf clan known as warriors. Even stronger now than when he first came to the labyrinth, it was unbelievable that such an Arbin died so easily. We should stick to the plan. You don't have the luxury to ponder so leisurely, Taesan smiled. If he had decided to kill them, he could have done it immediately. He didn't because waiting for them to prepare would yield more gains. They're truly weak. They would likely be stuck on the 40th floor for decades, perhaps even a century. This was the end of those who lost their fighting instincts and tension. Go ahead, what have you prepared? We are strong, Kaziat said. It wasn't a lie. They all had power that even emperors of the outside world couldn't dare confront. But you are stronger than us. Even if we all attack together, we can't beat you. Kyung, the labyrinth trembled. A huge magic circle was drawn on the floor of the labyrinth. Kaziat's eyes glowed red. The power from the guides of sin flowed out and gathered in Kaziat. Taesan knew this was a convergence of power. Oh, Kaziat groaned, unable to hide his emotions. The power of 10 Fourth Order guides dwelled in him. Kaziat exhaled, gathering the power. The guides who transferred their power to him were all exhausted and collapsed. Good, Kaziat gripped his sword. Die, Kaziat charged. His speed was incomparable to Arbin's and even difficult for Taesan to follow with his eyes. Taesan quickly drew his sword. Kagagagak, their blades clashed. Kaziat, who had moved behind Taesan, leaped again, aiming for Taesan's back. Tap, Taesan quickly turned and blocked it. Kagagak, Kaziat's and Taesan's swords collided. In the clash, Taesan was the one pushed back. Landing on the ground, Taesan recalled the power felt through the sword. He's strong, the opponent is a formidable enemy. You can't beat me, I have the power of them all, Kaziat, excited, spread his arms. Around the room, 10 guides of sin lay collapsed. The magic circle seemed to focus on one person, transferring all the power to him. Simply put, Kaziat's power surpassed even the Forgotten Apostle before activating soul dissension. But that's all, then there's no problem. Chapter 160, 35th Level Guides of Sin, Part 2. Taesan created a distance and thrust his sword into the magic circle drawn on the ground. Clang, the sword scraped the ground. But there was no damage to the magic circle, so this method won't work. This magic circle is etched into the labyrinth itself. Without the power to damage the labyrinth, destruction is impossible, Kaziat shouted in anger and charged. Taesan chuckled lightly. A magic circle engraved in the labyrinth itself. It was impossible for a fourth-tier adventurer to do that. So this much interference is allowed, Taesan quickly twisted his body. Wish. The wind brushed past Taesan. Ha ha ha, Kaziat burst into excited laughter. Great power filled his body. Even the previous 5 who attacked together wouldn't match this strength. I am strong. With this power, he believed he could kill Taesan. Kaziat attacked, confident in this belief. A stagnating adventurer who had descended to the 40th floor. His movements became smoother, quickly adapting to the newfound strength and agility. HMPH, Taesan gripped his sword with both hands and struck down. You have activated strong blow. Boom, Taesan, who collided with Kaziat's charging sword, was pushed back 5 steps, and Kaziat was pushed back 2 steps. 5 steps and then 2, that was the difference between Kaziat and his power. Even with strong blow, I'm being pushed back. As Taesan calmly assessed the situation, Kaziat was in shock, his eyes wide open. I'm being pushed back. The strength of 10 adventurers from the 40th floor resided within him. Although there was some degradation in the transfer of power, it was still a force far beyond the 40th floor. Yes. That's right, the opponent was an entity that had successfully dealt with the leaders, even with the devil's direct endorsement. Kaziat calmed his excited heart. With a settled gaze, he charged at Taesan. Kaziat has activated Frost Arrow. Sizzle, extreme cold air drew patterns in the void. Taesan was not flustered by the approaching Frost Arrow. He had already scouted and confirmed that the enemy used both sword and magic. Probably that's why he was chosen, sword and magic. The ability to use both, allowing him to face any situation, was likely why he was chosen to fight Taesan. You have activated Frost Arrow. Frost Arrow formed in front of Taesan, colliding with the incoming one. Crash, Taesan's Frost Arrow shattered the opponents. Kaziat, who couldn't have imagined such an outcome, hastily swung his sword. Clang. The Frost Arrow shattered upon hitting the sword. Even my magic is being overpowered. Proficiency in magic was usually correlated with time. Kaziat's magic proficiency was at 29%, which was not low at all. He was among the top in the 4th-tier adventurers. Kaziat's plan to dominate using magic crumbled into pieces. Taesan raised his sword, definitely stronger. His swordsmanship was also not bad. In addition, he also had the ability to use magic and was superior in strength and agility compared to Taesan. If Taesan hadn't fought the Apostle of the Forgotten Goddess, he would have had a hard time against him. But not anymore. His opponent's strength and agility were superior. A regular fight wouldn't do. Having already defeated the Apostle, Taesan knew how to approach this. Deciding, Taesan stomped his foot. The moment Taesan started charging, Kaziat quickly responded. Boom, sword clashed with sword. Naturally, Taesan was pushed back. The absolute difference in strength couldn't be narrowed. However, having strength alone didn't guarantee victory. Whirring, 4 arrows sprang from Taesan's body. What is this? Kaziat gasped and quickly swung his sword. The arrows dodged skillfully, aiming for his entire body. Kaziat's agility was superior to Taesan's. It would be unthinkable for him not to dodge the arrows that even Taesan could evade. Moreover, with Kaziat's strength, he wouldn't be pushed back much. The damage was only 1, so fighting while taking hits wouldn't be an issue. But Kaziat didn't know the arrows only caused 1 damage. Unaware of this, Kaziat had no choice but to dodge the arrows as much as possible, and this restricted his movements. As a result, Taesan was able to pull Kaziat into his preferred range. Taesan focused all his attention on Kaziat. Clang. Their swords collided. Kaziat tried to push Taesan away by putting force into his sword. Clang. At that moment, Taesan twisted his arm, redirecting the sword's path. Kaziat's body staggered as he was about to exert force. Taesan didn't miss this opportunity. Crunch. Kaziat took 753 damage. Grr, Kaziat gritted his teeth. He tried to push Taesan away with his shoulder, firmly planting his feet on the ground. Just as he was about to make a move, Taesan stomped the ground. His sword dropped towards Kaziat's head. Kaziat, who was bracing his shoulder, hastily raised his sword. Boom! Kaziat blocked the descending sword and twisted his mouth. In this situation, he was much stronger in terms of power. Moreover, Taesan was in the air, making it difficult to control his body. Kaziat tried to throw Taesan off, exerting force on his sword. You have activated landing. Boom! Kaziat groaned. An unbearable weight was transmitted through his sword. The effect of landing, transformed by the ability sword, was to strike down powerfully when above the opponent. Due to the effect of landing transformed by the ability sword, Kaziat was caught off guard. Kaziat eventually had to withdraw. It was a move accepting loss and he had to pay the price. Taesan pierced Kaziat's chest with his sword. Kaziat took 840 damage, and then slashed at his thigh with another sword. Kaziat, enduring the pain, tried to kick Taesan, but Taesan stepped on Kaziat's foot first. No matter how superior in stats, the difference wasn't that immense. If he stopped the force before it was fully transmitted, that was enough. What? Kaziat was furious. Every time he tried to act, he was suppressed and counterattacked. It was as if his thoughts were being read. And it was somewhat true. Taesan could see Kaziat's will. Kaziat tried to push Taesan away by slamming down his sword, and Taesan could read his movement before it even started. Taesan immediately responded. He approached Kaziat, eliminating any space for him to raise his sword. Kaziat, in confusion, tried to punch, but Taesan dodged and stabbed him. Eventually, Kaziat had no choice but to retreat with only losses. Taesan laughed. He's stronger, yet at a disadvantage. The concept skill of reading will wasn't perfect yet. When Taesan first met the 4th-tier guide, he couldn't see their will, perhaps due to their lower level. But Kaziat had received the power of 10 4th-tier adventurers at once. In terms of simple stats, he was far beyond the 50th floor. And like the Apostle, the stronger the power became, the stronger the will embedded in it, allowing Taesan to read it. Then it became simple. If he could predict the actions, he could strategize against them. Taesan continued to attack Kaziat. Of course, Kaziat didn't just take it passively, a rotten 4th-tier adventurer. Realizing that Taesan could read his actions, he changed his approach. Clang, 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 swinging his sword wildly, he cast magic indiscriminately in all directions. He attempted an unavoidable attack. It was effective. Taesan couldn't block everything and allowed some hits. Your first attack nullification has been activated. But they weren't significant hits. Taking advantage of the moment when nullification was activated, Taesan pierced Kaziat's neck. Kaziat clutched his throat and retreated. What is this? How? He yelled furiously, but nothing changed. The guides who had transferred all their power and were lying down cursed. What are you doing? You took our power and this is what you do. Shut up. Kaziat swung his sword roughly. Taesan dodged and stabbed. After that, it was straightforward. Kaziat's attacks, having lost his reason, were very simple. Without needing to read his will, Taesan dodged and stabbed. After a 30-minute battle, Kaziat fell. My victory. You have won against Kaziat. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. His stats soared. He also gained new skills. Taesan cleared the system window and moved on. He stabbed his sword into the chests of those who were yelling. You came prepared, right? Then accept it gracefully. After finishing off the rest, his level increased by a total of 3. Kang Taesan, level 83, shield 1259/1259, health 14,520/14,520, mana 21.5/21.5. Magi 193/193, Strength 3743, Intelligence 3373, Agility 35.5, Attack Power plus 482, Defense plus 343. The target is in optimal condition. His health increased by 2,000, stats nearly rose by 400. Altogether, they were much weaker than a single apostle, but the large number possibly contributed to the high increase. I wish they would keep coming. Still, it wasn't easy. It would have been much harder if you hadn't read their will. That's true. Reading their will and preemptively suppressing their actions allowed him to gain a lot during the battle. Without that, victory wouldn't have been so easy. Moreover, you gained stats disproportionate to your skills and couldn't properly collect their will. Congratulations on your victory, but don't let your guard down. As you go lower, you'll meet foes whom you can't dominate like this. Of course, composure was indeed the greatest virtue in the labyrinth. Taesan calmed his excitement. You deliberately didn't use apostle transformation, right? I didn't need to use it. There was no value in using apostle transformation. Not using it was more beneficial as it allowed him to learn and gain more. The ghost watched him with satisfaction. In truth, it was an extraordinary achievement. Even excluding his previous actions, a 34th floor adventurer defeating a 4th-tier adventurer, especially one with various buffs, without much trouble was remarkable. Although he had skills weren't everything, how the person used them was more important. It was a feat worth boasting, but Taesan remained coolly self-aware. Yes, you keep progressing like that. The ghost hoped Taesan would tread paths even the ghost hadn't and achieve what it couldn't. Eventually, the ghost found itself wishing for that more than revenge. Unknowingly, the ghost was projecting itself onto Taesan. Taesan checked his newly acquired skills. Basic inheritance skill Red Mane Wolf. Mana consumption. 30. Proficiency 1%. Transform into a noble-blooded red wolf, currently unable to transform due to lack of special blood. A skill to transform into a werewolf. Like the previously acquired skills, it was currently unusable for him. It was uncertain whether the special blood required could be found in the labyrinth. After a brief look, he checked other skills. Special continuous activation skill Power of the Grasp. Proficiency. 1%. The power in your fingertips becomes stronger. Was there such a skill? I haven't seen this one either. Taesan skeptically checked the effect of the skill. Indeed, a bit more power was felt at his fingertips compared to before. How do you get this? Even Taesan, who had acquired skills under various conditions, didn't know about this one. So many different skills. Indeed, the labyrinth was vast. Perhaps the skills he knew were just a small fraction. What skills could he gain in the future? He also needed to regain the skills he had lost. There was much to do. Taesan continued to check the new skills. Not long after, the news of Taesan defeating a fourth-tier adversary spread to the leadership of the Guides of Sin. Chapter 161. 36th level The Hunchback Pursuing Twisted Mysteries. Part 1. I have been defeated. Inside the dark corridor, the gems in front of those gathered in the darkness were all shattered. The shattering of the gems, each connected to someone's life, signified someone's death. A flame that formed the shape of a woman frowned. What happened? Collide. What are you talking about? A clear voice rang out. An old man, annoyance etched on his face, slammed his wooden staff on the floor. Are you trying to shift the blame to me? Did your magic activate properly? It definitely did. My eyes cannot be avoided. The old man hit the floor again with his staff, sending an unpleasant sound through the room. It's just that the guy was stronger. Even though it's a lower floor, the fourth-tier adventurers' combined strength of 10 men lost. Don't blame me. That's just how it was. The old man scowled unpleasantly. He's a strong one, my magic activated, but it couldn't last long. They groaned, falling into thought. Could they, who have overcome numerous hardships and reached the deeper levels, defeat an enemy with the combined strength of 10 fourth-tier adventurers while still on the 35th floor? It was hard to spit out an easy answer. The Lion King spoke. This is troublesome. The fourth-tier adventurers had been annihilated, and Taesan was on the 35th floor. It meant that he could descend to the 40th floor without any hindrance. Is there no way? Collide? There isn't, the old man answered promptly. The Lion King furrowed his brow. Really, it's not there because I say it isn't. The old man swung his staff with an irritated voice. This is already a loophole. A magic circle established with the permission of the demon god. The demon god allowed only minimal interference. An ordinary fourth-tier guide couldn't stop Taesan at all, but there were limits to that as well. The magic circle the old man spread on the 35th floor was just within those limits. Or are you thinking of finding a way to evade the demon god's eyes? A novel way to commit suicide? The old man sneered, and the Lion King closed his mouth. There were things that shouldn't be done even if Taesan was to be obstructed, and one of them was trying to deceive the demon god. This is very troublesome. If only we had observed the battle, we could have learned a lot. The bewitching woman muttered as if regretting. They had not seen Taesan's battle with the fourth-tier guides at all. There's nothing we can do if the demon god doesn't allow it. The reason for their lack of observation was because of the demon god. The demon god allowed their interference but did not permit them to watch the battle. Therefore, they had no idea how the battle unfolded and how it ended. This was very fortunate for Taesan, after all. Taesan's battle style benefited greatly when his opponents lacked information about him. Attack nullification, ability sword, and numerous other magic and skills. All of these were unpredictable to the opponents, causing them to panic and be unable to respond. Had the leaders observed and analyzed Taesan's combat, they could have roughly understood it. At least, they would have surely recognized the attack nullification and ability sword. Taesan didn't know, but the demon god had unknowingly aided him greatly. A legitimate way under the demon god's permission. The Lion King tapped his fingers on the table. The answer was not easy to come by. The Spirit King spoke. What about calling him, the demon child who is currently descending here? The Lion King realized who the Spirit King was referring to. Quand, a demon not restricted by rank like others, had been allowed by them to aim for the deeper levels after a long time because they saw potential in him. Empowered by their expectations, he had already broken through the 50th floor and was expected to join them someday. He might be able to. This demon had permission to reach the deep layers. His power was incomparable to that of a guide on the same floor. Would the demon god allow it? Gods always want to test mortals, and if her own child asks, there's a high chance she won't refuse. They began to converge on the idea of sending Kwand up. Ambracia, who had been quietly listening, spoke up as they watched. Just so you know, if Kwand fails too, there won't be any more methods left. They fell silent. As Ambracia said, Kwand was very strong, having received their permission to reach the deep layers. And the labyrinth granted many rewards for defeating the strong. If Taesan defeated Kwand and gained stronger abilities and new powers, he might become so strong that they could no longer handle him. The opposite is also true. If Kwand wins, he will become stronger. He will rapidly descend to where we are. Chances of success 50-50. They couldn't make a decision easily as they didn't fully grasp Taesan's strength. Someone spoke in the silent corridor. I've decided. It was the first time this man had spoken. As he spoke, everyone focused on him as if deferring to the most exceptional among them. Ambracia, me again, I feel like a mere errand boy, Ambracia grumbled. The man spoke indifferently. Call Kwand here, Klang, a knight in red armor charged. Taesan raised his hand. You have activated the distorted barrier. Space warped around Taesan. The knight swung his sword down and was repelled. The knight continued to disrupt the space afterward. Cracks started to form in the space, but it held up quite well. Not bad. Taesan defeated the knight and checked the magic. Elementary magic distorted barrier. Mana consumption. 50, proficiency 1%, creates a distortion in space around the user to block attacks, can only block attacks below a certain level. It was another skill Taesan had acquired while dealing with the guides. There were limitations, but the results of his experiments showed that it could easily block attacks from monsters on the 35th floor. Even with his current proficiency, it seemed sufficient to use up to the 40th floor. Having finished checking, Taesan continued to move forward. He defeated the knights he encountered, entered secret rooms to claim rewards, and headed toward the boss. The boss was no match either. The knight in crimson armor was faster and stronger than other monsters, but that was it. He couldn't withstand Taesan's attacks for even a moment and fell. Too easy. It wouldn't make sense if it were difficult. Now the floor wasn't the issue. With his current state, it was highly likely that he could reach the end of the 4th tier without any difficulty, unless it was a trial from a god or another guide. It was hard to provide any stimulation to Taesan. It's comfortable, but something felt lacking. If it was this easy, it meant it was hard to get a normal reward. I want to learn new magic soon. He wished for something new to come along. The guides probably won't interfere for a while. At least nothing will happen until the 40th floor. Probably. The demon god wouldn't allow the sending down of all the 5th-tier adventurers, and it was impossible for one or two to defeat Taesan. They would gather their full strength and exert it when the time came. The ghost thought so, and Taesan agreed. Taesan checked his clear rewards. First was the secret reward, Ring of Deep Scars. Attack power +2. A ring with a terrible scar engraved. The aura of the one who inflicted the scar curses everything that comes close. The attack power was quite good. In fact, it was an exceptional piece of equipment, but it didn't seem that significant to Taesan. Then the floor clear reward. Helm of Contained Madness. Strength +30, defense +50, action speed +4%. A helm once given by the god of madness to his follower. It once drenched the continent in blood. Now the madness is almost gone. Damage increases when consumed by madness, high strength and defense. And it was a helm. Head protection was hard to come by, so its value was high since Taesan was still using what he got from Death Knight. Used, obtained armor filled with hatred. Armor filled with hatred, strength +50, defense +80. Armor once given by the god of hatred to his follower. The wearer was hated by all and died. Now the hatred is almost gone. Damage increases when consumed by hatred. It's been a while since I changed my armor. The change in armor significantly increased his defense, and there was something unexpected. You have worn the armor filled with hatred and helm of contained madness simultaneously. Additional strength 20, agility 20 increased. When consumed by hatred and madness, emotional outburst is activated. A set effect, Taesan's eyes sparkled. From what he had seen in the store before, wearing certain items together provided additional effects. The equipment Taesan had obtained this time was of that kind. Do these kinds of sets appear more often the deeper I go? They're rare but do appear. There are constraints since wearing more than 2 items is mandatory, but the effects are correspondingly powerful. I wonder if there are more sets. With anticipation, Taesan continued down to the next floor. Quest of Floor 36 started. Defeat the boss of the 36th floor and pass through. Reward, bracelet containing a fragment of a core. Secret reward. The monsters on the 36th floor were knights similar to before. If the 35th floor had red knights, this time they were blue. It reminds me of the battlefield of the gods. There 2 blue and red armored knights were fighting. Taesan muttered and moved forward. Like before, there were no significant obstacles, and soon he found an altar. You have discovered the ruins of the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries. First discovery bonus. Mana plus 50, mana 50. Not a bad reward. These ruins were different from the altars of the gods seen before. If there was a single structure at the altar, this time the whole room seemed to be transformed into a structure, fitting the name ruins. The condition of the room wasn't great. Pinkish slime crawled on the walls and the floor was sticky like a swamp, and the quality of the power felt different. The power of the gods was clear and distinct, even though it felt different. Perhaps because they each had a domain, there was an absolute will that did not tolerate anything else. But there was no such sense here. Instead, it was filled with a greedy aura that wanted to engulf everything and make it its own. The hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries, an immortal. Immortal, didn't I tell you before there are transcendents who manage their domains and those who don't? Was that so? It was too long ago, so he couldn't quite remember. The ghost said with a wry smile. Back then we weren't meant to meet for long. Originally, the ghost was an NPC who would part ways after capturing the sage on the 10th floor. So naturally, Taesan hadn't expected to take on a new quest and journey this far with it. And I thought we wouldn't meet immortals for a while since you need to go quite deep. But here we are. What's the difference? The ghost spoke with a hint of nostalgia, and Taesan asked, what's common among the gods you've met so far? Each had their own domain. The god of strife and death, Labyrinth. The god of victory, Balthazar. The god of choice, Maria, all had their own domains. Transcendence are the last stage a mortal can reach. It's a position hard to attain even over hundreds of years. And those who reach such a position all have their own caliber they've built up. Those who became transcendents all had exceptional talents. However, talent alone was not all that was needed to ascend to the status of a god. If you consider the gods you've met so far, you'll understand. Taesan recalled his experiences. The god of victory wanted Taesan to seek victory. The god of choice desired Taesan to overcome the opposite of choice, and the god of strife and death wished for strife. The god of the sword demanded proof through the sword, and the god of proof required Taesan to prove himself through combat. Each had demanded achievements in their respective domains from Taesan. Taesan realized something. So that's the path that made them gods. Right, a being that transcends from mortality, taking charge of the very domain they've excelled in. That's what a god is, but immortals are different. They are beings lacking that stature, the ghost explained calmly. They may have the power to reach transcendence, but they lack the necessary stature. Unable to build it up, they don't receive a domain. Hence, they don't reach the position of a transcendent. That's what immortals are. Chapter 162, 36th level, The Hunchback Pursuing Twisted Mysteries, Part 2. Unlike the gods who manage domains and thus have a clear purpose, they lack one. They move solely according to their desires. It doesn't seem much different from the gods. It is different. Gods' desires are related to their domains, but these beings' desires are only for themselves. Gods were bound to their domains whether they liked it or not. Their actions, therefore, were restricted and somewhat predictable. But immortals were different. They were free. Therefore, their actions were hard to predict, and foreseeing what they might do was difficult. How do they compare to Labyrinth? Compared to immortals, Labyrinth is quite merciful. He may act independently, but at least he operates within the realm of strife and death. That makes him predictable and manageable. These beings, however, are different. During the trial, there were beings even more unpredictable than the gods who changed the content of the trial. The ghost continued to speak. They are free-spirited beings, some dislike you and some like you. This time it's the former, isn't it? Taesan felt a gaze on him. It was filled with annoyance. A massive will descended on the ruins. The power of the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries has diminished. The hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries proposes an enhanced trial for you. Taesan stared quietly at the system window. A quest unlike any he had faced before and unpredictable. Taesan nodded. I'll accept it. Subquest started. The hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries tests you. The labyrinth transformation begins. The twisted will covers the 36th floor. Suddenly, a cold sensation wrapped around him. Taesan instinctively knew. The spreading aura was a kind of grace. Similar to the blessings gods bestow, it enhanced the power of mortals and granted them new strength. The power of the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries manifests. The distortion of twistedness is activated. The power faded and the labyrinth returned to its normal state just as it had been when Taesan first arrived, but Taesan frowned. This isn't good. What's this? The ghost seemed puzzled as well. Regardless, they had to check. Clutching his sword, Taesan moved forward past the ruins. Then he encountered a monster. What's this now? The monster on the 36th floor was a knight clad in blue armor brandishing a sword. Its movements were swift, and its refined swordplay would have posed quite a challenge for an ordinary adventurer. But what stood before Taesan now was something entirely different. The blue knight's body was grotesquely twisted. The sword had melded with its arm and the armor was pitted with rust, dripping in places. The Blue Knight, blessed by the twisted mysteries, has appeared. Is this supposed to be a blessing? The power radiating from the knight had indeed intensified. But that was all. In exchange for power, the knight had lost its normal form, because it's not a god, the ghost sighed. Unlike gods, immortals lack the necessary stature. They can force their power onto mortals, but they cannot bestow a stable blessing like gods. Many sought the power to become apostles of immortals, but so that's the result, a being completely distorted and deteriorated. Such was the fate of those who received the power of immortals. This isn't good. As the ghost murmured, the knight sprang into action. With its sword fused to its arm, the knight charged at Taesan aggressively. Simultaneously, a piercing cold emanated from the knight's entire body. The chill, potent enough to freeze one's lungs, was imbued with a magical aura. Clang, their swords collided. However, the knight managed to block Taesan's sword. A typical monster on the 36th floor would have been sent flying by the mere clash of swords, but this knight held its ground against Taesan, albeit being pushed back. What's this? Taesan parried the knight's sword and lunged at its chest. Clang, the Blue Knight, blessed by the twisted mysteries, takes 222 damage. Taesan stepped back after seeing the damage window. The ghost muttered, not understanding the situation. Why only this much damage? Isn't it strange? It was an attack amplified by addition and strong blow. Given Taesan's attack power, it should have caused damage exceeding 1,000. At a glance, it's a physical enhancement and reduction of physical damage. Even if it's from an immortal, a blessing like that, even to the ghost, the knight seemed too strong. This is strange, really strange, the ghost murmured. Taesan focused on the knight. The previous attack had barely inflicted any damage. An attack enhanced by addition and strong blow, yet so little damage indicated extreme resistance to physical attacks. The grace came from the immortal of the twisted mysteries, and as Taesan knew, mysteries often implied magic. Thud, Taesan stomped his foot. You have activated Fireball. Flames appeared next to Taesan, who rushed forward. He blocked the knight's sword and detonated the fireball. Boom, the Blue Knight, blessed by the twisted mysteries, takes 201 damage. As expected, it was clear now. The knight had a high resistance to physical attacks but was vulnerable to magical attacks. Taesan stepped back again. The ghost, now understanding the situation, spoke incredulously. This is a bit too much. The nature of the trial had become clear. The intent seemed to be to pass the floor using only magic, not swordplay or skills. A challenging trial indeed. Taesan had primarily used magic for support, not as his main approach. He wasn't highly skilled in it. Moreover, passing would not be easy since all the floor's monsters likely received the same blessing. But it's not impossible. You have activated Frost Arrow. SSSHH, an arrow of ice that froze space, materialized. Taesan launched it directly at the knight. As the knight swung its sword to deflect the arrow, Taesan activated another spell. You have activated Magical Explosion. Boom, the frost arrow exploded, scattering shards. The knight failed to block in time and was pierced all over. Taesan, seeing the staggering knight, used his magic again. You have activated Lightning Strike. Crack, lightning pierced the knight. The knight shook it off and rushed toward Taesan. Taesan waved his hand. You have activated Wind Explosion. Wind exploded in front of the knight. The knight's body shook momentarily, halting its charge toward Taesan. After confirming that Wind Explosion could block the charge, Taesan repeatedly activated it. The knight was shaken and pushed back. It seems there's a misconception. Taesan didn't primarily use magic because he was strong enough without it, not because his magic was weak. Thanks to the points he had spent on magic from his Earth return rewards, his proficiency in magic exceeded 40%. Considering the power of the guides who used magic, this was quite high for the 30th floor. This works out well. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the situation with his sword. It would take longer than usual, but he could definitely defeat it. But since he was about to learn intermediate magic, he planned to increase his proficiency with this opportunity. The hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries was forcing Taesan to use magic with all its might. Then I'll do just that. He decided to pass the trial using only magic. Taesan equipped the items he had saved to enhance his magic and continuously cast spells to defeat the knight. The massive will observing Taesan momentarily wavered. It was subtle, but Taesan sensed a mix of disturbance. What's this? Taesan wondered as he moved on. In the next room, another twisted knight awaited him. Taesan used various spells to defeat it. The magic itself didn't deal high damage, so it took some time, but defeating it wasn't a significant problem. Once again, the observing will wavered. The emotions it contained were intense enough for Taesan to recognize: anger and irritation. This is strange. The gods Taesan had encountered so far expressed rich emotions, but they always maintained a transcendent serenity and composure. But the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries was different. It reacted to Taesan's actions with irritation like an ordinary human. Such behavior was uncharacteristic for a being of higher stature. The ghost explained the reason. It's simple. Immortals are twisted beings. Twisted, I mentioned before, right? They possess the power to reach transcendence but lack the necessary stature. It's like giving a precious sword to a foolish child. They're monstrously strong but mentally weak at the same time. Is that even possible? Immortals were supposed to be far stronger than mortals. The leaders of the guides Taesan had met had unimaginable power, yet they hadn't penetrated the deeper layers, affirming this belief. However, the concept of being mentally weak and unstable was difficult for Taesan to grasp. There are typically two types of immortals: those who have legitimately built up power but lack the stature to become transcendent, and those who have gained power through shortcuts from the outset. The latter, in particular, are incapable of reaching the status of a transcendent. The ghost's voice was dispassionate, devoid of any awe or respect. Shortcuts have their limits. That's the fate of those who have accumulated power in such a manner. The hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries is likely one of those beings. The voice was laced with disdain. Let me tell you something about those who used shortcuts like the guides of sin. They dislike them because they see a reflection of themselves, and they resent beings like you because you tread a path they couldn't. Bad memories. I've had my fair share of troubles. I didn't dissuade you from taking the trials because there's something to gain. Frankly, I don't like them. The ghost's tone was tinged with irritation. Immortals who have gained power through shortcuts lack both the stature and the mindset appropriate for their strength. They are merely powerful. They wield their power recklessly and often resort to violence against those with genuine talent. Just observe our current predicament. A knight materialized in front of Taesan. Taesan summoned his spells and repelled the knight. The grace that endows your power and mitigates physical damage has permeated the floor. For an immortal, that is an excessive favor. They likely sought to kill you, not merely test you. They are probably panicking because things are not proceeding as planned. Why would they go to such lengths? Because it's the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries. They have probably despised you ever since you were granted the privilege of learning intermediate magic from the god of magic. Taesan hesitated. He had indeed been granted the privilege of learning intermediate magic from the god of magic. All this just for that. Those who take shortcuts often respond with violence, even when gods show a modicum of interest in a mortal. The ghost clicked its tongue. Those who gain power through shortcuts lack the necessary stature, yet they allow jealousy and envy to consume them, venting their anger on mortals. You must be wary. There are likely many immortals who harbor ill will towards you. As the ghost concluded its warning, a golden wave enveloped the space. The might of the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries has significantly waned. The influence of the hunchback pursuing twisted mysteries manifests. The distortion of twistedness intensifies. Chapter 163. 36th level: The Hunchback Pursuing Twisted Mysteries. Part 3. What a hassle. The ghost clicked its tongue. The difficulty increased in the middle of the trial. It wasn't the first time this had happened. The same was true for Lacarada's. Thinking about it made him laugh. It suggested that even gods or immortals would stoop to such measures. There's a lot I received, but a thug is still a thug. Taesan muttered and then set off to find the next monster. The transcendental power emanating from the next knight he encountered was stronger and more intense. The knight swung his sword with a twisted arm. Taesan parried the attack and thrust his sword forward. Crash! Taesan's sword bounced off as it struck the corroded armor. Taesan quickly created some distance and composed himself. Now it completely ignores physical attacks. This was distinctly different from the challenges posed by the gods. Although it was called a trial, it didn't seem to test Taesan like the gods did. Instead, it seemed genuinely intent on killing him. A huge aura roaming the floor was evidently filled with murderous intent towards Taesan. Immunity to physical attacks. What is this? Even an immortal should suffer considerable power drain at this level, right? Why go to such lengths to kill? Didn't you have any trouble? Taesan asked while dodging the charging knight. I managed okay. I felt some annoyance, but nothing as lethal as this. But with you, it seems different. Is it because of the magic? Taesan had already received intermediate magic from the god of magic. Being an immortal who pursued mysteries, it seemed they wanted to nip Taesan's growth in the bud, even at the cost of great power. But this won't do. Click. Dozens of frost arrows formed around Taesan and surged towards the charging knight. Crack! The knight swung his sword to deflect them and Taesan raised his finger. You activated Mephisto's black lightning. Boom! The pitch-black lightning pierced through the knight. Mephisto's black lightning had the power to momentarily freeze the opponent's actions. The knight flinched as dozens of frost arrows buried into him. You have defeated the blue knight blessed with twisted mysteries. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your magic resistance proficiency increased by 2%. It's been a while. It was a nearly useless skill as he hardly encountered magic-using enemies, and even if he did, he defeated them without getting hit. Still, the slight increase in proficiency was not an unwelcome feeling. As Taesan defeated the Blue Knight, the aura engulfing the labyrinth changed its tone. This time it was of joy, as if it was waiting for Taesan to self-destruct. Taesan thought about the being's intense emotional changes and continued forward. Knights kept appearing. All of them were immune to physical attacks, so Taesan had to rely on magic, dark magic, and spirit skills. But this was no problem for Taesan. With just these three, he could easily defeat such monsters. Taesan thus defeated 10 knights. The joy-filled aura gradually waned, and confusion and denial began to take its place. "Was it beyond your expectations?" Taesan murmured as he suppressed the knight with successive thunderbolts. "What were you expecting? Maybe they thought you'd run out of mana." Through the ghost's words, Taesan realized why the immortal had such extreme emotional fluctuations. Mana was one of the basic attributes that increased the most. No matter how much one leveled up, there was a limit to how much it could increase without special items, so considerable effort was needed to use magic. Even Taesan in his previous life couldn't use skills properly due to a lack of mana. A normal adventurer would have exhausted all their mana fairly quickly, but Taesan was different. "You have activated Thunderbolt." Lightning struck the knight continuously. Despite using magic over 20 times, Taesan's mana had hardly decreased from its original amount. Thanks to the skill for designated stat increases received from the God of Victory, Taesan's mana had already surpassed 2,000. With the mana consumption reduction effect of the intelligence stat and the mana recovery skill, using low-level magic hardly consumed any mana. Until he cleared the floor, he wouldn't run out of mana. The Immortal's plan had not come to fruition. Through this conversation, Taesan realized something else. His mana was incredibly high. Due to various skills and high intelligence, depleting it was nearly impossible. However, the Immortal was trying to kill Taesan by depleting his mana. If they knew about Taesan, they would never have chosen this method. Boom. You have defeated the Blue Knight blessed with twisted mysteries. Your level has increased. Your magic proficiency has increased by 1%. The knight could not withstand any more and collapsed. As the knight turned into ashes, Taesan said, "They don't know about me." They would have chosen a different trial method if they knew the battles Taesan had fought, what he had received, and how he had grown stronger. In other words, unlike the gods, the Immortal did not fully understand Taesan, what he had done, what he had obtained. The Immortal does not have the right rank or domain. They do not possess almost omniscient abilities like the gods. They probably know roughly from rumors but not the details. Is that so? Less impressive than I thought. The difference from the gods was clear. Taesan continued forward, dealing with the monsters. With each step, the agitation in the aura intensified. Finally, Taesan arrived in front of the boss. A silver knight engulfed in twisted mysteries has appeared. The knight's form was no longer recognizable as that of a knight. The armor was dry and twisted, and the helmet had grotesquely fused to reveal a hideous face. Only the sword retained its original form. "Roar!" The knight roared like a beast, and a storm swirled around it. Taesan chuckled. Now using magic too, but there was more. A fragment of great rank emanated from the twisted knight. It signified one thing: the knight before him had transformed into an apostle of the hunchback who pursued twisted mysteries. Of course, it lacked the usual power and rank, but it was definitely much stronger than any of the knights he had encountered thus far. The ghost clicked its tongue in disbelief. To give such a thing to a monster. How badly do they want to kill you? It doesn't matter. The sheer desperation to kill him only spurred his motivation. The opponent is a formidable enemy. You have activated Apostle Slayer. The desire for battle has been activated. A fair duel has been activated. The proof of limits has been activated. You have activated Contempt for the Strong. Giant Killer has been activated. You have activated Apostle Transformation Lacaradas. Divine power surged through Taesan. With it, a flood of related information entered his mind. Taesan now understood what an immortal was and even the state of the enemy before him. There were several intriguing pieces of information, but the most crucial objective at the moment was to secure victory over the adversary. Taesan gripped his sword firmly and charged at the knight. Clash. The swords collided, creating a resounding noise. Perhaps due to the apostle transformation enhancing his spirit strike, he did not recoil but matched his opponent. Roar! The knight roared again, and at the same time magic materialized. A blizzard-laden storm began to sweep through the chamber. The apostle of the immortal, the hunchback in pursuit of mysteries, wielded magic of a rank higher than Taesan's. Yet to Taesan this mattered little. Taesan thrust his sword while activating a skill. You have activated Forced Duel. Forced Duel, a skill that creates a one-on-one situation with the target. In the current situation with just the two of them, it seemed meaningless, but not for Taesan. As soon as Forced Duel activated, the raging storm and blizzard hurtling toward Taesan began to dissipate the moment they reached him. It was as if their approach was not permitted. Clash. Taesan, excluding magic, swung his sword. Though the knight was strengthened and essentially was far beyond a 30th floor boss monster, it was immune to physical attacks and used magic. However, both were neutralized by Apostle Transformation and Force Duel. Then there was no problem. Taesan activated Ability Sword and continued to land successful attacks. The knight resisted by swinging its sword, but it was no match for Taesan. The Silver Knight engulfed in Twisted Mysteries took 28 damage. The battle was one-sided. Then, as if in a hurry, the aura violently shook. The aura, which had been contemplating something, made a belated decision. The influence of the Hunchback pursuing Twisted Mysteries has diminished. The manifestation of the Hunchback's power. The distortion of Twisted Mysteries has been more strongly activated. It's too late. Crack. Taesan pierced the chest of the knight, which was beginning to be imbued with power. He twisted the sword to enlarge the wound and then slammed it to the ground. Your soul ascension has been activated. You have permanently increased your health by 540, strength by 132, agility by 98, and intelligence by 12. Your magic resistance proficiency has increased by 2%. Your Apostle Slayer proficiency has increased by 1%. Your ability sword proficiency has increased by 1%. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. The life force escaped from the body of the knight, which had been imbued with immense power. If you're going to do it, you should have done it quickly. Taesan scoffed. The decision of the Hunchback pursuing Twisted Mysteries had come too late. He had probably weighed the desire to kill Taesan against the considerable consumption of his own power for quite some time. Ultimately, he chose the latter, but by then, everything was already over. The aura that had engulfed the floor trembled quietly. It was better than I thought. Force Duel was also one of the skills transformed by the Ability Sword. Special Activation Skill, Force Duel Mana Consumption, 1 Proficiency. 11% engage in a duel with the target. For 10 seconds, nothing other than the target can inflict damage on you. Condition, Advanced Swordsmanship Ability Sword. If the opponent uses a sword, both parties cannot use anything other than swords. The skill had a penalty. If the opponent used a sword, Taesan could also only use his sword, making it a challenging skill to use. He had expected it to take some time to use, but luckily an ideally suitable opponent appeared, allowing him to defeat it without much trouble. Taesan had triumphed in the trial. Now it was time to receive the rewards, but the Immortal showed no sign of movement. You're not planning on withholding them, are you? That's impossible. This is a law of the labyrinth. No matter how powerful the Immortal, even if they were gods, once they are in the labyrinth, they cannot escape it. Assured that he would receive the rewards without issue, Taesan was then struck by curiosity. The gods had granted Taesan skills related to their domains after he passed their trials. However, the Immortal did not possess a domain of his own. Taesan's question was quickly answered, initiating forced settlement. You have obtained the 36th floor secret room reward, Thunderbolt Struck Old Tree. You have obtained the 36th floor clear reward, Bracelet containing a fragment of the core. You have obtained the 36th floor clear reward. The Hunchback pursuing Twisted Mysteries increased your health by 800, mana by 200, and attack power by 80. You obtained the Withered Staff of Calamity. Chapter 164, Forced Return, Part 1. Is this how things are settled? The power of the Immortal changed the structure of the monsters and floors in the labyrinth. Since the floor was still technically the 36th, Taesan received all the usual rewards upon clearing it. Not bad. There would have been no issue if he hadn't received the rewards, but fortunately he did. Taesan browsed through the system window item by item. My level has increased more than I expected. The monsters on the 36th floor were originally no match for Taesan, making it difficult to expect any growth from clearing it. However, the trial of the Immortal had boosted his level by 3 steps. First, Taesan started to check the rewards for clearing the 36th floor. A small spark of lightning flickered in Taesan's hand. Lightning struck dead tree. Lightning struck a dead tree and took form. It seems meaningful changes could occur when used as a projectile. It's not a lightning-struck dead tree. It was the opposite. Taesan mused over the origin of the item as he drew an arrow. When he attached the lightning-struck dead tree to an arrow he had acquired from disarming a trap, the lightning enveloped the arrow with a crackling sound. Self-aware lightning arrow. An arrow that moves on its own to protect its owner. It possesses a consciousness and can move independently. It cannot travel beyond a certain range. Current owner Kang Taesan. User's rank is insufficient. Attack power 1. Contains the essence of the lightning-struck dead tree. Attack power plus 50. Inflicts an electrified state on the enemy it hits. Oh, the attack power had increased by 50. It was a significant boost. Additionally, the value of the arrow was enhanced by the electrified state it could impose. Taesan possessed a total of 4 arrows. They were useful but nearly harmless tools that had offered little assistance. Even against the Apostle this time, they had not been very effective. However, if he could obtain 3 more like this, they would truly be useful. Nuclear Fragment Bracelet. Attack power plus 35, defense power plus 60, bracelet refined with materials from the deepest part of the planet. Obtains additional stats when fighting entities related to nature. The bracelet boasted high attack and defense power along with additional effects. Taesan reviewed the secret rewards with a sense of satisfaction. Was used, obtained the Rough Grasp Gauntlet. Rough Grasp Gauntlet, attack power plus 50, made from a portion of a gauntlet that once crushed everything. The former owner's power still lingers. Mysterious power is sealed within. What's this? The attack power seemed too low. He had expected it to be in the 70s or 80s, but it was just 50. That was a mere 20 more than the gauntlet he had acquired earlier. Could this be the cause? Mysterious power is sealed within. Perhaps unsealing it might reveal additional abilities. For the moment, lacking a method to unseal it, Taesan put the matter aside and donned the gauntlet. His level had increased, and he had gained valuable equipment. The outcome was more rewarding than he had anticipated. Then there was the reward from the immortal. It differed from what the gods had bestowed upon him so far. It was purely a boost in stats. A manifestation of the hunchback who delved into twisted mysteries. Your health increases by 800, mana by 200, and attack power by 80. Quite straightforward. Can't help it. Since the immortal doesn't possess a domain, he can't grant power specific to one. But it's not bad, right? An increase of 800 in health, 200 in mana, and an 80-point boost in attack power. Just by considering the numbers, it was akin to wielding an extra weapon in terms of added attack power. Given that, the skill was quite valuable. And finally, the staff, the Twisted Staff of Calamity, magic plus 40. This staff caused the world's destruction due to personal greed. Every time you kill an opponent using magic with this staff, magic increases by 1. In exchange, attack power decreases by 1 and health by 10. A progressive type of equipment. The magic was an impressive 40. If it increased by 1 with each kill, given the right conditions, it could soar into the hundreds. Certainly a valuable item, difficult for a magician to find anything superior, yet the penalty rendered it impractical. Was this the staff used by the immortal? The description seemed to suggest so. Taesan stored the staff. It was unusable for him now but too precious to throw away. He intended to have a blacksmith modify it. Immortals are beings who failed to become transcendents. As such, they vary greatly. Some, like this one, attempt to kill you, while others might be amicable. The immortals possess stronger personalities than the gods. Taesan glanced towards the floor's end before departing, an immortal. Beings who fell short of godhood, and the distinction was in attaining power that matched their rank. It was a thought that he couldn't shake. Which side was he on, whether he was consciously working towards it or not? Just as Taesan was about to dismiss his deep thoughts and start down the stairs, he halted. A powerful force from the floor above made its presence known. That force was beckoning Taesan. Finally. Is it time already? This feels somewhat premature, the ghost complained. Taesan, who was previously headed to the 37th floor, changed direction towards the source of the force. It was a secret chamber on the floor. Have you arrived? Lilies awaited Taesan there. Her aura seemed more refined than when he last saw her. She hadn't grown stronger, but it appeared she had discovered a way to progress to the next stage. I see your skills have improved. Thanks to you, Lilies' smile was subdued. You don't like unnecessary chatter, so I'll get straight to the point. The god of magic has summoned you, her eyes shone. Specifically for intermediate magic, Taesan nodded, understanding. He had anticipated this. If the god of magic had gone out of his way to call him, there was no other reason. The ghost, still skeptical, groaned, too much. He's strong, but it's too soon for him to receive intermediate magic. Maybe the god of magic has something in mind. I don't think he would do anything harmful to adventurers. That's true, but so how do we proceed? Taesan cut in. From his perspective, regardless of being too much or not, any opportunity to become stronger was the right choice. Lilies calmly raised her finger. Sit in front of the beads. She pointed to the small beads arranged at specific angles. Close your eyes and pray, and the god of magic will call you. Taesan sat in front of the beads. Lilies hesitated before speaking. If possible, please tell the god of magic that I am always grateful. Taesan nodded and closed his eyes. Prayer? He realized he had never genuinely prayed before. Even at the statue of the forgotten goddess, he had only posed to pray and received skills, and the skill for praying to the demon god was just a one-off activation. It had been the same in his previous life. He didn't believe in gods. If there are gods, why must we endure this? Why must we die like this? Such feelings had dominated him. The more he saw people dying while calling out to the gods, the firmer his disbelief became. And it was the same now. He still didn't believe in gods, but a formal prayer that he could manage. Taesan clasped his hands. Lilies swallowed hard, then the space opened. It was the moment an alien space tried to engulf Taesan. Special quest initiated. Return to Earth. Immediate return will commence. This quest cannot be refused. Taesan's pupils dilated. His body underwent a forceful transition. The alien space faded, revealing glimpses of Earth. What, at this timing? The ghost panicked. A return to Earth just as he was about to meet the god of magic seemed too deliberate to be coincidental. Damn, Taesan clicked his tongue. His past experiences told him that he couldn't refuse special quests involving a return to Earth. I'll have to meet the god of magic later. Just as the space of Earth was about to engulf him, how dare they? A voice tinged with amusement yet filled with anger resonated. Such audacity, to do this just as he's about to meet me. With chuckling laughter, the pathway to Earth closed. Sensing the shift in energy, Taesan looked around. Countless galaxies became visible. It was a scene Taesan had once seen through a telescope at an observatory during his childhood, but was now unfolding before him. Impressive, isn't it? Taesan turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a young man with eyes shining like starlight, his arms spread wide. I made it, what do you think? It's beautiful. His compliment was genuine, the sight was truly beautiful, the man grinned. Thanks, the man snapped his fingers and a leather chair materialized behind Taesan. We won't need long, but let's sit and have a chat. Taesan's body crackled uneasily as if immense powers were clashing within him. The man settled into his chair. Taesan leaned back into his own chair obediently. You probably know already, but introductions are still necessary, right? The man lifted a finger. Starlight lingered on it before exploding like fireworks, scattering in all directions. Taesan could feel it. The brilliant light of the fireworks literally contained the power of stars. I am the one involved in the design of the labyrinth, the one who established and created the skill called magic within it. I am the god who governs the domain of magic. The man allowed a slight smile to cross his face. The god of magic Zelbando. It was Taesan's fourth encounter with a god of the labyrinth. The first had been the god of choice, Maria. Her power was violently strong, yet it didn't feel oppressive. She allowed one to make choices freely. Next came the demon god, Lucifer. Her power was profound and restrained. She embraced what belonged to her but rejected all else. Then there was the god of struggle and death, Lacaratas. His strength was sheer and undeniable. He possessed the power to crush and dominate everything. And now, with the god of magic, Zelbando, no distinct power was apparent. More precisely, it was entirely self-contained. Sensing Taesan's awareness, Zelbando muttered discontentedly. You've only encountered foolish gods until now. A god should preserve their dignity and respect mortals. Just appearing out of nowhere making offers, what's that about? That's true. Indeed, he was unlike any god Taesan had met before. The god of magic glanced at the ghost. Hello, greetings. It's regrettable. I had hoped you might eventually reach it, even if you couldn't overcome it. I acknowledge my shortcomings. Really? Zelbando's eyes, twinkling like stars, narrowed. Then what decision will you make? I don't understand. A conversation for another time. You will need to choose from 3 options. Be careful not to err. The ghost fell silent at the significant statement. Zelbando shifted his attention back to Taesan. Shall we proceed to the matter at hand? You're here for one reason, correct? Taesan nodded. He was seeking intermediate magic. That was his purpose here. Zelbando's mouth twisted into a wry expression. I had planned to present a trial to you. Upon its completion, I intended to grant access to intermediate magic, but annoying interferences have occurred. With a snap of his fingers, the god of magic restored some balance to Taesan's body, which had been fizzing with instability. However, the newfound steadiness was short-lived and began to tremble once again. Those rat-like beings, always meddling, sneaking between the labyrinth and my territory. The god of magic laughed, a cold, angry laugh. Dare they interfere when I'm about to give a trial? A calm yet furious energy spread, and the ghost swallowed hard. So I'll change the quest content slightly. Kang Taesan, this quest is separate from intermediate magic, the god of magic's voice echoed. Return to Earth, there trample the pride of the ancient gods who dared to interfere with our meeting and destroy their creations. Afterward, I'll give you a reward commensurate with your achievements. Subquest initiated, the god of magic, angered by the ancient gods' interference, desires for you to crush their pride. Reward. The god of magic will determine it based on your performance. Chapter 165, Forced Return, Part 2. I accept, Taesan nodded. There was no reason to refuse the additional reward. Above all, Taesan felt anger. This event seemed like a deliberate attempt to interfere with his meeting with the god of magic. It came across as a petty tactic to prevent him from gaining strength through the god of magic. Subquest accepted. The god of magic smiled contentedly. Good, when you return, seek out the pitiable, miserable child. Then I will grant you the trial of intermediate magic. Understood. The god of magic clenched his fist, intensifying the tremors in Taesan's body. Just before he was about to return to Earth, the god of magic spoke. They will try to kill you. There was no need to ask who they were. Soon after, Taesan was back on Earth. He gasped for air first. He noted the distinct quality of Earth's atmosphere, so different from the labyrinth's. Taesan shifted his gaze. Wait just a moment. What's this? Why so suddenly? The return to Earth usually entailed a long delay, so the abruptness startled everyone. Taesan surveyed the crowd for Kang Jun-hyuk, Lee Tae-yeon, Kim Hweon, and Jeom Youngjun. Amidst the confusion, someone recognized Kang Taesan and shouted, "Kang Taesan Nim, Nim." Taesan frowned at the title and all eyes turned to him. "It's Kang Taesan Nim, please grant me salvation." They swarmed toward Taesan like zealots drawn to their prophet. Taesan Nim, please just let me touch you once." Bewildered by their manic behavior, Taesan stamped his foot. He moved swiftly, scaling building walls as people below him cheered. The voices that echoed around him made Taesan click his tongue. "What is this, really? Your divine power has increased by 1%. Why is it increasing?" He grumbled and moved to the tallest building to activate his reconnaissance. He quickly located Lee Tae-yeon, Kang Jun-hyuk, Kim Hweon, and Jeom Youngjun. Whoa! He grabbed them and brought them to the rooftop of a building. They couldn't resist, were dragged along, and looked at Taesan with dazed expressions. "Brother, you're really like lightning. Why are you so fast?" Jeom Youngjun let out a hollow laugh. He was proud of having become stronger, but he couldn't even react. The forgotten gap in their abilities came back to mind. "Forget that." "What's with those people?" Taesan frowned and looked down from the building. People were cheering towards Taesan. "Did you see the community?" "I did, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme." Their feelings for him were not just simple admiration or gratitude. It was literal worship. "That's the thing," Kim Hweon spoke with an ambiguous expression. "Originally, it wasn't like this." According to her, people initially saw Taesan as a benefactor. Having received the talents of struggle and death, they could clear floors they normally couldn't. It was something anyone would be grateful for, and Taesan's name started circulating among people. Then at some point, followers of Taesan began to emerge. At first, there weren't many. The following wasn't too extreme either. However, the number of Taesan's followers rapidly increased. The trend that started in easy mode was now spreading astonishingly fast, regardless of normal or hard modes. "Because of that, I'm in trouble too. They ask what Taesan Nim talked about with me. What guidance did he give? Things like that. In our solo mode, we don't have such issues. But isn't the community noisy? Others were in a frenzy, right?" "Ah, that's true," Kang Jun-hyuk nodded reluctantly. People in the single-digit floors of solo mode who were struggling were asking a lot from Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk. "It's too much. It's a nuisance to both Taesan and us. But there's no way to stop it. Can't you say something, Hyung? Tell them to ease up a bit." They wished people wouldn't worship Taesan so much. Youngjun, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. "Do we really need to do that? There's no need to stop the worship, I think. Aren't you annoyed? It's a disturbance. But thanks to that, they've found peace of mind." At Youngjun's words, Kim Hweon paused. He continued with a bitter smile. "For strong-willed people like Hyungnam, Noonam, Taeyeon, or Jun-hyuk, maybe it's different, but ordinary people need a place for mental refuge. I'm not strong." Lee Tae-yeon mumbled, but everyone ignored her. Kim Hweon spoke again. "God is. Have we come to believe in God in this situation?" Monsters covered the earth, the labyrinth, the occasional forced returns, and a broken earth. All this could not have happened if a God had been protecting them. Those who believed in religion either died or harbored disbelief as they descended into the labyrinth. Taesan was the same. At first, he called out to God. But eventually, he erased the existence of God from his mind. People wanted to believe in God, but they couldn't. Taesan muttered to himself, "So I've become the object of their belief, probably. You've been a source of strength for us." People had found a place of mental refuge in the existence of Taesan. Taesan looked down at the people gazing up at him from below. Their faces showed no signs of despair or gloom. Only admiration for Taesan was visible. The expressions of people during his third return in his previous life weren't like this. When the return quest appeared, many left suicide notes on the community and took their own lives. Considering that a high proportion of deaths among those who descended into the labyrinth was due to suicide, it was evident that people had found mental stability, and Taesan was very likely the reason for this stability. There's no need for Hyungnam to intervene on their behalf. Just pretend you don't see it. Let them have their place of solace, something to depend on. Youngjun spoke with a bitter expression. The others couldn't muster a word after that. Of course, it's a bit heartless. Everyone already leans on Hyungnam. It would be burdensome to add this responsibility. "Do as you wish, Hyungnam." "Forget it." Taesan shook his head. "Ignoring it, that's not so hard." "No worries." Youngjun's face lit up. After that, Taesan didn't actively engage with the people but didn't shun them either. He accepted their veneration with equanimity and acted accordingly. Consequently, their devotion to him intensified. "Your divine power has increased by 1%. Once more, his proficiency in divine power improved. By this time, it was clear. Whenever people worshipped him, his divine power grew. Nevertheless, it's utterly useless. At present, divine power holds no value. It appeared to be an ability that required linkage with another skill to be effective, but he had no idea what that skill was. Yet watching it consistently increase wasn't an unpleasant sensation. As Taesan accepted their worship without fuss, the people gradually began to focus on their tasks. At last, their temporary cultivation bore fruit. Wow, the people were amazed at the vegetables that grew rapidly. In just 5 minutes, the corn matured perfectly. The taste is good too. This means the people rejoiced at having solved their food problem. They regarded Taesan, the introducer of the temporary cultivation technique, with increased esteem. A new special quest emerged, disrupting their tranquil life. In 1 week, head towards Seoul City Hall. Finally, Seoul, the people started to make preparations. They collected weapons and provisions. With Taesan's presence, there were few who felt fear or apprehension, and Taesan had his own tasks to attend to. He swung his sword. Come on. Lee Taeyeon, with a frightened face, picked up her sword. You learned swordsmanship, didn't you? My proficiency is 0%. I'm trying to raise that. Come here, I've set our stats equally, so why are you scared? Urged by Taesan, Lee Taeyeon hesitantly made up her mind and rushed toward him. Yup, Taesan swung his sword, smoothly deflected hers and struck her shoulder. That's not how you do it, Taesan spoke with frustration. You learned flow skill and strong blow, right? Bring out the sensation you felt when you learned those and then apply it to the sword. Even if you say so, Lee Taeyeon looked uncertain. Taesan stroked his chin while the ghost laughed mischievously. Difficult, isn't it? I don't think I can be a good teacher. He had created the swordsmanship known as ability sword. The title of Sword Master suggested that it was possible to transmit the technique. One of his goals for this return was to teach swordsmanship. Given the effectiveness of ability sword, if one could master it, the possibility of clearing levels would significantly increase. Therefore, Taesan was currently instructing Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk in ability sword. Skills couldn't be learned outside the labyrinth, but since Taesan had created ability sword, it seemed there was no issue in teaching it. However, that wasn't the problem. When Taesan first learned Stormscar swordsmanship, his proficiency also started at 0%. The ghost had told him that raising proficiency would require a great deal of effort, which Taesan had overcome with a proficiency increase potion. But Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk didn't have special items like proficiency increase potions, so they had to improve their proficiency on their own. Next, it's your turn. Kang Junhyuk approached, his eyes gleaming. Taesan blocked his sword and offered advice. You learned flow skill, strong blow, and counter, right? Yes, they had descended beyond the 10th floor. It was high time they acquired at least 1 or 2 useful skills. Remember when you acquired the skill, then unfold that feeling with the sword. Taesan's sword moved fluidly. He deflected Kang Junhyuk's sword and struck his chest. Kang Junhyuk fell. Taesan muttered without emotion. It's not easy, even if you say to release it with the sword. Kang Junhyuk grumbled as he rose to his feet. Kim Hweon, who had been observing, chimed in. Still, I'm envious. We can't even learn it. Taesan had attempted to impart the ability sword to Kim Hweon and Jeom Yoongjun, but the transmission itself failed. Is it because we're on hard mode? It's not only that. Other solo node players couldn't learn it either. He had tried to teach players still on the single-digit floors of solo mode, but the transmission had failed just the same. The only ones who managed to learn were Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. Regardless, you too must learn it. Taesan picked up his sword with a calm demeanor. That's the only way to prevent deaths. He couldn't manage everything by himself. He could save a few, but not the masses. That was why he needed Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk's assistance even more. Both clenched their jaws and lifted their swords, and with that, time slipped away. A week went by and they began their journey towards Seoul. Chapter 166 to Seoul, Part 1. Is everyone ready? Kim Hweon asked with a calm face. Everyone nodded their heads with resolute expressions. Kim Hweon bit her lip. Then let's all go, let's protect each other as we move forward, don't die. They started heading towards Seoul. Lee Taeyeon looked distressed. I haven't learned it yet. She and Kang Junhyuk had learned the ability sword from Taesan. However, even after a week of intense training, they still couldn't master it. We'll have to learn as we go. There's no time to rest for you guys. Taesan spoke calmly as he walked. Not long after leaving Yongin City Hall, monsters burst out. Monster 599,894 has appeared. Numerous E-class monsters and even 2 D-class monsters appeared. These were the monsters they had risked their lives against during their previous return. Especially the D-class monsters, which even hard-mode players had to struggle fiercely to defeat. But now, it was different. Everyone move, the hard-mode players coordinated and swiftly moved. They dodged the monsters' attacks and avoided fatal injuries. Their movements were faster and more precise than before. The hard-mode players joined forces to defeat the D-class monsters. Yap, Heya, normal and easy mode players also fought valiantly. They rushed towards the E-class monsters and began to defeat them one by one. When they had defeated all the monsters, their expressions were extremely bright. We won. Whoa, Kim Hweon quickly asked the jubilant group. Any casualties? None, Kim Hweon's face finally brightened. The six-digit monsters during the previous return had caused many casualties. Fighting them without any deaths meant they had definitely become stronger. Taesan's eyes also shone. Everyone has indeed become stronger. Thanks to their talent for struggle and survival, their movements had become faster and more refined. Even recalling his memories, this was a different level compared to his previous life. They could now affect change in the forthcoming challenges. Their faces lit with hope as they pressed on. Monsters kept appearing and they battled for survival. Taesan focused only on the monsters charging at him, doing nothing more. The reason was straightforward. The people needed to grow stronger. Taesan could have taken on all the monsters by himself, but there would be times when he wouldn't be able to. That's why it was crucial to gain experience now while they could confront monsters without facing significant risk. Still, he intervened when the situation was truly perilous. GRRRR. Monster 122,124 has appeared. Monsters numbered from the end of 5 digits to the beginning of 6 were C-class. Their power far surpassed that of D-class monsters, representing a wholly different tier. A few reckless individuals, mistaking these beasts for the more common 6-digit ones, attacked and were promptly knocked down. It was then that Kim Hweon recognized the disparity in the monster's rank and her face paled. Everyone steer clear. Luckily, the monster's initial blow didn't kill anyone, but it left them all in a critical state, disoriented. As the beast lifted its arm for a finishing blow, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk dashed forward. However, Taesan had already reached the monster. Crash. Taesan brought his fist down from above, smashing the monster into the earth with a resounding crash. Wow, the ground quivered as if from an earthquake, causing others fighting nearby to falter. Monster 122,124 received 1621 damage. Kang Jun-hyuk's eyes bulged in amazement. The monster tried to counter by moving its limbs, yet Taesan deftly blocked and drove his sword in. Monster 122,124 received 2012 damage. After several more attempts to fight back, the monster was steadily overpowered by Taesan, who kept slashing with his blade. Soon enough, the monster lay defeated. A bewildered Kang Jun-hyuk inquired, "What's that?" "What? No, the damage." Kang Jun-hyuk groaned, 2,000 damage. It was an unheard of amount of damage. Considering that he couldn't even deal 40 damage no matter how hard he tried, the difference was more than 50-fold. You'll be able to do it too if you keep working hard on your descent. It seems difficult. Indeed, it wasn't going to be easy. Without the Arak weapon technique, Kang Jun-hyuk had to depend solely on his weapon's attack power, and it would require a deep descent to deal 2,000 damage. But not impossible. Kang Jun-hyuk was a solo mode player as well. He would eventually reach that level if he continued to descend without dying. Taesan had no intention of letting him die. The battle of the people had somehow come to an end. As the monsters grew stronger, those who suffered a significant loss of stamina became apparent. Taesan called out to them, "Those whose health has fallen below half, come this way." People hesitated before gathering around Taesan. He then invoked a spell. "You have activated the regeneration field." A green sphere enveloped them. The health of those within the sphere began to recover rapidly, and they burst into exclamations of wonder. "Wow, my health is increasing." Observing their reactions, Taesan murmured, "The recovery speed isn't too bad." A spell that increased the health and mana of people within a certain area, regeneration field. He had been curious about its efficiency, but judging by their response, it seemed to recover health quite quickly. It appeared it would be useful in many situations. "Wow, Taesan Nim." The people inside the sphere looked at Taesan with eyes filled with admiration. Taesan brushed off their admiration calmly. The group continued to advance towards Seoul. Their pace was at least 5 times faster than when they had been heading to Anyang City Hall. Their expressions were brighter as they seemed to be aware that the situation had improved since before. Then night fell, the people began to settle down and rest. "Come and get your rations." Thanks to temporary farming, there was no shortage of food. Everyone took as much corn and vegetables as they wanted. In his previous life, Taesan had experienced a food shortage, clutching his hungry stomach and digging for tree roots to eat. Compared to that, the current situation was significantly better. Even though others hadn't experienced it directly like Taesan, they understood how significant it was not to worry about food. It was all thanks to Taesan. The people's reverence for Taesan grew stronger with each passing day. Meanwhile, Taesan was training Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Taeyeon on the outskirts of their shelter. "Ooh, still not getting it today." Taesan clicked his tongue. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Taeyeon were both not making progress in their mastery of the ability sword. "Let's continue the rest tomorrow." He hadn't expected it to be quick, but at this rate, they might not improve at all, even by the time they reached Seoul. Lee Taeyeon stood up shakily. "Can I go rest then?" No, Taesan shook his head, causing Lee Tion's face to turn pale. What else do I have to do? It's not about doing something. I just realized I haven't asked you yet. Taesan sat on a nearby rock and asked, the Guides of Sin, did you meet them? Both Lee Tion and Kang Junhyuk had descended beyond the 10th floor. The Guides of Sin existed from the 10th floor onwards. Taesan had encountered the Guide of Sin on the 12th floor. If Lee Tion and Kang Junhyuk's labyrinths also had the Guides of Sin, they might have already met them. Lee Tion nodded, yes. I met them too, damn them, who do they think they are giving orders? Kang Junhyuk grumbled. Taesan stroked his chin at their responses. The Guides of Sin existed in the labyrinths of both Lee Tion and Kang Junhyuk. This suggested that there was a high probability they also existed in other solo mode players' labyrinths. Taesan gathered his thoughts and asked, did you do as they said? What Taesan told them was simple. If they encountered the group, they should not fight but join instead. Lee Tion and Kang Junhyuk, though hesitant, agreed. Lee Tion nodded again. Yes, I said I would join the Guides of Sin as Taesan instructed. It sucks, but we don't have a choice. We can't fight them since they don't take damage. You did well. If you had tried to confront them recklessly, you would surely have been killed. Unlike Taesan, they didn't have the power to confront and defeat the group, nor the aid of untouchable gods at the top. So their best option for now was to join the Guides of Sin. Additionally, joining them came with almost no penalties, unlike other groups. What floor did they permit you to reach? The deep layer. Up to there, they instructed you to come as far as where they are, Taesan nodded. That's good enough. Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tion were strong. Of course, they were still weak and lacking in power, but that was just for the moment, not their future selves. Lee Tion in particular had managed to clear the labyrinth, albeit by a shortcut. This was an achievement even the leaders had not managed. If they were the leaders, they would recognize the talent and potential of these two. They would allow them to advance to the deep layer for their own purposes. That was Taesan's prediction, and it turned out to be correct. Continue descending the labyrinth under their protection. Reaching the deep layer was still a far-off goal. In the meantime, they had to become strong enough not to be easily manipulated by the leaders. It was the only way to address their immediate problems. Curious, Kang Junhyuk asked during the conversation. What about you, Hyung? Did you join them like we did? I killed them. Really, how? To Kang Junhyuk, the Guides of Sin he had seen were true monsters. Even those of the second hierarchy were not ones he could resist. The leaders he had met later were literal monsters. The moment Kang Junhyuk met the leaders, he instinctively sensed death. He felt that no matter how strong he became, he could never overcome the power they possessed. And Taesan had survived against such monsters. Kang Junhyuk was astonished. Taesan shook his head. I'm different from you guys, I have various backers. Backers as in gods, even they can't go against the will of the gods. Wow. Kang Junhyuk was amazed again. He too had faced several trials from the gods. He had thought he had done well, but the gods showed little interest in him. You're really amazing, Hyung. It's not that important, go rest. You need to rest now to train tomorrow. Lee Tion groaned and staggered away. Kang Junhyuk followed her. After they left, Taesan, now alone, murmured, just as I thought. This is fascinating. Does that mean I'm also in that labyrinth? Probably. It was now certain that the Guides of Sin were stationed in all the labyrinths. This meant they were also copied during the labyrinth's duplication process. What could be the reason? Was the labyrinth copied because of the solo mode players, or were the solo mode players put into an already copied labyrinth? If so, what had caused the labyrinth to be copied? He still knew nothing. Taesan recalled the words of the demon god. Next time it would be her turn, she had said. I'll just ask when I meet them, Taesan muttered, and the next day they set off again toward the city hall. At the same time, Taesan could feel it. The power lodged in the cracks of the sky was unusually writhing. The high gods were about to unleash something again. Taesan calmly quickened his steps. Chapter 167, Soul, Part 1. As they moved forward, more and more monsters emerged. However, people gradually became accustomed to dealing with the monsters, skillfully handling them and coordinating attacks to take them down. For monsters of Class C or higher which the people couldn't handle, Taesan stepped in to defeat them. Thus, they advanced without significant harm, except for the two who overestimated themselves and lost their lives in reckless combat with the monsters. Hope was evident on everyone's faces, with a spreading expectation that they could drive out the monsters. Kim Hweon's typically tense face even brightened a little. If we keep this up, we might actually be able to reclaim Earth. They were filled with hope. Well, and Taesan, rolling a stone in his hand, smiled. He had already experienced this pattern before. The gods would throw unreasonable quests at the people, and death ensued if they failed to clear them. However, there was no danger of death in the labyrinth if one did not descend. The choice between the inherently dangerous Earth and the labyrinth, where safety was assured if the challenge was abandoned, was stark. Worn down, the people gradually became fearful of returning to Earth. Many decided to live in the labyrinth, abandoning the quest halfway. But at some point the current atmosphere was created. The reason was simple. There was no significant change in the strength of the monsters. Over time, the players grew stronger, gaining skills and new equipment as they descended into the labyrinth. Their growth was literally explosive, but not for the monsters. Of course, the monsters grew slightly stronger with each return, but their pace couldn't match the players' growth. Even the strongest monsters could not surpass a B-class level. As casualties decreased, the people's territory expanded. They harbored hope, a false hope of defeating the monsters and reclaiming Earth. In hindsight, it had been an obvious trap. How could a being powerful enough to swallow Earth only send monsters of B-class? Yet they were intoxicated with hope and failed to see the truth, to reclaim Earth, to rebuild civilization anew. Holding that belief, everyone banded together. Then, during the last special quest and the subsequent return, people from all over the world united to defeat the monsters and seal the rift in the sky. They believed they had won. Afterward, no more returns occurred. People thought it was because they had triumphed. The ones who had cleared the labyrinth declared they would first till the land and rebuild civilization, urging everyone to return quickly, and they went back to Earth. But that wasn't the case. Taesan clenched his fist. The stone turned to dust and slipped through his fingers. What Taesan saw when he returned to Earth, dreaming of the future, was the rift in the sky open once again. The monsters were now incomparably stronger, and the world was dead and desolate. By the time he emerged, there were hardly any survivors. Those who had cleared the labyrinth and returned first were all from the easy and normal modes. Even when gathered together, they were no match for A-class monsters. Though he hadn't checked in the rush to survive after clearing, it was likely that the situation was the same in countries other than Korea. Since Lee Taeyeon was the only one worldwide to have cleared solo mode, their downfall was likely. Taesan twisted his lips. The anger and hatred from that time still lingered in his body. This time it won't end the same way. Taesan looked up at the sky. Power was pulsing from the rift in the sky just like before. The high gods were trying to kill Taesan. They had even been ready to strike in the brief moment he was heading toward the space of the magic gods, so they wouldn't just watch quietly this time. But Taesan was waiting too, waiting for the high gods to make their move. And for the time to crush it, and he had to prepare for that. If this was the third return that Taesan remembered, he couldn't do everything alone. After the move ended and everyone was resting that night, Taesan sparred with Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk. The result was unchanged. Despite the duel having all abilities set equally, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk couldn't even touch him. Getting the hang of it, Kang Jun-hyuk stared blankly at Taesan. Taesan clicked his tongue at that look. Is it hard? Kang Jun-hyuk hung his head low. He still hadn't managed to increase his proficiency with the ability sword. This is troublesome. Taesan narrowed his eyes. After all, the ability sword was a swordsmanship technique ranked just below the highest class, even higher than the Stormscar sword. He had anticipated it wouldn't be easy to master. But neither Lee Taeyeon nor Kang Jun-hyuk were even getting a feel for it. At this rate, they wouldn't learn it even after years. Kang Jun-hyuk suffered in his own way. He had confidence in his strength and overflowing talent, even if it was inferior to Taesan's. He had descended the labyrinth without much trouble, and even the monstrously strong leaders acknowledged his talent, allowing him to strategize to the deepest levels. Yet now he couldn't even raise his swordsmanship proficiency by 1%. It was a moment of shattered pride. You guys learned strong blow and flow skill, right? How did you learn them? Even if you ask how, I don't remember. They had acquired them unconsciously during life-threatening battles with monsters. Taesan clicked his tongue after hearing the explanation. Let's call it a day and try again tomorrow. Okay, understood. They left with sullen faces. Watching them go, Taesan stroked his chin. Is this how it usually goes? You use proficiency-boosting potions so you wouldn't know. This is normal. I didn't have this issue with the Arak weapon technique. The moment he learned the Arak weapon technique, his proficiency increased. The guy teaching the Arak weapon technique had 100% proficiency, right? Your situation is different. It'll be easier to pass on once you reach 100% too. This was a problem. He needed to pass on the ability sword at least before they reached Seoul and the first wave began. The ghost opened its mouth. There is one way. I also thought of one. It was a dangerous method, but the risk was worth it. Taesan's eyes deepened. The next day they advanced again, defeating monsters and moving in formation, and they managed to reach the Seoul City Hall. We're here. Hooray! People shouted and celebrated joyously, with Kim Hweon's face especially bright. Only 2 people had died during the journey, a number far less than initially expected. Thank you, Taesan. It was all thanks to Taesan. Whenever there was danger, he quickly intervened and handled it, limiting the casualties to just 2. Enough of that, let's go inside. Yes, the people rushed toward the city hall, but confusion spread across their faces as they approached. The building, Seoul City Hall, was half destroyed. A man was waiting for them as they hesitantly approached the city hall. Are you here? A weary-looking middle-aged man greeted them at the entrance of the city hall, scanning them with an extremely tired face. There are more than I thought. I expected only about half of this number. The man directed his gaze at Kim Hweon, who was at the forefront. You're Kim Hweon, right? Yes, Kim Hweon nodded calmly. You must be Choi Baram. I've heard a lot about you. Then you must have heard that I hate that name. Choi Baram frowned. I'd like to welcome the rare survivors, but we're not in a good situation ourselves. Choi Baram gave a bitter smile. So I need to test you first to see if you have the right to enter Seoul. Kim Hweon wasn't surprised. In Gyeonggi-do, each region fought for dominance. Seoul would be no different. It was natural to be wary of outsiders rather than welcoming. Choi Baram turned his gaze. Are you Kang Taesan? Taesan affirmed. Hello, Choi Pung. You know me. Choi Baram was slightly taken aback. Choi Pung was a nickname his old friends used. It surprised him that someone he had never met knew it. I heard about it occasionally on the community. There must be someone alive who knows, they're tough ones. Choi Baram chuckled. Of course that wasn't true. Taesan knew because he had been directly asked by Choi Baram to call him Choi Pung. A player of normal mode, Choi Baram, the ruler of Seoul. He was one of those who had survived until the middle stage and led the others. Choi Baram was a very selfish man. His own life was always his priority, and he wished to be the last survivor. That's why he became the master of Seoul. He believed that leading people directly increased his chances of survival more than anything else. He wasn't a bad person. He managed people to the best of his ability to ensure his own survival. And regardless of his motives, many people survived because of him. I've heard a lot about you too, the strongest player, Kang Taesan. Choi Baram scratched his cheek with an ambiguous expression. I want to clarify this first, don't misunderstand me. I'm very grateful to you, not just me but most people in Seoul are. Choi Baram could descend deeper thanks to the imbued talents of struggle and death. Therefore, he was also grateful to Taesan. But there were always those with different intentions. I couldn't suppress them forever. Choi Baram stepped aside and two men appeared behind him. Kim Hweon bit her lip. You guys. They were hard-mode players she knew, always harboring doubts about Taesan. Sorry, sister, but we need to verify for ourselves. The two men drew their weapons, their faces serious. To see if he really has that much power. They couldn't believe there was a human capable of defeating hundreds of them. Kim Hweon turned her gaze to Taesan. He gestured with his chin. It's okay, step back. Sorry, you have nothing to be sorry for. Kang Taesan has initiated a non-lethal duel. Come at me if you're curious. The two men lunged. They soared in different directions, their swords swinging at Taesan, who extended his hands. He caught the swords at their tips between his fingers. Kim Min-soo has activated Flow. As Flow activated, the trajectory of the sword twisted, trying to slip from Taesan's grasp. Taesan applied more strength to his hand. He forcibly corrected the sword's evasive trajectory. Taesan threw a punch and the two men were sent flying, crashing down. Kim Min-soo takes 1843 damage. In a lethal duel it would have been fatal damage. Choi Baram swallowed hard, just like the rumors. Are you satisfied now? Taesan smiled faintly. A chill ran down Choi Baram's spine. He hadn't stopped the two men from attacking Taesan, not out of deceit, but there was a degree of intention behind it. Having never witnessed Taesan's power himself, there were many who doubted it. Some even mocked those who revered Taesan, questioning how they could worship someone they had never seen. So by bringing the two most doubtful as representatives and demonstrating Taesan's power, he aimed to quell the unrest and confirm Taesan's abilities. And it seemed Taesan smiled as if he knew Choi Baram's thoughts. Dangerous, Choi Baram swallowed. If he had acted with malice, he wouldn't have let this slide. There will not be such incidents next time. For now, welcome. But do not expect Seoul to be what you hoped for. Choi Baram smiled bitterly. This place is completely ruined. Chapter 168 Seoul, Part 2. Choi Baram led the way. While the rest of the people took a break inside City Hall, Kim Hweon, Ji Myungjun, and Kang Taesan toured the building under Choi Baram's guidance. Not long after they began inspecting City Hall, Taesan's group noticed something. Almost no buildings are intact. Most of the structures, City Hall included, lay in ruins. Monsters destroyed half, people destroyed the other half. People, Choi Baram chuckled. Even in a crumbling world, the struggle for power persists. Kim Hweon shut her mouth. On reflection, they had faced a similar situation. The one who had first stirred up trouble was the easy-mode player, Choi Young-hyuk. He had incited rivalry between players by leading the easy and normal modes. Had Taesan not intervened early on, the conflict might have led to numerous deaths. Then there was Seo Jangsun from hard mode, who had declared that easy mode players should serve as shields for those in hard mode. Taesan had also dealt with him, but had he not, the resentment in easy mode could have boiled over into a riot one day. Without Taesan, their circumstances would have been no different from those in Seoul. Didn't you have any such issues? We had. Well, with the strongest human around who would be foolish enough to rebel, Choi Baram spoke as though he had anticipated the response. The man Taesan knew wasn't a weak-hearted philanthropist, but a ruthless individual who did what had to be done and severed what had to be severed. Such a person would never just stand by and watch conflicts unfold. I'm envious. If we had someone like that, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Choi Baram's words carried a touch of sorrow. He showed them everything up to the perimeter of City Hall and then inquired, "Is there anything else you'd like to know? How many survivors are here?" At first glance, it appeared that far fewer people were in Seoul than those who had come from Yongin. Choi Baram replied calmly, "Perhaps around 20,000 survived. About 50,000 had survived from Yongin." Kim Hweon closed her mouth at the number, which was less than half of what they had. "Please help us." Really? Choi Baram's face, though chuckling, was filled with desperation. After the tour ended, everyone dispersed. The reaction of the people from Gyeonggi-do who saw Seoul was not much different from theirs. "I'm hungry." The people of Seoul were starving. Seeing this, people used portable cultivators to quickly produce food. The Seulites who received the food hurriedly filled their stomachs. Wow, this is the portable cultivator. The rumors were true. Although they didn't know the exact numbers, those from Yongin could tell that the survivors in Seoul were significantly fewer than them. They also heard that most people died either fighting each other or were unable to fend off the invading monsters. Without Taesan, they realized they would have been no different from these people. At that moment, Taesan was looking over the horizon from the half-destroyed City Hall rooftop. A lot died here, 20,000 starving people from Seoul and a handful of survivors from Gyeonggi-do. Even if they joined forces, they were far from enough to fend off the monsters. Literally fighting for their lives, only about 10,000 had managed to survive and return to the labyrinth in their previous life. This time, they wouldn't just leave things as they were. To prevent a repeat, there was a problem that needed to be solved. The next day, people from Uijeongbu also arrived. Their number was much smaller than Seoul's, only 15,000. As they arrived, a quest window appeared. Special quest start, stop the first wave. The wave will start in 2 days. Condition, deal with the monsters trying to enter the safe zone. Reward, vehicle provision upon return to the labyrinth. People who saw the quest window despaired. Some even went crazy at the thought of having to fend off monsters again to survive. However, most people from Yongin calmly prepared to face the monsters. Taesan is with us. As long as we trust and follow Taesan, we can survive, with Taesan as their pillar of strength. They were not easily shaken. However, Choi Baram, who was inspecting the safe zone, did not look relieved. It's too wide. This quest was about preventing monsters from entering the safe zone. In other words, they had to patrol the entire safe zone to keep the monsters out. Naturally, a smaller safe zone would be more advantageous for defense, but the designated safe zone this time was excessively large. The safe zone stretched about 1 km in all directions from Seoul City Hall. Considering the strength of the monsters, even 85,000 people surrounding it couldn't guarantee its safety. This is troublesome, Choi Baram scratched his head. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Kim Hweon, realizing the size of the safe zone, also struggled with the arrangement of personnel. If Taesan hadn't stopped the 5 monsters during the previous return, they all would have been annihilated. Realistically, they heavily depended on Taesan. But even for Taesan, this vast area would surely be challenging. He was as strong as a monster but still alone. There were limits to what he could defend. Taesan was aware of this fact. The system was trying to kill him. It wouldn't issue an ordinary quest. Clearly, it aimed to wear him down and prevent him from using his full strength. So he called Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk again. "Is something wrong?" Lee Taeyeon cautiously asked Taesan, sensing a different atmosphere. Taesan shook his head. "It's not that, time is running out. You both know what this quest entails, right?" The two fell silent. The area was too wide for Taesan to handle alone. This meant they had to become as strong as possible to assist Taesan, but they still hadn't learned the ability sword. To be precise, they couldn't even sense it. "It's too difficult," Kang Junhyuk grumbled. "I tried practicing alone, but I just can't get the hang of it. How am I supposed to do it?" Kang Junhyuk didn't sit idly by. Apart from sparring with Taesan, he continuously practiced swordsmanship, trying to learn the ability sword. But he didn't get even a hint of it. He began to doubt whether it was really a technique that could be learned, but Taesan thought differently. He believed that Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were capable of learning it. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "How did you learn flow and strong blow?" "I'm not sure about that either. Just by fighting monsters I got it." Both made ambiguous faces as they spoke. With that response, Taesan was convinced. Taesan raised his sword. "This time both of you come at me together." "What?" Up to now, Taesan had been dueling with Lee Taeyeon, and when she became tired, he would duel with Kang Junhyuk in a repeating cycle. But this time he planned to duel with both at the same time. And the style of the duel will change too. Taesan removed some of his equipment and switched to a weapon with lower attack power. This should be enough to not kill you quickly. Kang Taesan challenged Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk to a duel. Lee Taeyeon hesitated. So far, the duels had been equal and non-lethal. But this time, both conditions were absent. Mr. Taesan, I've been thinking and there aren't many reasons why you couldn't learn the skills. One reason might be a genuine lack of talent, or the method itself could be flawed. To Taesan, it wasn't the former, therefore it had to be the method. You said you learned flow and strong blow unconsciously. Everyone had learned them in extreme situations where they fought monsters, risking their lives. It wasn't unusual. Taesan himself had obtained some good skills by fighting for his life. People tend to bring out everything in extreme situations. So I'll try something similar. Taesan. It was when Lee Taeyeon tried to say something. A killing intent enveloped her. Her face turned pale. She quickly raised her sword. Try to dodge it, otherwise you'll die. Taesan stomped his foot. Lee Taeyeon sensed it as Taesan rushed at her with killing intent. If she didn't block, she would die. But even if she did block, she would die. She swiftly moved her sword. Seeing the trajectory of Taesan's incoming sword, she twisted the blade to deflect it as much as possible. The movement was much cleaner than anything she had done before, but that's still not enough. The swords clashed and Lee Taeyeon was thrown back. Kaya, you too. Taesan rushed at Kang Junhyuk. Dazed, Kang Junhyuk hastily reacted. But Taesan easily dodged his movement and stabbed with his sword. Kang Junhyuk took 123 damage. It was serious. Taesan was seriously trying to kill them. Kang Junhyuk gritted his teeth and created distance. Lee Taeyeon too gripped her sword with a pale face. Taesan, satisfied with their noticeably different reactions, lunged forward. First was Lee Taeyeon. As Taesan approached her, she moved her body with a short shout, then swung her sword to block his attack. Taesan skillfully turned his body, dodged, and struck at her nape. The harsh recoil almost slammed her body to the ground. However, using her feet to brace against the earth, she barely managed to stay upright and used the recoil to swing her sword. Taesan raised the corners of his mouth and lifted his sword. With the clash, Lee Taeyeon's arm was flung back. Taesan kicked her away and immediately turned to deflect Kang Junhyuk's incoming sword. Lee Taeyeon, having been kicked, quickly charged in again. Together, they combined their strength to attack Taesan, who defended against all their assaults, wounding them in the process. Crack, Taesan tripped Lee Taeyeon and engaged in a sword clash with Kang Junhyuk, sending him flying roughly. Kang Junhyuk scrambled to his feet, his heart racing. His health had already fallen below half. Hyung, wait a minute. Taesan interrupted him with a swing of his sword, leaving Kang Junhyuk no choice but to block it in haste. What the hell? Kang Junhyuk swore to himself. No response seemed possible. Every sword clash sent him reeling, and even light blows caused triple-digit damage. Taesan murmured as he brandished his sword. Do you two really think you can conquer the labyrinth? The labyrinth was a nonsensical place where monsters grew stronger much quicker than the adventurers as one descended. This wasn't noticeable to Taesan, who had become exceedingly strong, but from the 30th floor down, every monster demanded a fight for one's life. Even if they were not as formidable as Taesan, life-threatening foes could appear at any turn within the labyrinth. Lee Taeyeon had conquered the labyrinth in her past life, but that was due to tremendous luck. She admitted as much, doubting her ability to succeed again if she attempted. Both had grown considerably stronger than before, but to Taesan's mind, it was still grossly insufficient. With their present skills, their chance of conquering the labyrinth depended more on fortune than on prowess. At this stage, even a minor unpredictability could spell grave danger for Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. To diminish this uncertainty, they had to grow much stronger. If you can't even master this much, you might as well die here. With those words, Taesan launched another fierce assault on them. Chapter 169, Soul, Part 3. Lee Taeyeon assumed a defensive stance, gripping her sword with both hands and bracing her body firmly. Crack! Taesan forcefully broke through her defense. Lee Taeyeon rolled on the ground as Taesan swung his sword in succession. Kang Junhyuk, rushing in, managed to block it with his sword but was sent flying far away due to the overwhelming difference in strength. Find the answer, otherwise you'll die. Taesan stamped his foot, clang. He broke through Lee Taeyeon's defense and cut her leg. She created distance with a short cry, sweat beaded on her forehead. Strength alone won't work. No method, whether speed, swordsmanship, or any other, could counter it. Kang Junhyuk had a similar thought. They began to use their skills for the first time. Hup! With a short shout, Lee Taeyeon charged at Kang Taesan. Simultaneously, Kang Junhyuk aimed for Taesan's back. As both rushed at him from the front and back, Taesan casually swung his sword. Seeing the sword flying towards her, Lee Taeyeon put more strength into her feet. Lee Taeyeon activated Flow, a skill that twisted the opponent's attack trajectory flow. The skills of the labyrinth were absolute, even Taesan couldn't ignore them, and indeed it wasn't a wrong assumption. Taesan's sword, heading toward Lee Taeyeon, suddenly deviated from its path, but that was all. Taesan exerted more strength in his sword. Like the fallen apostle he had faced before, the deviating trajectory was forcibly corrected by strength. Li Tian hastily raised her sword to meet the descending blade. Clang. Her knees hit the ground, shock filled Li Tian's eyes. Flow was ignored. When she first acquired the flow skill, she had cried out in joy, a skill that definitively evaded the opponent's attack. She believed that with this she would hardly die and could somehow survive. But now the skill she had firmly believed in was completely countered. Ignoring the shocked Li Tian, Taesan rushed toward Kang Junhyuk. As the sword swung down, Kang Junhyuk activated his skill in panic. Kang Junhyuk activated Counter, a skill that automatically retaliated against an opponent's attack. It was a skill Taesan also found quite useful. However, there was one flaw in that skill. Taesan exerted more power into his sword. The blade flew with incomparable speed to what came before. Sensing something wrong, Kang Junhyuk hurriedly moved. Crack, Kang Junhyuk was sent flying. Taesan nodded. That's the right answer. Relying on counter and charging in would have killed you. Counter automatically retaliated against attacks directed at oneself, but it did not activate properly against attacks too strong to counter or dodge. This was a disadvantage if the opponent was several levels stronger, but such enemies were not rare in the labyrinth. Keep going, Taesan stamped his foot. Drenched in sweat, Kang Junhyuk clenched his teeth, his heart pounded. Here was an opponent who rendered even the last skill he trusted meaningless, a being with insurmountable power. Such an opponent was now attempting to kill him. His health had already dropped below 20%. Taesan was truly attacking them with murderous intent. The fear of dying if this continued flashed through his mind. Despite being faster and more precise than usual, he was now unknowingly pushing his limits. Kang Junhyuk's mind raced. He couldn't rely on skills, neither blocking nor countering were options. There was only one answer: he had to become even faster and more precise than now. Kang Junhyuk focused his mind. Li Tian was in a similar state. With sunken eyes, she kept her distance while Taesan laughed with satisfaction. Taesan charged at Li Tian. Seeing the swinging sword, she raised her own. Clang. The moment their swords touched, she twisted her arm, diverting the force's trajectory. Just as Taesan's sword nearly struck the ground, he flicked it away with a forceful motion of his arm. Clang. Li Tian was sent flying but quickly landed, her gaze steady. Kang Junhyuk attempted the same maneuver, trying to deflect Taesan's sword with all his might. Although countered like Li Tian, Kang Junhyuk did not relent. Teaching a skill is really hard, Taesan muttered, persisting in his sword swings. The movements of Li Tian and Kang Junhyuk grew increasingly precise. Thus, they continued their combat for another hour. Finally, their efforts bore fruit. Kang Junhyuk's ability sword proficiency increased by 1%. Li Tian's ability sword proficiency increased by 1%. Ha! Kang Junhyuk gasped for breath. They both stared at the system window that materialized before them with dazed expressions. Observing their reactions, Taesan halted his sword. Now you've got it. Despite their exhaustion, Li Tian and Kang Junhyuk began sparring. Their high stats notwithstanding, the accumulated fatigue made them yearn for rest, yet they couldn't resist verifying their newfound skills. Li Tian charged at Kang Junhyuk. Li Tian activated Flow. As Kang Junhyuk swung his sword, its path wavered just before clashing with Li Tian's. He scrambled to correct its course but ended up conceding a hit. Wow, this is. Their admiration was unmistakable. Let's try again. They delved deeper into the ability sword they had just grasped. With Flow, Strong Blow, and Counter now confirmed, their belief was cemented. This is really great. The skill they had acquired was unlike any they had previously mastered. Taesan, who had silently observed their sparring, spoke up. Now you probably won't die so easily. You two are really lucky. Where else would you find someone giving away advanced swordsmanship for free? The ghost grumbled. Li Tian and Kang Junhyuk had learned the ability sword too easily without any cost. Though Taesan had chosen to do so, the ghost respected that decision but felt a tinge of jealousy knowing the value of the ability sword. Thank you, Taesan. Li Tian bowed her head. Taesan chuckled. Don't thank me too much. If you hadn't learned, I would have really killed you. But even though you say that, Li Tian was aware, Taesan could have killed them several times. From the middle of the battle, Taesan started deactivating his equipment one by one, only attacking just enough not to kill them. She hadn't realized it during the frantic fight, but Taesan had made many considerations for their learning of the ability sword. Taesan waved his hand. Enough, go rest. Tomorrow is going to be tough. Yes, thank you, brother, the two kept bowing as they left. Taesan stared blankly into the air. He had anticipated their learning of the ability sword given their talents. He believed that they would pick it up on their own by throwing them into the right situation, but this was unforeseen. Special Continuous Activation Skill, Authority of the Creator, Proficiency. 1%, those who learn the swordsmanship you created have emerged. As they increase their proficiency, your proficiency in your advanced swordsmanship, the ability sword, also increases. This skill appeared the moment they improved their ability sword proficiency. Taesan was astonished, having never heard of such a skill from the ghost. What's this? I didn't know about this either. You've never encountered this skill before. I did create the Stormscar sword, but I never taught it to anyone, so I had no way of knowing that such a thing existed. The ghost mused. Not bad, right? It's not entirely free. If you teach this well to many people, you could increase your proficiency without doing anything. That's impossible. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Taeyeon had barely learned ability sword in the face of death. It seemed unlikely that others could learn it. The ghost seemed to realize this too and clicked its tongue in disappointment. Still, it's not bad. It would be interesting to see these half-baked ones learn your swordsmanship. He had achieved what he wanted. Now all that was left was to wait for the wave. The next day, Kim Hweon and Choi Baram appeared with tired faces. They seemed exhausted from arranging the personnel, both looking worn out. They began to deploy people widely on the outskirts to prevent monsters from entering the safe zone. Is this enough? I don't know, we can't tell how strong the monsters will be. Kim Hweon bit her lip. Even with as many as 85,000 people, the defense wall was quite solid. However, the strength of the monsters was a concern. The defense would be breached instantly if they were so strong that even normal mode players would struggle. To prevent this, they placed hard mode players intermittently, but it was hard to gauge their effectiveness. We can't be sure what will happen, Choi Baram grumbled. There was nothing to do but try to stop the monsters from entering the safe zone. Without information on the consequences of failure, both Kim Hweon and Choi Baram were anxious. It's not looking good for us, we just have to do our best to stop them. That's true, Choi Baram cast a doubtful glance. But is it really okay over there? His gaze rested on a completely empty outskirts area where not a single person was visible. In contrast to the crowded areas, its emptiness made it stand out. Kim Hweon nodded. Yes, it's fine. Since someone who saw it directly says it's okay, I guess it's all right. Choi Baram couldn't help but feel uneasy as he had never witnessed Taesan defeat monsters before. Suddenly, power began to gather in the air. Even players in easy mode could sense the dense concentration of power. Everyone get ready, Choi Baram clenched his teeth, and at that moment space split open. Rumble, monsters poured out of the rift. Monster 5,422,422,335 has appeared. Monster 5,422,422,336 has appeared. Monster 5,422,422,337 has appeared. Similar numbered monsters emerged rapidly, alarming the onlookers with their sheer number. There are so many, the monsters filled their entire field of vision. Even a rough count easily exceeded 100,000. As the stationary monsters began to crawl slowly toward the people, they clenched their teeth in anticipation. The battle commenced. The people thrust their swords into the monsters, who retaliated by moving their arms and tentacles. Kim Hweon, having defeated a monster, shouted out instructions. Those who have lost stamina fall back. Recover with any potions you have, and if not, recover enough through natural healing before returning to the fight. The people fought with all their might and rapidly dispatched the monsters. Kim Hweon's expression lightened. The monsters were not as strong as they had feared. It seemed they would soon be able to eliminate them all. Taesan was also vanquishing monsters. Taesan extended his hand. Crack. A monster charging at him was crushed in his grip. After shaking off his hand lightly, Taesan threw a punch. Dozens of monsters charging toward him burst apart. You have activated Wind Explosion. Wind explosions ripped through the bodies of monsters one after another. Wow, amazing! Indeed, the spectators exclaimed in admiration. Taesan alone was dominating hundreds of meters of space. He did so with ease and without any sign of struggle. Taesan dusted off his hands after he burst a monster's head. Too weak. The people had grown stronger. It wasn't just in stats or levels, but also in rich combat experience. Now no one was flustered by these trivial monsters. But it couldn't end just like that. As soon as Taesan finished his thought, space split open again. This time, winged monsters emerged with a scream. Kaya, seeing the flying monsters, Choi Baram shouted in panic. How are we supposed to stop those? There were hardly any people with the means to attack airborne enemies. Choi Baram urgently called out. Those with bows deal with the monsters in the sky. People belatedly noticed the monsters flying toward the safe zone. A few with bows quickly shot arrows, but they were far too few compared to the number of monsters. Key. A considerable number of monsters entered the safe zone. Then their bodies began to twist. Their wings grew larger and their bodies transformed into more muscular forms. Kaya! The mutated monsters screamed and plummeted toward the people gathered on the ground. The faces of those directly below turned pale. Dare to come down here? Taesan dropped down onto the head of an incoming monster. Crack! He stomped on the monster's head and leaped, throwing a punch. The mutating monsters burst simultaneously. Chapter 170, Soul. Part 4. Having dealt with all the monsters in the sky, Taesan turned his attention to the ground below. Monsters, seizing the moment Taesan had momentarily left his spot, swarmed into the safe zone. Just as the panicked people started to hastily move to block the monsters, "You have activated landing." Taesan, who was high in the sky, landed on the ground at a speed that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Taesan threw a punch. Monsters were sent flying. He then shot frost arrows into the air. The flying monsters turned into skewers and vanished. "Oh wow," people exclaimed in astonishment as Taesan single-handedly covered the sky and an area of hundreds of meters. It was an amazing ability, but its limit was clear. Taesan alone couldn't defend the entire safe zone. Monsters were already slowly infiltrating on the opposite side from where Taesan fought. Grrr. The monsters kept pushing with their bodies. Even those who initially fought eagerly began to falter due to the overwhelming numerical difference. Eventually, a few monsters managed to squeeze into the safe zone. Grrr. The entire body of the monster twisted, its tentacles swelled and its body grew larger. "Eek! Block it!" People swung their weapons earnestly, but the monster mockingly swung its enlarged tentacles. People hit by the tentacles were swept away like dominoes. A huge hole was quickly made in the defensive wall. Kim Hweon, who was blocking another spot from afar, clenched her teeth and tried to move people. Swoosh. Lee Taeyeon, who had been blocking another direction, quickly charged at the enlarged monsters. Then she thrust her sword toward the swirling tentacles. Lee Taeyeon activated Flow. The trajectory twisted, and the tentacle that cut through the air crashed into the ground. Lee Taeyeon quickly kicked off the ground and soared over the monster's head. Lee Taeyeon activated Strong Blow. Boom, the monster crashed to the ground. Lee Taeyeon continued her assault, and thanks to the effects of the ability sword skill, the monster fell without much resistance. Phew, Lee Taeyeon, having caught her breath, moved again. With her joining in, the strengthened monsters quickly fell. People regained their composure and began to rebuild the defensive wall. This pattern continued afterward. Whenever a few monsters crossed the safe zone and attacked people, Taesan, Lee Taeyeon, and Kang Junhyuk dealt with them. Despite the precarious situation, a delicate balance was maintained. After a few hours, people finally succeeded in defending against the first wave. "We won! Hooray!" People jubilantly celebrated the notification of quest success. Kim Hweon and Choi Baram quickly checked the damage and rearranged personnel. So this is what it means to not let them into the safe zone. Originally, monsters that 2 or 3 easy mode players could have easily stopped became significantly stronger the moment they entered the safe zone. Choi Baram let out a groan. The strengthened monsters were tough enough that even a hard mode player would struggle to handle them alone. Still, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, those two can handle them without a problem. They're much stronger than what I've heard. I'm a bit surprised too. The strength of these two was well known, but what they showed this time greatly exceeded Kim Hweon's expectations. She vaguely guessed that their improvement was due to the swordsmanship taught by Taesan. With this, some adjustments are necessary. Only 3 could perfectly handle the strengthened monsters. The next day, the personnel deployment changed. Kang Junhyuk, Lee Taeyeon, and Kang Taesan each took responsibility for 3 different directions. Once the arrangement was complete, the second wave began. Grrr. The monsters appeared. Their numbers were akin to the first wave, but they had grown stronger. The easy mode players could no longer effectively block the monsters. The defensive wall began to fall apart. Grrr. The monsters that breached the safe zone mutated. People struck them with earnest attacks, but the monster, seemingly tickled, merely brushed off their assaults with a sweep of its arm. "It's hectic," Kang Junhyuk muttered and stamped his foot, fixing a serious gaze on the monster. The monsters that infiltrated the safe zone and grew stronger were about degrade by Taesan's standards. The Kang Junhyuk of moments before would not have been able to dispatch them so quickly, but now the situation has changed. Kang Junhyuk activated Strong Blow. Bang, with precise timing, he countered the onslaught of attacks. He severed each of the monster's arms and landed a heavy blow. The monster's body reeled from the fierce impact. Crack. The monster could not endure the hits for long and disappeared. Kang Junhyuk chuckled. This is really too good. Had he not learned Ability Sword, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. It was truly an exceptional skill. Furthermore, Kang Junhyuk realized another benefit that Taesan had overlooked. Taesan had no concerns about mana consumption, but Kang Junhyuk did. Using a skill even once demanded mana management. Yet, if timed correctly, Strong Blow from Ability Sword did not deplete mana after the initial activation. This was a substantial advantage for him, who constantly experienced a shortage of mana. Good. Kang Junhyuk's eyes gleamed as he tightened his grip on his sword. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk continued to advance, dispatching the enhanced monsters. Taesan, as always, single-handedly covered hundreds of meters on the ground and the sky, yet they still could not defend every direction. Eventually, the precarious equilibrium shattered. Block with your bodies, try to hold them off somehow. People sacrificed themselves in desperate attempts to withstand the onslaught as long as possible, and thus, casualties were inevitable. Thanks to the arduous efforts of the hard mode players, they managed to survive the wave with relatively few casualties. People celebrated their victory and rested. The next day, the third wave began. The monsters that appeared this time were stronger than those before. The easy mode players struggled to inflict any significant damage. The defensive wall was quickly breached, resulting in greater destruction. Many people perished. But the people did not succumb to despair. They grieved and offered each other comfort for the lost lives, yet they did not dwell on their sorrow. Everyone calmly prepared for the next challenge. With the combined populations of Gyeonggi-do and Seoul at about 20 million, only 85,000 remained. They had witnessed the death of far too many, yet they had persevered through these losses, fighting valiantly to reach this point. Their spirits would not break now, and now there was hope. The hope that they could triumph, that they could survive to see the future. At the center of this hope was Kang Taesan, the one who had single-handedly defeated thousands of monsters. To those who knew the true strength of the monsters, his feats were nothing short of miraculous. Thanks to him, people calmly completed their preparations. The fourth wave began, even more lives were lost. There were moments when the defense completely crumbled, and without Taesan's intervention, they would have faced annihilation. But they emerged victorious. They readied themselves once more for battle. The final wave is beginning. This is the last one, Kim Hweon murmured, her face contorted with distress. The thought of reducing their deaths to mere numbers for the sake of management pained her deeply. Choi Baram responded with a wry smile. It's better to get used to it. But I don't want to get used to it, Kim Hweon complained, lifting her head. The defensive wall was thinner than before, yet their faces did not show despair, only hope that they could prevail. The situation is still in our favor. I wonder how it is in other areas. Choi Baram clicked his tongue, finding it hard to imagine repelling such waves without Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, and Kang Taesan. I hope they're still alive. They must be having a rough time. As Choi Baram murmured, energy began to gather. The space started to crack open with an unstable noise and people tensed, readying themselves to confront the incoming monsters. The breach widened and monsters surged forth, catching everyone off guard. What's with their form? Until then, the monsters had resembled giant humans or were mostly tentacled. But this time, the monsters that emerged were shaped like round spheres. People quickly understood why the monsters had assumed such a form. The spheres began rolling toward them at a speed far greater than before. No way, Kim Hweon's face blanched. Use your bodies to block them, she commanded. The realization dawned on others too late. The monsters had altered their shape to penetrate the safe zone by any means. The defenders threw themselves at the spheres, attempting to slow them down by using their bodies, relying on their own defenses and stamina. They're relentless, aren't they? Taesan chuckled as he engaged the monsters, stomping his foot down. You have activated Earthquake. The rolling spheres were suddenly jolted. Seizing the moment, Taesan rapidly dispatched the now stalled monsters. You have activated Decarabia's Twisted Vegetation. Kugagugung. Roots burst from the ground, sprawling across the area and forming a dome overhead. Oh wow! The people marveled at the sight of roots blanketing the sky. However, the limitation was evident. All of Taesan's magical power had been expended to conjure the roots, but the area that needed shielding was immense. Inevitably, a significant number of monsters breached the safe zone. The people watched, holding their breath as they anticipated the monster's next mutation. GRRK. The spheres began to twist and rise, taking on a form vastly different from the typical monsters. Insects, they bore a striking resemblance to praying mantises, albeit on a much larger scale, easily dwarfing an average human. The mutated mantis-like monsters charged at the people. Eek, block them! Those engaged in battle with the monsters soon realized something. The mutated creatures were not as formidable as they had anticipated. They were by no means weak. Even players who were in hard mode had to maintain a strong defense. However, when players accustomed to hard mode banded together, they found they could defeat the monsters with relative ease. It was a revelation to those who had braced for even more ferocious adversaries in the final wave. The reason for this soon became clear. Kang Junhyuk lunged forward to take down a monster, activating his flow skill and driving his sword forth. The monster swung its foreleg down. The ability sword's flow skill was designed to alter the course of any attack that made contact with the blade. Kang Junhyuk disregarded the creature's foreleg and continued his assault, successfully warping the trajectory of the monster's limb. Boom, yet despite the deflection, the twisted foreleg halted abruptly with a thunderous sound and then struck Kang Junhyuk from behind. Ugh! Kang Junhyuk groaned as he tumbled to the ground, grimacing in pain and scrambling to put distance between himself and the monster. What? He was certain his flow skill had redirected the monster's attack, yet he had been struck from behind. Confusion washed over Kang Jun-hyuk. Lee Taeyeon found herself in a similar predicament. She attempted to leverage her flow skill and strong blow to gain the upper hand, but to no avail, her efforts were thwarted. Lee Taeyeon activated flow skill. She deftly redirected the monster's strike and sought to counterattack. But the monster's arm, once diverted, abruptly stopped its motion and hurtled toward her. In the end, Lee Taeyeon was forced to defend herself and retreat. Taesan encountered a similar challenge. He unleashed a punch colliding with the monster's arm. Clang, a resonant sound echoed as the force of his blow repelled the creature. Taesan's interest was piqued. Despite being hit by his strike, the monster didn't fall. I see, Taesan raised his sword and activated flow skill. As it had with Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk, the monster quickly corrected its diverted arm and attacked. He easily crushed it, but now it was clear. A monster that countered the ability sword. This monster was specifically designed to kill Taesan. Monsters began to converge on one another. People were confused by the sudden grouping of the monsters during the battle. What's this? Taesan didn't just watch. He grabbed each one, smashing and crushing them. However, due to the sheer number of monsters, he couldn't crush them all. The monsters began to amalgamate. Their mantis forms merged, making gurgling sounds. Eventually, a pitch-black mantis-like creature appeared. Monster 999 has appeared. Chapter 171, Soul, Part 5, a 3-digit monster. It was an A-grade monster. Even players who had cleared hard mode couldn't guarantee victory against it. It was one of the strongest monsters at a general level and had claimed the lives of numerous people in a previous life. As the monster appeared, people trembled. In the case of Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk, their faces paled and they quickly created distance. Others were merely terrified by its overwhelming power. However, having faced many strong foes, these two could estimate the monster's approximate strength. It was a monster they dared not defy. A level of monster rarely seen even in the labyrinth to them, the monster seemed like one of the leaders of the Guides of Sin. It was commendable that they didn't lose their will and still held onto their weapons. Everyone was scared and kept their distance, and Taesan calmly observed the monster. An A-grade monster. He thought it was about time it appeared. A monster capable of challenging even those who had cleared hard mode. But now he is even stronger than before. Taesan walked toward the monster. Kang Jun-hyuk called out to him hastily. Brother, that monster is. I know, an A-grade monster couldn't stop him now. The high gods would surely be aware of that too, so they must have employed some means. Taesan had a hunch about what it was. The opponent is a difficult enemy to defeat. Desire for battle has been activated. Proof of limit has been activated. Contempt for the strong has been activated. Half-god theory has been activated. Giant killer has been activated. Kwun. As the system window popped up, the monster stomped the ground. In that instant, Taesan drew his sword. The monster's front leg and Taesan's sword collided, and a storm ensued. The repercussions of the collision spread, pushing people back. Save us someone. Only Lee Taeyeon and Kang Jun-hyuk stood their ground. Even they barely managed to hold on by driving their weapons into the ground. This is. Merely exchanging blows sent people flying, including hard-mode players, not just those on easy or normal. Taesan clicked his tongue, sensing the disbelief in people's eyes. An A-grade monster possessed enough power to alter the landscape. Fighting nearby could destroy the city with just the collateral damage. We need to move the fight elsewhere. You have activated acceleration. Kwang. Taesan struck the monster's chest. The monster was pushed back, but Taesan winced from the recoil. Monster 999 took 102 damage. It was tough. He hadn't used addition, yet the damage was only around 100. Taesan stomped the ground again. He pounded the charging monster's chest, sending it soaring. The monster didn't get flung away easily but lifted its front leg instead. Taesan dodged the incoming leg by tilting his head and delivered a hard kick. This should be enough. Having pushed the monster far from Seoul City Hall, Taesan hurled it even farther. The continually resisting a grade monster was not an easy adversary to subdue even for Taesan. You have activated reconnaissance. Monster 999. Target specialization, target specialization. It was a type of monster he hadn't encountered before, but its meaning was clear. Taesan lifted his weapon. Let's get serious now. People blown away by the impact gathered, struggling to their feet. Where is Taesan? He went to fight the monster. Lee Taeyeon spoke with composure. He must have considered the aftermath for us. Oh Taesan. People sat down, their tears flowing. Kang Jun-hyuk gave a bitter smile. Sorry, but it seems we don't have time to be grateful. The space cracked open once more. The faces of Kim Hweon and the others turned ashen at the sight of more monsters emerging. Everyone get up. Return to your positions, the battle resumed. Taesan charged at the monster that was created specifically to kill him. The monster responded by swinging its leg. You have activated evasion. As the leg neared the sword, its path twisted. Previous enemies had suffered damage because they failed to correct their trajectory against Taesan. This monster, however, was different. Click. The contorted leg halted abruptly and then whipped back, targeting Taesan once more. Forced to defend against the sharp onslaught, Taesan evaded the vigorously swinging leg and struck with his weapon. You have activated Strong Blow. With the skill's activation, the monster's color shifted. Now ash-colored, it hunched down like a turtle. Taesan's sword struck the monster repeatedly, but no other harm was evident except for the aura-inflicted damage. The attacks aren't being ignored. Does it have an extremely high defense? Kwung, the huddled monster slammed its foot onto the ground. Like a mantis poised to strike, Taesan instantly activated evasion, altering his charge's direction. Kijijik. The monster's legs flailed, shattering everything in their vicinity. Taesan widened the gap between them and unleashed his magic. Frost arrows bombarded the monster but inflicted negligible damage. Magic is useless too, the ghost snickered. A monster made solely to kill you. Flow and Strong Blow were easily countered by it. Its defense was impenetrable, rendering both landing and aerial attacks ineffective. Its resistance to magic was just as formidable. A tough adversary, yet Taesan's expression remained stoic. His skills held the upper hand because the enemy was ignorant of them. He had foreseen that the high gods would employ such strategies. Taesan reviewed the information he had gathered. The monster was countering his ability sword. It also neutralized magic, which suggested that spirit skills would probably be ineffective. Even black magic wouldn't provide much of an advantage, as he had nearly drained his magic. He had to save the apostle transformation until he fully understood his opponent, and the damage isn't significant. He could inflict only about 100 to 200 damage. Taesan recalled that an A-grade monster's health was roughly between 200,000 to 300,000. This monster, specialized in defense, might have even more health. A simple calculation indicated the need for thousands of successful attacks. It's not impossible, though. Taesan had defeated an S-grade monster with over 1 million health while possessing only 50 attack power. Given enough time, it was possible. That was probably why it was classified as a difficult enemy, not an impossible one. The real problem lay elsewhere. Taesan glanced around. Intense fighting sounds came from the direction of the city hall, where people battled the newly appeared monsters. Considering the strength of the monsters, they wouldn't last long. This was literally a battle against time. Would he defeat the monster first, or would the people be annihilated by the monsters? Taesan's eyes darkened. The monster was clearly created to counter everything about him. But that didn't mean he couldn't win. Taesan began slowly analyzing the monster's information. The mantis-shaped monster appeared flawless. Its defense against Strong Blow was impenetrable, and its magic resistance was unbelievably high. The monster was A-grade. Yet so far, its demonstrated abilities, except for strength and speed, were beyond that of a grade. Those two attributes were relatively low, but not too low. In a word, the monster was perfect. That was what bothered Taesan. A perfect monster couldn't exist. Even the most versatile offensive monsters had a clear weakness, low health. Therefore, this monster must also have a weakness. The only question was what it was. The monster charged Kakak. Taesan blocked and continued to think. He amalgamated the numerous pieces of information and strategies he had gathered to find the answer. The monster's form, it resembled a mantis. The one weakness shared by the hundreds of insect-shaped monsters he had faced was always the same. Having finished his thoughts, Taesan immediately stomped on the ground. The monster swung its leg. Taesan raised his sword, Kang. A heavy sensation flowed through his sword. Taesan grabbed the end of the monster's leg. He was stronger than the monster. He pulled the monster's body towards himself. Then Taesan struck the reverse joint of the monster's leg. Kang. It was the loudest sound yet. The monster's body staggered greatly. Monster 999 took 702 damage. Seeing the significantly increased damage, Taesan was certain. The monster's joint area was its weakness. Every insect-type monster Taesan had faced had been like this. Despite their tough exoskeletons that resisted most attacks, their joint areas were vulnerable and easier to target. This monster was no exception. Taesan dove between the monster's legs and swung his sword. The monster's joint buckled and it fell. The monster swung its forelegs wildly, trying to grab Taesan. He deflected them with his sword, then stepped on and yanked the hind leg's joint. Pudjuk. The hind leg made an unstable sound as it began to bend. Taesan exerted more force to tear apart the monster's joint when suddenly, immense power descended upon the mantis. Taesan immediately responded, "You have activated Apostle Transformation Lacaratas. You have activated Apostle Slayer." great might and power filled Taesan. He exerted even more strength into his hand, holding the monster's leg, but the monster violently shook its leg. The strength was incomparable to before, and Taesan had to back off. He looked intently at the monster. A different level of might emanated from it. Ah, really doing everything, the ghost muttered in disbelief. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. The high gods have bestowed might upon this monster to kill you. And it's of a considerable level. The might that descended upon the monster wrapped around its joint areas like a barrier. Can it be used in such a way? This is new to me too. Is it because they are high gods? The usage of might is quite unique, but something looks off. The monster kept shaking its head as if it had a tic. Its leg movements became awkwardly unnatural, as if it were wearing clothes that didn't fit. It's because the might was forcibly bestowed. Unlike you, it doesn't have the rightful qualifications, so maintaining it must be a struggle. Taesan stomped the ground. The monster responded by swinging its forelegs. However, the movement was awkward. Taesan easily dodged the slightly delayed attack and dove between its legs. He stabbed at the joint area as before, Kang, but the sword did not penetrate. It felt like hitting a solid iron shell. Taesan realized why the god's might was concentrated in the joint areas. The monster's might was similar to Taesan's apostle transformation. They both gained equal power, so attacking the joints would normally work. However, with all the might concentrated in the joint areas, Taesan could not break through. The monster attacked Taesan with its legs, but the attack was too clumsy. It was easy to dodge just by shifting his body slightly. The ghost chuckled. It's half ruined. They probably made it like this just to buy time, right? What will you do now? Attacking the joints seems difficult. Taesan's expression remained unchanged. Compensating for weaknesses wasn't uncommon. He had faced numerous monsters and dozens of different types of creatures. All had their own weaknesses. Among them, some had concealed or compensated for their weaknesses, and Taesan had defeated all of them. If one weakness disappeared, he just had to find a new one. Taesan clenched his fist. You have activated the deer walking on the wind path. Chapter 172, Soul, Part 6. The wind enveloped the monster's entire body. Unable to resist, the monster charged forward. Taesan dodged the swinging forelimbs and continued to spread the wind. This spirit skill was not originally intended for attack. Unlike magic, spirit skills expanded the senses themselves. It was used to gather information about the monster. Information about the monster's entire body flowed through the wind to Taesan. He could now understand what he had not known before. Seams covered the monster's entire body. They were too small to be seen with the naked eye, but the seams densely covered the monster's body. Were they formed by combining several creatures? The pitch-black mantis was made up of dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters fused together. Despite this, its size was not much different from the monsters before the fusion. They had been forcibly condensed during the fusion. That seemed to have created the seams. Taesan kept thinking. Having been forcibly given a rank, the monster moved awkwardly and seemed about to fall at any moment. It was likely that it could not maintain the defense of its rank, particularly at its joints. Targeting these seams was the only way to deliver a strong impact to the monster, but the seams were too small to be seen with the naked eye. Even though the monster's rank had weakened, there was no room to target them with a sword. Neither sword nor magic could target the seams. The same was true for black magic. Then an idea struck him. You have activated a small spark. The spreading wind carried the flames. Taesan charged at the monster. As the monster's forelimbs swung down to split Taesan's head, he raised his sword. Clang, two legs collided with Taesan's sword. In the midst of their struggle, Taesan brought his free hand to the monster's seam. Whoosh! A flame-imbued wind flowed from his fingertips, racing along the seam and beginning to burn the monster's entire body. The monster's body shuddered. Monster 999 takes 504 damage. The increase in the spirit skills rank through apostle transformation made this possible. Identifying the weakness, Taesan moved. He dodged attacks and pressed his hand against the monster's body, releasing flame wind through the seams. The monster trembled in pain and resisted. Since Taesan needed to touch the monster's body, he couldn't evade all the attacks. But that was acceptable. Your first attack nullification has been activated. He touched the monster's body again, and the flame followed the seam, invading its interior. The monster's body trembled once more, and at that moment the rank protecting the joints of its forelimbs wavered. Taesan didn't miss the opportunity. He swiftly moved his sword, driving it into the joint. The sword pierced through with a crunching sound, then he pulled at the forelimb's end. Ignoring the monster's thrashing, he applied more strength to his hand. Crack! Monster 999 takes 2045 damage. The monster's leg came off. It twisted its body in agony. Taesan thrust his hand into the wound, now oozing black fluid, and spread the flame directly inside the monster's body. The insectoid monster had weak joints and soft flesh despite its hard outer shell. This one seemed no exception, thrashing madly. Perhaps the pain overwhelmed its mind, causing the ranks protecting the joints to shake unsteadily. After that, Taesan took over the flow of battle. He thrust his sword into the remaining forelimb joints and yanked them out. Crack! The remaining forelimbs were ripped off. With the enemy unable to attack, there was no longer anything to fear. Taesan proceeded to shatter each of the remaining legs. Soon the monster was writhing on the ground, incapable of rising. Taesan thrust his sword into the monster's mouth. The thrashing monster's body stiffened for a moment. He sent flames through the sword, burning the monster's entire body. Thousands of damage points appeared, and before long the monster collapsed. You have defeated Monster 999. You have perfectly understood the essence and weakness of your opponent and have achieved victory. You have learned the special activation skill Essence Understanding. Your Soul Ascension has been activated. The proficiency of has increased by 1%. Your Soul Ascension has been activated. You have learned the special continuous activation skill Twisted Soul Tuning. Taesan pulled out his sword. The monster had been created merely to delay time, so there was no joy in the victory. Instead, he was concerned about how much time he had spent and what might have happened to the others. Just as Taesan was about to close the system window and run to his companions, space split open and darkness burst forth. Taesan halted his steps. A vast darkness planted itself on the ground. "Hello," a young girl appeared. "Hello," the demon god Lucifer. Her appearance was not too surprising. In their previous encounter, she had mentioned that it would be her turn next time. The demon god looked at Taesan with a gaze filled with goodwill. "You did wonderfully this time too, Kang Taesan. I'm sorry, but I have something else I need to attend to first." People were still fighting the monsters. He needed to address that before he could converse with her. Taesan braced himself. "There's no need for that." The demon god murmured and clapped her hands. With the sound of the clap, darkness spread out. People who had been gritting their teeth and fighting monsters stopped instinctively. What's happening? The vast darkness enveloped the whole world like shadows absorbing the remaining light. And the monsters, consumed by that force, vanished without a trace. People suddenly without their adversaries looked bewildered and stared blankly into the void. The demon god smiled thinly. "I've taken care of everything. You don't need to go now. Is this really okay?" The demon god had directly eliminated the monsters. Considering that previously Lakaratas descended only after all quests were completed, this was clearly not normal. "It wasn't right, it doesn't matter, they also use tricks." The demon god twisted her lips. "They're trying to cross the line with such tricks. Seems like they really don't like you, huh?" Seems so. The cohesion of the monsters was unexpected. And the enormous rank imbued in the monster was too much for it to handle. It was clear that this was not a normal course of events. If they couldn't kill Taesan, they seemed determined to kill everyone else. "You've overcome it brilliantly. I'm very satisfied." The demon god extended her hand and darkness began to spread from her, branching out. "So I should give you a reward." Darkness engulfed the world. People gasped as the light suddenly disappeared. Some thought monsters were reappearing and grabbed their weapons, while others screamed, "Manifestation of God's authority. Blessings descend." "Huh," the demon god beamed a smile at Taesan. "You can be proud. I've never given such a blessing to mortals, especially not to so many other than to demons. You have received the divine blessing, Lamb entering the darkness. And this is a bonus for you." Darkness enveloped Taesan. "You have learned the basic black magic, Ser's Black Wind. You have learned the intermediate black magic, Marba's Pitch Black Wave. You have learned the intermediate black magic, Larage's Territory Detection. You have acquired the title Saint of the Demon God's second seat. Your magical power has increased by 100. A basic black magic spell. 2 intermediate black magic spells, a title, and a 100-point increase in magical power were bestowed upon him." Taesan bowed his head. "Thank you, no need to thank me, it's a fair trade." The demon god chuckled. "Now it'll be even harder for them to kill you. What will they risk and what burdens will they bear? The more they struggle, the stronger you become." She seemed very pleased. "I wonder what their faces look like now. Just thinking about it brings me joy." There was a deeper emotion than mere pleasure at outsmarting the high gods. "Well, that's enough about the rewards. Don't you have something to ask me?" "Yes," Taesan nodded. The separated labyrinth and the guides of sin that existed there, he believed the gods would know the answer. Just as Taesan was about to ask, the demon god's body began to shake unstably. As if she couldn't stay here any longer, a tremendous force began to drive her away. "This is as far as I can go." The demon god clicked her tongue. "They cross the line, but they make a fuss when I try. Hypocrites, aren't they?" She grumbled and began to sink into the darkness. "Sorry, but it looks like you'll have to get the details from someone else." Understood. It wasn't urgent, so Taesan nodded. Returning to the labyrinth meant he would encounter another god waiting for him. "Ah, one last thing," the departing lady spoke. "The guides of sin will target you again." Taesan nodded. With his strength, conquering the 40th floor would be quick. He expected there would be another move. The demon god wore an ambiguous expression. Sorry, but next time I won't be able to involve myself as deeply as before. That child is also one of my unfortunate children. According to the laws of the labyrinth, the winner takes all. Her words were cryptic. Without saying more, she submerged into the darkness. Then I'll wait for our next meeting. Let's have a more leisurely chat next time. With those words, she disappeared. The darkness that engulfed the world faded and light returned. Taesan headed toward where the people were. Kim Hweon approached with a pale face. Taesan. That power just now, she instinctively felt it. The transcendent being that had descended earlier resembled the one she had seen before, an entity that shrouded the entire world in darkness. A being that could, if it wished, annihilate the earth in an instant. At least it's not hostile to us, so don't worry. Taesan calmed her anxiety and looked towards the others. There were injured people. Though some writhed in pain, there seemed to be few deaths. It looks like we fared well here. Ah yes, Kim Hweon, having just regained her composure, nodded. People fought without descending into panic. We managed to hold them off. It would have been perilous if it had lasted any longer. It had been a narrow escape. Her strength had nearly run out, pushing her to the brink of danger, but they had triumphed. Special quest success. Return to the labyrinth in 2 days. They assessed the damage. 85,000 in total had returned, 20,000 had perished, just 65,000 had survived. The loss of life was substantial. But they accepted it with composure. They grieved for the deceased, laid them to rest, and prepared to advance. What about the other areas? They must have survived too. In the end, we took care of everything. The darkness, unleashed by the demon god, had exterminated the monsters. It had not only enveloped Seoul, but had spread across the entire globe. Likely, all the monsters worldwide had been obliterated at that moment. So that was a god of the labyrinth, wasn't it? Kim Hweon had learned about the being that descended upon Earth. They were the architects of the labyrinth, adversaries of the invaders of Earth. Yes, this time it was the demon god. Wow, Kim Hweon shook her head in amazement. Entities beyond her imagination continued to emerge, causing her head to throb. But at least they're not our enemies, right? If there are those who wish to kill us, there should be those who assist us. Her face did not betray any darkness, nor did the faces of all who had survived. The reason was simple. The skill bestowed by the demon god affected their very survival. Lamb entering the darkness. The effect was straightforward. Everyone had gained magical power. I never imagined gaining such power. Nor did I. Taesan also wore an ambiguous expression. He had not expected the demon god to bestow magical power upon humanity. She had always favored demons over humans. Nor had he anticipated receiving such authority. What does she expect from me? Title, Saint of the Demon God's second seat. This position is granted by the demon god to those she acknowledges. Possessing magical power allows one to exert significant influence over humans with magic, and additional rewards are granted as they grow stronger. Chapter 173, Return to the Labyrinth, Part 1. The Saint's Seat. As one experienced in the battlefield of the gods knew, the saint was a position that managed all believers who had faith in the god. It was less significant than an apostle, but still an important role chosen directly by a god. Such a position was being granted to a human, not a demon. What did the demon god expect from him? He knew she had a liking for him, but it wasn't just liking that had granted him such a favor. There must be something she expected from him. I don't know, Taesan shook his head. The sure thing was her favor toward him. Then it was something to be gratefully accepted for the time being. Taesan called Kim Hweon, Jeom Yoongjun, Kang Junhyuk, and Lee Taeyeon to check. Did you all get magic energy? Yes. About 10, I saw it appeared right below mana in the status window. Did you learn black magic? Having magic energy alone was useless. It could only be used with black magic given directly by the demon god. To Taesan's question, they shook their heads. No, we haven't learned anything like that. Taesan read the description of the title. He could exercise great influence over humans with magic energy. An idea suddenly struck Taesan's mind. Just stay still. Taesan skillfully handled the magic energy and enveloped them with it. It was as if he had known how to do it all along. Suddenly their pupils dilated. Taesan, what is this? Is that so? Taesan clicked his tongue. The influence written in the title was the ability to impart black magic to humans. What did you all learn? I learned the basic black magic, Sair's Black Wind, and the beginner-level black magic, Decarabia's Twisted Vegetation 2 in total. Why are these names so long? You learned 2, how many did sister learn? I only learned Sair's Black Wind, same here. Listening to their chatter, I discovered that Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk had learned 1 basic and 1 beginner-level black magic, while Kim Hweon and Jeom Yoongjun had only learned 1 basic black magic. It seems there's a limit to what you can learn based on your strength. The result was natural, as the demon god wouldn't want those unworthy to wield her power. Teaching black magic to everyone seems impossible. Taesan scattered the darkness. The spreading darkness enveloped the survivors. Some of the resting survivors exclaimed in surprise. Realizing what Taesan had done, Kim Hweon muttered in disbelief. This is unbelievable. The only being who could impart black magic to humans was a power that seemed beyond human. But could you have taken it back if you gave it? Probably. Taesan clenched his fist, and the power that had dwelled in Kim Hweon was suddenly withdrawn. It's real. It's a power given by you, brother, so it's natural. GM Yoongjun nodded in agreement. Taesan then regranted the skill to Kim Hweon. It might not be used often due to the lack of magic energy, but it will be quite useful. Of course, unlike Taesan, those without the means to increase their magic energy wouldn't reap significant immediate benefits. However, given the uniqueness of black magic, it would be a formidable power in conquering the labyrinth. Having experienced the effects of the black magic used by Taesan, all of them nodded in agreement. Thank you so much. Enough of that, now Lee Teo and Kang Junhyuk follow me. Taesan picked up his sword. The two nodded earnestly. The fastest way to improve the proficiency of a sword skill was to spar directly with someone who possessed that skill. Once they returned to the labyrinth, it would be extremely difficult for Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk to increase their proficiency on their own. Therefore, for the 2 days until their return to the labyrinth, Taesan continuously pushed them in sparring. As a result, the proficiency of Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk's ability sword increased by 2%. With the effect of the title Authority of the Saint, Taesan's proficiency also increased by 1%. Not a bad outcome. That's it, only 1 hour remained until their return. When Taesan stopped his sword, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk finally sat down. Huff huff. They were too out of breath to speak properly, while Taesan's breathing remained unfazed. You're surprisingly obedient. I thought you'd ask for a break at least once. During the dozens of sparring sessions they had, they always complained, but in the last 2 days they followed without a word. Lee Taeyeon, having caught her breath, spoke up. I realized how big the gap is. It's too late to whine now. Both held a certain pride in themselves. They could easily defeat ordinary monsters, and apart from Taesan, no one could compare to them. It wasn't an overstatement. In reality, no monster had been able to stop them. The gap with the hard mode players had widened, reaching a level where they could win even in 3-1 battles. However, that confidence shattered with the appearance of a 3-digit monster. A monster with the power to blow them away with just the aftermath of a collision. They had a premonition that they would be killed helplessly. The gap between them and the monster was that significant, but Taesan had defeated such a monster without a scratch. What floor are you on now? The 36th floor. The 36th floor. Kang Junhyuk laughed bitterly. Already on the 36th floor, they would have to reach there someday, but it still seemed too far away. Their inflated confidence deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. Taesan shook his head. Don't compare yourself to me. If you count by the strength of the floors, I'm an adventurer above the 50th floor. Grade monsters were comparable to players who had cleared hard mode. Such monsters could not be easily defeated, even in solo mode. A typical adventurer on the 36th floor would have been defeated without a chance to fight properly. There's no need to rush, Taesan spoke calmly. You're already doing well. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk had descended to the 13th floor faster than Taesan had anticipated. Build up your skills slowly but steadily, then someday you'll reach where I am. The eyes of Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk settled down. Finally, the remaining time ended. The return to the labyrinth began. Monster hunting bonus plus 351. First wave bonus plus 54. Second wave bonus plus 55. Third wave bonus plus 52. Fourth wave bonus plus 61. Fifth wave bonus plus 65. Special victory bonus plus 641. Domination bonus plus 84. Victory bonus plus 115. Totaling completed. 1,478 points will be awarded. 1,478 points. Simple calculations showed that this could increase skill proficiency by close to 150%. Of course, due to the skill proficiency limit, achieving that much effect was difficult, but it was still a considerable reward. However, Taesan did not use the points immediately. During this return, he had acquired several skills. He needed to check them first. I didn't expect to learn this already. Special activation skill, essence detection, proficiency. 1% identifies the essence of the target. It was a very simple skill with no elaborate description. In his previous life, he had acquired this skill after surpassing the 70th floor, but he had not fully understood its effects then. In easy mode, there weren't enough challenging enemies to necessitate understanding their essence. However, the true value of this skill lay in its ability to combine with other skills, like the vital point attack skill, which targeted the opponent's weak points. Once the proficiency of this skill reached 100%, it transformed into the vital point designation skill. This excellent skill allowed targeting and attacking the opponent's weak points. When the proficiency of vital point designation reached 100% while possessing essence detection, one could acquire a new skill called essence strike. This skill hits the essence of the target, ignoring any form of defense. It was the skill that had allowed Taesan to defeat the Apostle. In his previous life, he had realized the value of essence detection too late and never achieved 100% proficiency. But now he knew well the value of essence detection. He wondered what changes would occur if he achieved 100% proficiency in essence detection, which he hadn't in his previous life. He was very curious. Taesan immediately worked on increasing the proficiency of essence detection. Considering the enemies he would face were related to gods or higher beings, it was a worthwhile investment. Special activation skill, essence detection, proficiency. 50% identifies the essence of the target. It can determine where the power originates and its weaknesses. Like with mana, the consumption of points significantly increased after reaching 50%. It seemed there were restrictions on skills of a certain level. Taesan immediately turned his attention to the ghost. You have activated essence detection. Ghost, the ruined Prince of Calvert, one at a crossroads of choice. What? Why are you looking at me like that? What's coming out? It's nothing. It was similar to reconnaissance, but allowed him to see more in-depth information related to the target. He was curious about the effects it would have on monsters. Taesan continued to examine other skills. Special constant activation skill, Twisted Soul Ascension Tuning. Proficiency, 1%. Twisted beings can manipulate their soul ascensions in a twisted manner. They can control the soul ascension residing within them by taking on a great burden. Tuning, if the skill description was to be believed, seemed to offer the possibility of tuning a soul that had ascended to an apostle level. Monsters employed it to shield their vulnerabilities, yet it held the potential for offensive use as well. The extent of the burden it would impose remained a mystery. Still, given its potential impact on battle, it was adequately valuable. Remaining points, 988. No deep contemplation was necessary. Given the worth of Essence Strike, the choice of skill to enhance was obvious. Taesan promptly increased the proficiency of Vital Point Attack. The proficiency of Vital Point Attack has reached 100%. The special activation skill Vital Point Attack has evolved into the special activation skill Vital Point Designation. Special activation skill. Vital Point Designation. Proficiency, 1%, designates a part of the target as a vital point and inflicts double damage when attacking it. Once a vital point is designated, it cannot be changed on the same target until a day has passed. Only very small parts can be designated as vital points. This was a skill that allowed for the designation of vital points. If an opponent's weapon was a fist, simply targeting the fist as a vital point could thwart the attack. Although the area that could be designated as a vital point was limited, making it seem less useful than one might expect, the skill's value increased significantly with proficiency. Taesan invested all the remaining points into black magic. Consequently, the proficiency of black magic rose by roughly 30%. Black magic, proficiency 36%, allows control over the magic of the demon god. Uses magic energy to cast black magic. The power and range vary based on the magic energy expended. Basic power is accessible. Black magic, much like other forms of magic, proved even more challenging to master. With the acquisition of new black magic spells enhancing its value, investing in it was justified. Taesan checked the effects of the newly acquired black magic. It might take a bit longer, but they'll understand. The god of magic had instructed Taesan to return to him after his return. However, uncertain of the trial he might face, Taesan planned to meet him only after verifying everything he had acquired. He made his way to the 37th floor. Chapter 174, The God of Magic Zelbando. Part 1, Start of the 37th Floor Quest. Defeat the boss of the 37th floor and pass through. Reward, Ankle Protector submerged in the abyss. Secret reward, a familiar system window appeared. Taesan passed the shopkeeper and arrived at the area with monsters. Instead of moving immediately, he began to check his newly acquired skills. Taesan placed his hand on the ground. You have activated Larrage's territory detection. Wuong. A thick, dark energy swept across the floor through the ground. At the same time, Taesan was fascinated by the numerous pieces of information about the labyrinth that entered his mind. The distances between corridors linking rooms. The sizes of each room, and the numbers of monsters occupying each room. He could know all that information. This is pretty good. Basic black magic, Larrage's territory detection. Mana consumption. 18. Basic magic power consumption. 10. Proficiency 1%. This skill sends out the wavelengths of the demon Larrage that read all things. It allows one to know a lot of information within a certain range. While Insight lets you know things within your sight, this skill allows you to understand things within a certain range even if they were not in sight. Although it didn't provide as detailed information as Insight, it's exceptionally efficient for reconnaissance. Following the information provided by the territory detection, Taesan entered a room. Inside the room, a knight wielding two purple-colored swords awaited Taesan. As soon as the knight spotted Taesan, it charged at him, and Taesan responded with a skill. You have activated Vital Point Designation. After designating the knight's wrist as a vital point, he dodged the swinging sword and stabbed his own sword into the designated spot. Kang. 2450 damage to the knight with double swords. The knight's body staggered significantly. Taesan continuously struck at the vital spot. The knight collapsed without much resistance. Nice, though he had used it in his previous life and already knew its effects, it was indeed a highly useful skill. The ability to designate a vital point wherever he wanted exerted pressure on the opponent. Taesan continued moving forward. Soon, he discovered a monster in the next room. Taesan waved his hand toward the charging knight. You have activated Dicarabia's distorted vegetation. Kuguang. Roots burst forth, engulfing the room. Their color was darker and their thickness was much greater than before. The skill had been enhanced due to his increased proficiency in black magic. The knight struggled against the roots, but they remained unyielding. Taesan smiled at the unexpected power. With only 30% proficiency, it was this powerful. He became very curious about how much stronger it would become with higher proficiency. After dealing with the struggling knight, Taesan moved to the next room. It was time to experiment with the newly learned offensive black magic. You have activated Serre's Black Wind. Suddenly, a black storm erupted. Though it was not big enough to fill an entire room, the power within was not to be underestimated. The knight hit by the storm was flung against the wall. Taesan repeatedly activated the Black Wind as the knight struggled to stand. The wind took the form of blades and storms depending on Taesan's intent. Not bad. Basic black magic, Serre's Black Wind. Mana consumption 1. Basic magic power consumption 5. Proficiency 1%. This skill summons the black wind that the demon Serre wielded. Without much explanation on how to use it, it seemed he could manipulate it as he wished. The wind could be shaped into a spear or used defensively. It could also be turned into a storm to blow away projectiles. Though not very powerful, it was a versatile skill that could be used in various ways. I wonder if it can be combined with the deer walking on the wind path. Both were wind-related skills. Although they were of different systems, it seemed like it could be quite useful if possible. And then the last skill. It was the one Taesan was most looking forward to. Basic black magic, Marba's pitch black wave. Mana consumption 5. Basic magic power consumption 45. Proficiency 1%. This skill summons the pitch black wave that guards Marba's territory. The deep, dense wave of darkness seems to devour everything, likely even trivial barriers. The strongest black magic Taesan had obtained so far was Mephisto's Black Lightning. An attack from Mephisto or a weaker opponent was unavoidable and came with a stunning effect. It was a very useful skill, but it consumed a lot of mana and magic power. However, the consumption for the pitch black wave was even higher. With anticipation, Taesan headed to the next room and activated the magic towards the monster there. You have activated Marba's pitch black wave. Suddenly, a rift opened next to Taesan. A pitch black wave gushed out from a rift connected to a deeper dimension. Whoosh! The wave violently swept the room. Seemingly sentient, it began to crash toward the knights rushing at it. Kun. The knight tried to withstand the attack, stamping the ground and swinging his sword. But the wave, almost mockingly, split and engulfed the knight. The knight, swept away by the wave, disappeared from sight, followed by sounds as if it was being chewed by teeth. Crunch, crunch, 350 damage to the knight with double swords. 532 damage to the knight with double swords. As the damage indicators vanished and the wave subsided, leaving no trace, nothing remained where it passed. The ghost spoke in a lackluster tone. Quite useful, huh? Does the wave itself have a consciousness? The monsters of the 37th floor literally vanished without any resistance. The magic seemed powerful enough to be effective even beyond the 40th floor, perhaps even at the 50th. It's a good skill, but something feels off. It's too directly connected to that side. It's not good if the demons take an interest. Is that a bad thing? It's not a good thing. Demons, although under the demon god, are not exactly docile creatures. What exactly do these demons do? All the black magic skills were related to demons. However, Taesan did not fully understand the difference between demonkind and demons. The ghost explained. They are beings similar to the high gods. Taesan frowned. Similar to the high gods, you know that the power of the high gods is immutable and infinite from birth, right? Of course they have their limits. Taesan nodded. He had heard this explanation before. Demons are similar beings, much weaker than the high gods but still possessing considerable power. They lend their power to demonkind through black magic in exchange for a contract with the demon god. A contract, huh? I don't know the details. They might have obtained freedom as a trade-off for lending black magic, not wanting to be sealed away like the high gods. But they're not friendly to humans, so it's best to be careful. It's unlikely that a demon would mess with someone the demon god is interested in, but there's always a mad one out there, the ghost muttered. Keeping the ghost's words in mind, Taesan continued moving forward. He discovered a secret room, bypassed traps, and secured a reward. The reward was an ordinary sword, so he planned to sell it to a shopkeeper. Without resting, Taesan soon faced the boss, Crack. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the knight's helmet. Another swing broke the knight's breastplate. Taesan then overpowered the knight, slamming him to the ground. He struck down with his sword. The knight offered little resistance as he fell. That was easy, time to go down. He had spent too much time on the 30 range of floors for various reasons. Once he finished this task, he planned to focus on conquering the labyrinth. Ankle protector submerged in the abyss. Strength plus 50, agility plus 50, defense plus 45. An ankle protector submerged for countless years in the deep, uncharted abyss. It contains power from a place yet unreached by humans. The equipment boasted high strength, agility, and defense. Taesan quickly put it on. You have obtained the Aegis Shield. Aegis Shield, defense plus 150, the shield used by the great Saint Aegis throughout his life. If you become immobile for 1 second, you become immune to all damage. This effect has a 1-month cooldown. Oh, Taesan's eyes sparkled. Immunity to all damage was an effect he had never encountered before. The immobility penalty seemed manageable. Considering its potential in various situations, Taesan decided to take the shield with him. After clearing the 37th floor, Taesan ascended the stairs to meet Lily's. On his way to the 36th floor, he made sure to dispose of the unnecessary equipment at the shopkeepers. When will you buy something? It won't take long. By now, Taesan had accumulated a substantial amount of gold. He could afford a decent piece of equipment. Nevertheless, aiming for higher quality gear, Taesan intended to save as much as possible. He sought out Lily's once more. "Ah, you. Where have you been?" she greeted Taesan with a mix of exasperation and relief. From Lily's perspective, it was understandably alarming for Taesan to vanish suddenly after going to meet the god of magic. "I had some matters to attend to," Taesan replied calmly. "May I go to meet him again?" Yes, God said to come back after you return." Taesan prayed as he had previously done. The space split open and Taesan was summoned to the realm of the god of magic. This time he arrived in a space filled with galaxies without any hindrance. "You're here." The god of magic greeted Taesan, assuming the same posture as before. "Did you have a good meeting?" "Yes, but it was a bit strange." The interest and reward the demon god showed him, it was more than mere kindness. Zelbando smiled faintly. "We have expectations of you, that child probably does too." "You'll find out soon enough." Zelbando clapped his hands. "Now you've done as I wanted with those guys, so I should give you a reward. What would be good?" His gaze, which had been fixed on Taesan, shifted to Taesan's gauntlet. "That gauntlet went to you. Do you know about it? It was a glove I once used. I miss it." A glove directly used by a god, that in itself was not so surprising. Taesan had seen equipment used by mortals who became gods before. However, meeting a god who had directly used the equipment he wore was a first, giving him a somewhat novel feeling. "This should do it," Zelbando murmured, waving his finger. "The seal of mystery in the Rough Grasp Gauntlet has been released. You have obtained the Rough Grasp Gauntlet. Rough Grasp Gauntlet, attack plus 50, magic effect plus 30, made from a part of the gauntlet of a being that crushed everything. His power still remains." Taesan's eyes widened at the change description. The magic effect boost broadly impacted the power of magic. An increase in magic by 1 meant a 1% increase in all effects of magic, a very useful effect, but there were hardly any equipable items that significantly utilized it. In simple terms, it meant a 30% increase in the power of magic. This should suffice as a reward. "Thank you, no need to thank me yet, it's not a free gift, intermediate magic, and the trial to obtain it." Zelbando scratched his cheek. "In fact, I was a bit worried, it seemed too hasty. Excess can be worse than scarcity, but with you as you are now it seemed enough." Zelbando smiled. "Actually, it's a bit insufficient, but I should give it since that poor and admirable child wants it so badly." "Thank you." Taesan recalled something Lily's had said which he had forgotten. "And she asked me to convey her thanks to you." "Really?" Zelbando's lips curled into a smile. "A pitiful and cute child. It's rare to find someone who enters here and survives just to learn magic." He chuckled. Unlike the gods Taesan had met before, Zelbando seemed like a lighter-hearted deity. Taesan waited for Zelbando's next words. Zelbando's laughter faded. "The trial I will give you is the demon god's. Similar to what that young child gave you." The trial from the demon god was to rescue the Demonkind's princess from a world where Demonkind was persecuted. Zelbando raised a finger and countless stars whisked past them. "The world of the arrogant giants, Batulia." Zelbando pointed to a planet. That planet was noticeably larger than the others, appearing to be at least 10 times bigger. Once the giants who delved into the mysteries of magic more than anyone have now forgotten me, so your task is to make them remember me. Call my name and make them recognize me again. That is the trial I give you. Start of subquest. The god of magic Zelbando wants to imprint the existence of magic on the giants who have forgotten his presence. Reward. Intermediate magic. Chapter 175, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 1. Intermediate magic, lilies and the spirits had said it was dimensionally different from elementary magic, effective even in the depths. Finally, he had obtained it. When he thought of intermediate magic, naturally, the hunchback who pursued twisted mysteries came to mind. He had disliked Taesan learning intermediate magic and had tried to kill him. As if understanding Taesan's thoughts, Zelbando spoke softly. Poor child. He pursued twisted mysteries, that is a path too, but he became too distorted. Above all, he was jealous despite using shortcuts. How pitiful. And ugly, what do you think of him? Nothing, Zelbando shrugged his shoulders. I place no value on him. The magic he obtained is charming but not that great. Above all, I have no hobby of observing a twisted and broken child. It's not fun. His voice, seemingly genuine, was indifferent. Zelbando smiled and asked, Do you have any questions before receiving the quest? I'll answer what I can. There are a few things. Since he had offered to answer, there was no reason to refuse. Taesan asked, What will happen to the hunchback who pursued the twisted mystery? The ghost had told him. As an immortal, it was too much of a blessing. The accumulation of power expended would be enormous. Above all, the power that had descended before the last night fell. The total amount and level contained in it were extraordinary. If the timing had been slightly off, it could have been a very dangerous power. The god of magic, Zelbando, answered. He exhausted a lot of power to reach his position with mere strength. He won't be able to do anything for a while. You can rest easy. Is that so? Zelbando smiled. They will take interest in you, Kang Taesan. They must be the immortals. Hostility and favor, there will be more hostility among them. They are jealous of the talented. If it's a fair condition, we have no intention of intervening. You'd better be prepared. Understood. Taesan nodded and Zelbando smiled at his calm demeanor. Immortals, far surpassing mortals in status, harbored hostility towards Taesan. What Zelbando had just said wasn't something that one could easily accept. A weak person would have trembled in fear, and even a strong person wouldn't have been able to overlook such words lightly. But Taesan remained unshaken and quietly prepared to wait. Zelbando's smile grew deeper. Interesting. Anything else you're curious about? Taesan nodded and posed his question. There was a curiosity that only a god could satisfy. Why are we separated? Easy mode, normal mode, and hard mode. Players from the three modes could meet each other, helping and forming parties to break through the labyrinth, but solo mode was different. Each player had to break through their own labyrinth alone. In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to this. He had been too engrossed in obtaining skills and not very interested in gods, so he simply accepted it as the way things were. But now that he had entered solo mode and gained various pieces of information, he couldn't help but ponder it. Too many. In Korea alone, there were over 10,000 players who had chosen solo mode. Globally, the number could even reach 100,000. And in solo mode, there were gods and guides of sin. There were also NPCs like the Ghost. Since Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk had met Anjar, it was certain that they too existed in their own separate labyrinths. The guides of sin would likely be the same, labyrinths divided into hundreds of thousands for the players, and the NPCs and adventurers who populated all those labyrinths. Taesan found it hard to comprehend. Zelbando smiled. Are you asking about that? I'm curious, has it always been this way or did something happen? I can give you a rough answer now. To your question, it's the latter. Zelbando's voice was gentle. The labyrinth was duplicated and separated because something happened. Is such a thing possible? Anjar, the guides, they were all formidable beings, those who had reached the brink of mortal limits. The thought that such beings had been replicated into hundreds of thousands was unbelievable. It's not impossible, because their power, though finite, never diminishes. It is constant and boundless. Quite an exhausting reality. For the first time, a look of irritation crossed Zelbando's face. They ought to concede and vanish, yet they persist in meddling and wreaking havoc. When will I get to wring their necks? Beings endowed with constant and boundless power. Taesan had learned of such beings from the Ghost before. Are they the high gods? That's enough. Zelbando, instead of replying, merely waved his finger. That's all the answers you're allowed to have. If you seek more, delve deeper. Understood. Taesan nodded, content that he had gleaned at least some insight. The division of the labyrinth was not of its original design but stemmed from the high gods meddling as they trespassed into it. Then I'll accept the quest. Subquest accepted. Good. Zelbando, with a look of satisfaction, clenched his fist and space began to unfold before them. Travel there and seek their king, the sole sage among the presumptuous ones. He shall provide you with the answers. Taesan stepped forward into the newly opened space with a nod of acknowledgement. As he vanished, Zelbando whispered, "This journey will be of great significance to you." With those final words, Taesan entered the realm of the giants. The domain of the haughty giants, Bahulia. Upon his arrival, an unsettling sensation wormed its way into his consciousness. What is this? Spirit possession judgment underway. Judgment successful. With the appearance of the notification, the disconcerting feeling dissipated. Taesan raised his head to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a forest where the undergrowth loomed as tall as he was, and the trees spanned a massive area, forming walls around him. It certainly lives up to its reputation. Realizing he must move swiftly lest he remain trapped in the forest, Taesan summoned strength into his legs and scaled a tree. Although he climbed quickly, it took him some time to reach the top of the tree. Perched atop the tree, he spotted a road not far in the distance, and at the end of that road there appeared to be a city. Taesan leapt from the tree toward that destination. It required about 5 minutes of running to arrive at the road. It's wide. Before him lay a road as vast as a plain. Movement here will be more challenging. In the world of giants, everything was so large, buildings included, yet they seemed very small, indicating they were still quite far away. This is going to take some time. Taesan began to walk. He ran toward the city he had seen from the tree. He wasn't going at full speed. To conserve energy, he maintained a moderate pace. Of course, moderate for him. For an ordinary person, it would be an unfathomably fast speed. However, he still couldn't reach the city. Even after running for more than an hour, he had only gotten slightly closer. During his run, Taesan came to a realization. Everything is gigantic. Animals and plants alike appeared to be at least 10 times larger. While traversing the road, he had encountered an animal resembling a deer as large as a villa. The giants would be at least twice as large. With these thoughts, Taesan, who had been persistently running, suddenly halted. He looked up deep in thought. As expected, they're enormous. 3 giants sat in the middle of the road, seemingly unaware of Taesan's presence, engrossed in their conversation. "Brother, are you sure this is okay? We're too close to the city." "Yanma, if someone comes, we just run away. What's the problem? Are you scared, Black Looter? Still, you know, right? The lord of that city is a monster. Isn't it better not to take risks?" "Really, you guys?" The giant who appeared to be the leader scowled. Taesan called out to them. "Hello, didn't you hear something? We're the only ones here. What could we possibly hear?" Still unaware of Taesan's presence, they looked puzzled. Annoyed, Taesan waved his hand. "You have activated wind explosion." The wind exploded near the giants' faces and they reeled back with grunts. "What's this? Ma magic?" Astonished, Taesan tilted his head in confusion as well. Spirit possession judgment underway. Judgment successful. Every time he used magic, a notification popped up for judgment. It was annoying, though it had no effect. "What is this?" Taesan muttered. The giants finally noticed him. The giant tilted his head. "What are you? A human? Human, what's that? Brother. The previously dumbfounded one hurriedly grabbed the other giant. "Isn't that what I think it is?" "What's its name? I saw it in a book once. Aren't there creatures like beings in other worlds, right?" "A book? You read books?" "Well, I come from a fairly well-off family. The problem started when I knocked out my sister-in-law and ran away." "So what?" "A creature from another world? Seems like it." The giant trailed off unsure. Taesan nodded. "Right. Ooh," they marveled, examining Taesan with curious eyes. "Really the size of a bean. If I blow on him, will he fly away? Isn't he smaller than a bug?" "Quiet, I'm new here and need information. That's why I wanted to ask you something." Instead of responding, the giant's eyes lit up. "Boys, how much do you think we can get for this? Wouldn't it be expensive? Seems perfect for decoration." "Right," the giant laughed, his yellow teeth striking. "All right. Human, get caught." The giant reached out his hand and its shadow covered the sun. Taesan caught the giant's finger. The giant, trying to lift Taesan, hesitated. "Brother, what are you doing?" the other giants with puzzled faces asked. From their perspective, the giant was just holding Taesan, doing nothing. But the giant holding Taesan was sweating coldly. "What?" Those words of panic were not heard. It felt like trying to pull a sword firmly planted in the ground. How can this be? It meant the human, the size of a bean, possessed greater strength than the giant. Taesan was equally surprised. Strong. From what he had heard, they weren't that impressive. At best, they had seemed like bandits or thieves. Yet they were exerting significant force on Taesan. Does size matter that much? Taesan put more strength into his hand, holding the giant's finger. The giant's face turned pale. Taesan then swung his foot, throwing the giant. "Whoa, be our brother!" The giant flew through the air. The remaining giant, startled, swung a club at Taesan. Taesan raised his arm. Kung, feeling the weight on his arm, Taesan grimaced. It was quite heavy. Not enough to feel pressured, but it was a strength he couldn't sense from an adventurer of the same level. Taesan gripped the club, shattering it into fragments with the strength of his grip. He then punched the giant in the abdomen. Q-huck, the giant exhaled and fell. After a few twitches, he stopped moving. "This is interesting." Taesan tilted his head. In the labyrinth, at where he had been on the 30th floor, he would be comparable to the strongest in the outside world. Yet such strength was possessed by this seemingly unimpressive giant. A being with such power should have already entered the labyrinth or been known, but there was no such information. Giant tribe. I've heard a lot about them, but they really do have this much strength. Do you know about them too? Not much is known. They're a reclusive race and don't come out much, but there are known legends, the ghost said. These beings are said to be capable of facing transcendence. Chapter 176, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 2, I have something to ask. This piece of shit, the flying giant returned, grinding his teeth. Tiny human, you are dead, they charged at him. Taesan clicked his tongue. It seemed he would have to knock them all down to get an answer. As he clenched his fist, a huge sound echoed in the distance. It was the sound of horse hooves, accompanied by the clashing of iron armor. The faces of the charging giants turned pale. Damn it, it's the knights. Let's run away, Boobut brother. Their gaze shifted to the fallen giant, but only for a moment. The giant they called brother nodded. Leave him? Yes, they fled in a hurry. Taesan calmly waited for the sound of the horse hooves to draw closer, and soon the source of the sound appeared. It was a giant wearing medieval armor like in the movies. From his neat appearance and well-maintained armor, he seemed to be a high-ranking giant. Did those guys abandon their brother? The armored giant looked puzzled at the fallen giant, then his gaze settled on Taesan. Taesan waved his hand. Hello, the giant looked at Taesan with confusion. A human, how does a being like you exist in our world? Lucky he recognizes me. It seemed there was no need for a lengthy explanation. The giant looked back and forth between Taesan and the fallen giant. Did you bring him down? Taesan nodded. The perplexed giant smiled. Impressive. Lord, soon with the sound of clashing iron, dozens of soldiers arrived from the direction the giant had come from. Are you all right? I'm fine. The giant they called the Lord clicked his tongue. Tie him up and be careful not to step on him. What? The soldiers' gazes turned to Taesan and the fallen giant. What's that? Why is it so small? They murmured among themselves, bound the fallen giant with ropes and dragged him away. The mounted giant spoke. Thank you, these pests have been quite a headache. Annoying guys, huh? They were thieves who robbed people passing by. Their skills weren't great, but they were adept at running away, which had become a nuisance. It worked out well. The giant laughed heartily and extended his hand. What is your name? Kang Taesan. That's an unusual name. I am Umbarak. It may not be much in return for the trouble you've taken on my behalf, but how about visiting my territory? I'll receive you grandly. Okay, Taesan accepted. Taesan needed to find the king of the giants here. To do that, he first required information about what this place was and what he had to do to achieve his goals. The giant before him, Umbarak, appeared to be of a considerably high rank. There was a good chance he possessed the information Taesan sought. When Taesan agreed, Umbarak laughed contentedly. A precious guest, I should throw a festival. Pleased, he soon adopted an ambiguous smile. But how to? The size difference between them was too vast. A giant's casual step covered more ground than a human's full sprint. Moreover, he was on a horse, making the speed difference even more pronounced. It's okay, don't worry. Taesan stamped his foot and climbed onto the back of the horse, securing his position. Umbarak watched in admiration as Taesan reached a height 10 times his own in an instant. Impressive. No need to worry then. Umbarak kicked the horse's side. With a neigh, the horse started running towards the distant territory. The horse's speed was incredibly fast. It was slower than Taesan's full sprint, but Lee Taeyeon or Kang Junhyuk could never catch up. A race that could rival the transcendence. After riding for several minutes, they arrived at the territory. It resembled a medieval city from the movies. Open the gates, your lord has returned. Soon the gates opened. Soldiers hurried to their positions. You have arrived. Let everyone rejoice. Umbarak smiled broadly. Finally caught the pesky black plunderer. The soldiers erupted in cheers and the lord raised his fist. Today is a festival, let the residents know. The soldiers responded briefly and dispersed. Taesan followed Umbarak into a huge room and lay down to rest. The bed was the size of a small hill. Lying there, Taesan closed his eyes for a rest, but that night Umbarak entered the room. The festival is about to start. Will you join us? Taesan got up. They were in a giant village. At its center, numerous giants gathered, chatting and laughing. In the middle, a bonfire roared, with all sorts of food and drinks being passed around. And there was the black plunderer tied to a pillar. Throw stones, the thief who stole our property. The giants threw pebbles. To them, just pebbles, but to Taesan they were like falling rocks. The pelted giant screamed. Don't throw, everyone look here. Umbarak shouted loudly and all eyes turned to him as he pointed at Taesan. This small being is the one who subdued the black plunderer. What's that? Is that a human? So small. I might accidentally step on him. They murmured among themselves. Their reaction was natural. It was impossible for them to calmly accept a being completely different from themselves, but their bewilderment was short-lived. In less than 5 minutes, they resumed chatting and offered food to Taesan. How do we feed someone so small? Chef, make a special dish for him. As he accepted their offerings, Taesan realized something. This was a world of giants and he was a human. That made him an outsider, and in any world, outsiders were usually shunned. History on Earth proved this. People were discriminated against for having a different skin color, let alone being from a different species. So Taesan had expected it would be difficult to gather information. But it wasn't. The giants welcomed him without showing any fear. Their boldness and confidence were evident. Despite his status as an outsider, they did not regard him as a threat. To them, he was merely a guest. Umbarak, who was enjoying the festival, approached with laughter. "Are you having fun?" "Sort of." Taesan put some food in his mouth. It was a tiny dish, crudely prepared by a drunk chef, but it was the first time in a while that he had enjoyed such a meal. "That's good. We've never hosted such a small human before, so I wasn't sure what to do." Umbarak took a large gulp from his enormous cup. "So let me ask, what brings you to our world?" Umbarak's expression turned serious. "I welcome you, but as a lord I have to inquire for the sake of our land. It's been nearly 500 years since a human visited our world as far as I'm aware." For magic. Taesan saw no reason to hide his purpose, so he responded candidly. "The god of magic sent me to spread magic throughout your world and to make his name known." "The god of magic?" Umbarak appeared intrigued and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Magic. It's been ages since I last heard of it, not since the ancient texts I read in my youth." It seemed that magic had indeed become a completely forgotten power in this land, just as the god of magic had claimed. To establish that here, Umbarak's expression was ambiguous as he contemplated. "That's impossible. Why, we have no use for magic." His words conveyed unwavering certainty. "Furthermore, such matters would require the attention of our king, but I lack the authority to make such arrangements." "How can I meet the king?" "It's difficult." Umbarak gave a bitter smirk. "Even I cannot see the king without a legitimate reason, much less an outsider like you." The situation was as expected. It would be impossible for an outsider, especially one not even of the same species, to easily gain an audience with the king of another race. He would need some notable accomplishment or something of equal significance. Of course, as an outsider you might meet someone related to the king, but it's unlikely you'll meet the king himself, however, if there is any possibility. Umbarak paused, lost in thought before he continued. "We are giants. We revere strength and worship the strong. If you can prove your own strength, it might be possible." Proving strength, that was the problem. As Taesan mulled over this, Umbarak interrupted his thoughts. "Did you come from the labyrinth? You know about it. It's well known even to us. A place where talented and exceptional beings from different worlds gather. But none of us go there." Umbarak's voice remained even as he spoke. "Because we are naturally strong, we have no need to venture into the labyrinth to grow stronger. The same applies to magic. Strong as we are, we find no use for such things." Boom. As Umbarak finished speaking, a horn sounded. The reveling giants halted their festivities, a fiery look igniting in their eyes. "They've come today too." Umbarak grinned and stood up. "Want to see?" Taesan nodded. An unsettling power emanated from the outskirts of the city, a power Taesan had encountered several times before. "They've come this far. These are the beings invading our world, repulsive and worthless creatures." Umbarak bared his teeth in disgust. "Everyone stand up, our enemy has arrived." With a rallying cry, Umbarak charged forward, the other giants at his heels. Once the giants had all moved out, Taesan set off in pursuit. He sprinted, his feet kicking off the walls of the buildings, as he made his way toward the source of the sinister power. Before the giants stood a rift. A purple rift shimmered atop a large mound, and as it tore open, monsters began to emerge. Krrrrrrr, vile, dense creatures spilled forth. A system window popped up before Taesan. "Monster 182,851 has appeared." A monster with a 6-digit number, indicative of the lower ranks. Several C-grade monsters materialized. The monsters that had trampled Earth appeared in the giants' world as well, but this wasn't particularly surprising. The demon god had said it. The high gods have trampled countless worlds, more than 250 in fact. Earth was not the first world they destroyed. They had shattered many worlds and planned to destroy more. It wasn't odd that the giants' world was among them. "Everyone," Umbarak laughed boisterously, "let the battle begin." The giants roared and charged at the monsters. The monsters began their attack. The monsters were as large as the giants, rivaling their size. This wasn't surprising since Taesan had seen such sizes on Earth before. What was astonishing was the strength of the giants. C-grade monsters were something that players who had cleared normal mode could defeat. They were weak compared to hard mode, but not absolutely so. If they had possessed such power before the labyrinth appeared, they could have overturned a nation alone. "Heya!" Umbarak swung his sword with a shout and the struck C-grade monster staggered. The monster counterattacked, swinging a giant tentacle at Umbarak. He scoffed and swung his fist. The tentacle was sent flying. Umbarak plunged his sword into the monster's body. It wasn't just Umbarak who was active. The giants, previously enjoying the festival in their everyday clothes, also swung fists and clubs, bringing down C-grade monsters. They didn't subdue them as easily as Umbarak did, but by combining their strength they defeated them. With that power they could probably defeat B-grade monsters. The giants were as strong as they claimed. Taesan watched from a distance. Umbarak, having defeated the last monster, shouted with a relieved face. "We have won, let's all raise a toast to victory." They resumed their festival. By the time it ended, it was quite late. Taesan returned to his room and lay down on the huge bed. Looking up at the ceiling, he said, "A race that could rival the Transcendents, they don't seem like it, though." Chapter 177, The World of the Arrogant Giant. Part 3, The Giants were strong. Even those who had not undergone special training could easily defeat C-class monsters. But Taesan couldn't be certain. Whether they had the power to fight Transcendents like those in Legends was unknown. The god of magic had told him that the giants once delved deeply into the mysteries of magic, but now they could not remember themselves. This was evident from the Lord's reaction. The city, even by the standards of the giants, was quite large. Assuming the giants' civilization level was similar to Earth's medieval era, it was a solid territory. Even the lord of such a place did not properly understand magic. That was strange. At first, Taesan thought these giants were suppressing magic and denying the god of magic. So he thought it was a quest like in the battlefield of the gods, where he had to confront those who were hostile to the god of magic. However, the giants were not hostile towards magic. They had simply forgotten about magic itself. Taesan stretched out his hand into the air. "You have activated a frost arrow." As the frozen arrow materialized, a judgment was made. Mental control judgment in progress. Judgment successful. This judgment always came when using magic. Is it because of this? The reason the giants, who once deeply researched magic, had forgotten it. It was just a theory, but it seemed highly plausible. Taesan cancelled the frost arrow. Finding out why magic was forgotten seemed important, but he had to address the immediate issue first. The most important goal was to earn the right to meet the king. And as a foreigner, he had to achieve a feat to meet the king. After pondering for a moment, Taesan stood up. There was a limit to thinking while sitting quietly in a room. Such matters required action to find a solution. The night passed, and the next day Taesan went out to the fortress and waited for someone. Soon he met Umbarak, who was sweaty and had a relieved expression. "Phew, it was an enjoyable fight today as well." "Hello." A human. Upon discovering Taesan, Umbarak looked concerned. "I won't stop you from wandering, but it'd be better to be careful. If you're unlucky, you might get stepped on." "That won't be a problem." "Indeed. You've already defeated the Black Plunderer, so being stepped on shouldn't kill you." Umbarak grinned. His armor was roughly beaten and his hair was disheveled. Taesan asked, "You've been fighting?" "I've been dealing with the monsters from the rift you saw yesterday, those annoying creatures. Enjoyable fights are satisfying, but they're tiring." Umbarak narrowed his eyes. It was problematic for him, the territory lord, to deal with them every day despite being able to defeat them without issue. There was no telling when another problem might arise. Hearing this, Taesan realized something strange. "Can't you block the rift itself?" Taesan had already blocked a purple rift on Earth, but upon hearing Taesan's words, Umbarak shook his head. "Temporary measures are possible, but we lack the power to completely block it. Only the king's great warriors can do that, and they are too busy to come to a remote territory like this." From Umbarak's words, Taesan realized what he needed to do to meet the king. "When will the next rift open?" "It opens twice a day on a regular schedule. It seems like it will open again tonight." "I'll go with you then." At Taesan's words, Umbarak's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" "Yes." "It's not impossible, right?" "It's not impossible, but are you sure?" Worry filled Umbarak's gaze. There was no trace of disdain or insult, just a look truly concerned for Taesan's safety. Taesan smiled. "There's no need to worry." That night, Taesan arrived at the site of the rift following the giants. Many giants at the rift site looked at Taesan with worried eyes. Taesan felt an emotion similar to what he had sensed from Umbarak, but calmly ignored the giants' gaze. "The rift will open in a few minutes. Sai, since you insist, I can't stop you." Umbarak sighed. He had planned to continue the festival with the foreigner for a few days, but now he worried about the foreigner's life. Naturally, he was concerned. Unfazed, Taesan asked a question. "That's a rift of the ancient gods, isn't it?" Do you know about it too?" "I came from the labyrinth." "Ah, now that I think about it, gods reside there." "That makes it easier to explain." Umbarak said, "As you said, the ancient gods opened this rift to ruin our world. They continually send monsters to attack us, quite annoying creatures." Umbarak snorted in derision. He seemed completely accustomed to it now. "When did this start happening?" "I don't know. What I do know is that it has been there since before this territory was established. They've been a constant nuisance for over 1,000 years." Annoyance was evident on Umbarak's face. "They're not a significant threat, but they're relentless and bothersome." "Are rifts only here?" "There's at least one rift near every territory." That was strange. The giants were undoubtedly strong. The fact that they would be able to clear normal mode without special training or risking their lives was remarkable in itself, but their power wasn't that extraordinary. For instance, they could defeat a B-class monster, but they would also have to fight for their lives. It wasn't a matter to be brushed off as merely annoying. Is there some kind of limitation? At that moment, the rift split open. But the opening of the rift was odd. It seemed as though something was forcing its way through a narrow space, causing the rift to shake violently. Umbarak too had never experienced this before. And then monsters started to emerge one by one from the twisting rift, with a crackling sound. Some of the monsters, having forcibly squeezed through the rift, were mangled or severed. However, some crossed the rift intact and stood up. Watching the emerging monsters, Umbarak's eyes flickered. Something was off. The power emanating from these huge monsters was qualitatively different from the usual ones. And then, a system window visible only to Taesan appeared. Monster 91,221 has appeared. Monster 45,441 has appeared. Monster 51,125 has appeared. 5-digit numbered monsters. They were B-class monsters. The monsters were exuding a killing intent towards Taesan. Quick to respond, these creatures. Realizing Taesan's presence, they seemed to have sent down stronger monsters than usual to kill him. Umbarak, sensing the unusual aura of these monsters, hesitated to charge in. Impatient, some giants rushed towards the monsters with a battle cry. Uaha! The monster moved its gigantic arm. It shattered the giants' clubs and struck their chests. Kuhak! Giants screamed and fell. Those who rushed in later, seeing the different scenario, involuntarily stopped. The monsters began to slowly advance. The giants' eyes turned red. How dare you, exiled beings like you? These mere monsters had defeated the great giants. The giants burst into rage and charged at them together. Umbarak joined in belatedly. Hoop! He swung his sword fiercely. The monster with its square-shaped arms deflected the sword. Clang! They were repelled from each other. Umbarak's eyes wavered. The monsters he had encountered until now could not properly block his sword. However, this one had almost equal strength. The monsters had become stronger, but Umbarak laughed heartily. As a lord, the existence of the rift was annoying, but he was a giant who revered strength and loved battle. The enemy becoming stronger was a reason for joy, not panic. Not just him, but the other giants felt the same. They fought against the monsters, shouting battle cries despite bleeding. They were not afraid of death. But there were clear limits. The opponents were several B-class monsters. The only one who could fight a monster one-on-one was the strongest, Umbarak. The other giants also attacked the monsters together but continued to sustain injuries, big and small. Seeing this, Taesan started to move. Umbarak, who was enjoying the battle, became alarmed. Human, back off, it's dangerous here. Unlike the usual monsters, there was no room to protect him. He urgently shouted, but Taesan did not stop his steps. As soon as Taesan appeared on the battlefield, the monsters' behavior changed. Pushing away the giants they were fighting, the monsters rushed towards Taesan. 3 monsters rivaling the giants in size charged at Taesan. Umbarak tried to help Taesan but couldn't shake off the monster in front of him. The monsters attacked Taesan. Taesan lightly thrust his fist forward. With a crushing sound, the monsters were sent flying. Umbarak's eyes widened in shock at this sight. Now B-class is just routine. He had already defeated A-class monsters during his previous return. Even if several B-class monsters attacked him, it wouldn't pose a significant problem. Did they think this would be enough, or was this the best they could do? Considering the forced way the monsters had entered through the rift, the latter seemed more likely. Taesan kept moving. Drawing his sword, he dived into the midst of the monsters with a crushing sound. Monster 91,221 took 2285 damage. He plunged his sword in. Dodging the descending arm of the monster, he launched a frost arrow, piercing through it. At the same time, an unpleasant sensation crept into his mind, but he shook it off. So it's these things after all. The discomfort he felt every time he used magic had intensified, but it wasn't significant enough to hinder him, so Taesan continued to confront the monsters. Umbarak and the other giants watched Taesan's battle with dumbfounded expressions. What is this? They knew Taesan was strong, but they thought he was just at the level of a weak foreigner, far below that of a giant. They believed he had defeated the Black Plunderer by exploiting its carelessness due to its small size, not in a serious fight. That wasn't just his own thought. All the giants believed so. They were the strongest beings in the world. The labyrinth where gods resided was of no importance to them. Magic was nothing to them. They looked down on the outside world, devaluing its level. With no interaction with the outside world, their prejudices gradually became their reality. But now, right before their eyes, that perception was being shattered. You have activated Thunderbolt. Lightning pierced through the monsters. The very magic they had disdained was dealing effective damage to the monsters they struggled against. With a crushing sound, one monster fell like that. Umbarak, snapping back to reality, clenched his teeth. We are giants. They couldn't just stand by and let a human handle everything. Shaking off his shock, he shouted, Giants. Are you going to just watch this small human handle everything? The giants' eyes lit up. Their pride lifted them. After that, it was simple. Even Taesan alone could have defeated them all, but with the giants joining in, the monsters were swiftly eliminated. Your soul ascension has activated. Skill proficiency increased by 1%. Thanks to defeating several B-class monsters, his total proficiency increased by 4%. It was a decent harvest. Umbarak looked at Taesan with wavering eyes. You are? Before that, Taesan stood in front of the purple rift. Umbarak had said that only the king's great warriors could stop the rift. Taesan thrust his sword into the rift. The rift twisted wildly, resisting Taesan. It was an eerie sight, as if the rift itself screamed, but Taesan overpowered it with his strength. Eventually, the twisting rift surrendered to Taesan and vanished. The giants, watching this, were struck with astonishment. Is this enough to meet your king?